You want these cheese boogers? Based. All right, what up? What up, everybody? What up, guys? Welcome. What up, guys? This is Just Pearly Things. Welcome to the pregame show. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We've got Young Moses, Happy Cake Slice, Fortnite News, Steve O Baby, Jeff Thornburg, Big Jake's Ranch, and much, much more. We've got some people showing up in the motherfucking building. Shout out to the studio audience. Fortnite News says LFAs, it's too late to start again at 42. Listen, bud. If you got to start over, you got to start over. I don't care if you're 18 years old. I don't care if you're 65. If you got to fucking start over, you start over. You're working with what you're working with. You are where you are. You got what you got. So just fucking deal with it. No, I didn't get my plaque from YouTube yet. I'm still waiting on it. All right. You know, last Thursday, when I end these streams, it's because I either have to go to bed or I have something going on and I have to be done with YouTube for the night. But Raging Tomato had a stream going on over there, and you know, I briefly checked out little pieces of it while it was going on. And they had an interesting conversation somewhere midway into it. And I actually wanted to call in, but I wasn't somewhere where I could call in. So I was just participating in the chat. But I want to pull that up and take a look at it real quick. Hold on a second. All right. Okay. I'll open up the deal a little bit to have people call in, but first I want to check this out. They were talking about what the red pill was. And look, I've been YouTubing for 10 freaking years. Most people in 2024, if you ask them what the red pill is, or if you ask them who the leaders are of the whole freaking group, you would hear names like Tate, Pearl, and Fresh and Fit. Okay. In 2019, nobody knew who any of them were. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with it. It's just, you know, Andrew Tate was still I think he was done kickboxing. He was like a reality TV star kickboxer. His inception to the manosphere hadn't even begun. He was, the manosphere knew nothing about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate knew nothing about the manosphere. That's just the way it was. Pearly Things, nobody knew who she was. She wasn't on YouTube yet. Fresh and Fit weren't on YouTube yet. So the RP has been going around a long time before those guys showed up. And it used to have a whole different atmosphere to it. You know, it used to be a movement that was really, for the most part, positive, and it still is, but it was kind of helping guys who are trapped in this world of, you know, the modern norms that are pushed onto them by psychology. And, you know, I suppose the way that they handle a man's mental health, a man's psyche, and a man's upbringing is based on a gynocentric ideology. It really is. So guys aren't really fully educated on themselves, on their own behaviors, why they think the way they think. You know, why they are the way they are, why they think with their dicks sometimes or whatever, you know. So the red pill kind of came around and it helped guys have an idea of what's really going on in their lives. Now, of course, when 2020 rolled around, the red pill turned into dudes bringing strippers on podcasts and owning these feminists and, you know, belittling dumb broads and consumerism and pre-selection and Bugatti and, you know, more money and more clout equals more women. It used to be the opposite of that. It used to be teaching guys to get out of the matrix. Now it teaches them to get into the matrix. You know, buy a Bugatti, get rich, get famous. That is the mate. That's where we were trying. We were getting guys out of that, right? So it's a whole different dynamic now. Call it what you want, but it is what it is. Now, with that being said, you know, they were discussing what the red pill is. And, you know, to be honest with you, I don't think there was any experienced red pillars on there. So it was kind of a silly debate to be had, but it was interesting nonetheless. And I wanted to call in, but I couldn't. So I'm going to play this here and we can get into it. All right. Let's see if we can get this. I don't like that. Let's go like that. Yeah. So anyways, there's certain aspects of psychology that they're unable to get into in, you know, modern academia. And that is the psychology of intersexual dynamics. They will get into like the surface level of what is love, what is pair bonding, or something like that. But they don't get very deep into the intersexual dynamics. And there's an obvious reason why. And there was one psychologist 100 years ago or however long ago that used to get into it, Sigmund Freud. But he was more geared towards just the sexual side of intersexual dynamics. Like, you know, why are we at like a core, just animalistic, primitive level? Why are we perverted? Well, because we have these sex drives and we're driven to reproduce. And he got into that stuff, but they don't really get into, you know, the nitty gritty of intersexual dynamics, the psychology involved, the praxeologies involved. And the reason why they don't get into it is because it's sexist. By nature, by definition, it's sexist. And academia says we can't get into that because it's sexist. But if you were to get into intersexual dynamics, by definition, and sexist doesn't mean a bad thing. Like that doesn't mean hateful. It just means you're looking at the intersexual dynamics in a realistic way, right? And it is, by definition, sexist. So they avoid it at all costs. The red pill says, no, my friend, we're going to get into it. And that's what the red pill does. So just to give you a rundown of what it is, that's what it is. And, you know, I put a post on Twitter today just to like kind of troll people. And I said, farmers have come to the conclusion that all plants are like that. The red pill has come to the conclusion that all women are like that. So if you don't give them their basic needs, they'll never be fruitful. And that's all it is. 100%. If you buy a rose bush, guess what? All rose bushes are like that. If you don't give it the proper everything that it needs, it dies. I hate to tell you, that doesn't make me hateful against rose bushes. It just means it comes with a fucking instruction booklet. You read the instructions. If you follow the instructions, it blooms. It's a beautiful rose bush. If you don't, it dies. Okay? All women are like that. If you conduct yourself a certain way in a relationship, you know, if you control your behavior in a certain way in a relationship, the relationship flourishes. Oh my God, what a wonderful concept. But it's sexist to say that. Why? Who knows? I don't know, but it is. So that's where we're at. And that's why the red pill is so despised by people. Well, I think the reason why it's so despised by people is because there's a few bad actors out there. There's a few people that give it a bad rep. Like, look, I fucking puke in my mouth when I go on YouTube and I go on my analytics and it shows me channels that your viewers watch. So like the top 10 channels that my viewers watch other than me. So I click on these guys and dudes are whining. Like every video is like, woman cheats on man and regrets it, or like modern women are delusional and they're too hypergamous and blah, blah, blah. And they all cheat and all this and that. And it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, kind of like you're not wrong, but you're just projecting your own experiences and whining on the internet. And that's not really what the red pill was for. Well, technically it kind of was for that in a way, because basically you have guys who are going through problems, right? And like I said, they can't teach you these solutions. They can't conduct these studies in academia. They can't, because it's considered sexist. So guys just get hit in real life. So they get into relationships and they just get smacked in the face with the truth. Okay. You want a red pill? Well, here's a red pill. So here's a praxeology. Your girlfriend of 4 years, who you're engaged to, comes home and she says, hey, I want to make a change. And you say, huh? Change? What do you mean? She says, yeah, I want to join a CrossFit team or a CrossFit gym. CrossFit gym. We're bodybuilders. We are weightlifters. We go to the gym, we diet, we train. We're physique competitors or something. CrossFit, that's not really what we do. And then she says, oh, come on, babe. My friend Rachel's been in CrossFit for the last 2 years. She's getting really fit. I just want to join a team. Is it okay if I go with Rachel and join the CrossFit team? And you say, okay, sure, whatever. Well, maybe she's telling the truth. Okay. Or maybe you're just fucking blue pilled, because maybe her coworker Brad is in this CrossFit gym and Brad has a huge cock. If you know what I mean. Okay. So that's what a praxeology is. That's what a red pill is. That is just telling you that there is an ostensible reason why you're hearing things, why you're seeing things, but there's also a real reason. Okay. There's a real reason for this human behavior. Why is it happening? What is it? How do you identify it? Well, your guess is sort of as good as the rest of ours. But what the red pill does is guys come together and they share their experiences and they swap notes and they say, holy shit, well, the same thing happened to me. And then another guy says, me too. Another guy says, me too. We say, well, it happened to all of us. The same exact fucking thing happened to all of us. Well, let's think about this for a second. What caused this? Oh, yeah. That's what it was. You come to the conclusion, you figure it out. All of your penises were too small and Brad was hung like a horse. Okay, I'm being like a little excessive here, but I'm being flagrant here, but you get what I'm saying. There is an ostensible reason for things. There's a real reason for things. Understanding why things are happening. Understanding why people make human behavior, or why they make decisions, why their behaviors are the way they are. There's no definition to the red pill. It's not a solution. It is a study. It's a study of human interactions, of people gathering together and studying human interactions. So when you want the definition, what are you supposed to tell people? What are you supposed to say when they say, so what is the red pill? You say, well, it's a group, not necessarily a group, because anybody can really come in. It's not, it's not like a club that you need a membership to, but it's guys or girls getting together and swapping notes about intersexual dynamics. Now, it doesn't have to be intersexual dynamics, it could be anything. But in the manosphere, we're talking about intersexual dynamics. So that's the definition. That's what it is. It's guys gathering and swapping notes. Say, oh, really? Man, I was so nice to her. I did everything right. Everything my college psychology teacher taught me about love and pair bonding and have a healthy relationship, and everything those feminist therapists taught me. I did everything so perfect. And she still left. What happened? Well, and she left you for an asshole, a dickhead, a dude that cheats on her, that verbally abuses her, doesn't even make as much money as you. He's not even as good looking as you. What the fuck happened? Well, he got her excited. He turned her on. She wanted to fuck him. Okay. And that's a level of intersexual dynamics that they can't teach in school. Okay. They can't teach who wants to fuck, why they want to fuck. They just can't get into it. But you can get into that in the red pill. So you can gather information, you can swap notes, and you can improve yourself, or you can complain about it, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Or you can get angry at people. I don't recommend that you get angry at women. There's a lot of dudes that are angry at women. I don't recommend that you sit around and complain about it. There's a lot of guys that sit around and complain about it. But it's not for any one specific individual to tell you what you should do with any of the information you receive, because by all means, it's just a bunch of people sharing their own anecdotal experiences. And then you put it all together and all of a sudden you have data and you have stats and you have patterns to work with. And that's all. So anyways, let's go ahead and watch this. I want to see what they had to say in this argument.
Because of our pattern recognition. So sometimes it gets overblown and like some people pattern recognition way too fucking hard and try to like, especially.
By the way, I don't know much about Purple Pill Pod. I've seen some of his stuff. Like I know he's done collabs with Rollo and Sartine, but he's kind of new. Like I don't really follow like the post 2020 manosphere people. Like I have my class of people. Like I was like the class of like 2017, 2018. So I'm familiar with those guys because like I came up with them, but I'm not really familiar with the others. So that's Purple Pill Pod. And there's a girl that comes on that I have no idea who she is.
Especially autistic people are very black and white thinking. So it's like, oh, well, it has to be this. It's either this or it's this. And so there's always nuance, and we know that. But anybody who's half-assed intelligent knows that. So it's just, but when you get on the internet, you see a lot of people talking, and there's going to be a lot of people complaining. It's going to be a lot of people who are the vocal minority. Like it's a super small number, but they're vocal as fuck about their problems. So we think there's millions of them, but it's just a bunch of fucking losers. It's just a little bunch of losers. It's not a big deal.
Okay. And I didn't get to watch this whole thing, so I don't know exactly what they're going to say, but I know it was like around this time period. And yeah, I agree with what he's saying there. He's saying that, there's some bad actors. Any dude that comes on the internet and just whines and bitches about women, you're kind of fucking, come on, bro. Like find something to do with your time. Go lift some weights. Go get your dick sucked. Go do something, fucking take your mind off whatever the fuck is stressing you out. Enjoy your life. I don't know why guys complain. And as far as the podcast, dudes owning, OnlyFans girls and skanks and shit like that, that's just entertainment. Like I fully understand. The first time Myron Gaines did the Frank Castle, kicked a girl off his podcast, that was the first video that fucking blew up. Okay, there's something as a content creator when you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall to see if it sticks And, you know, you're like, well, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. And then you do one thing that's like, holy shit, like that took me to the next level. You know, I got 10 times the amount of views that I normally get when I did that. Well, of course, it's going to have it's going to be near and dear to your heart. It's going to be something that you're going to go back to time and time again. It's your Hail Mary. It's your go-to play when you need to revive your channel. Numbers are slumping. Let's go back to it. Back to the drawing board. We know what works. This is our game-winning play. Boom, let's do it. And that's why Myron Gaines does it. But you know, a lot of other people have tried to copy that format, and it's just kind of cringe. Like it just comes off as like dudes hating women, you know, and it is kind of cringe. But from a content creator's perspective, I fully understand why it's going on. But there are some legitimate bad actors, and then there's some like I like Fresh and Fit. I do. I like Rollo. Most of the bad actors, I don't even really know who they are. Like they're just like people that just blow up out of nowhere, and their videos start getting 100,000 views. And every video is just negativity and complaining and making everybody else in the manosphere look bad because they group us all into the same fucking thing. They think we're all the same.
But I mean, let me go ahead and interrupt this thought process for just a moment. I do want to say thank you to Mazzy for the $10. That was very kind of you. And folks, if you do want to donate or anything, the link is tabbed at the top. And now I have not been
buy you a fucking cocktail anymore. Sorry.
Hey, you know what? It'll buy me a cheeseburger, and I'm happy with that.
Well,
but I have not been formally introduced to Nina, but I've heard some things about her. I know that she's had some stuff with Ashley, and she's here backstage. I'm going to go ahead and bring her up. Nina, welcome to the panel. Welcome to the Raging Tomato, Roasted Tomatoes. If you want to just take a couple minutes, I believe you are completely new here, and tell us a little bit about yourself. And
hold on, I don't know who Nina is. I'm gonna try to look her up. Is that Neeina? Shouldn't have many followers. What does she? Hang on. I'm going to pull up her channel really quick. Whoops. Discord. She has Twitch. She has 10,000 followers on Twitch, but she only has 400 on YouTube. What kind of content does she make? Destiny. Abortion debate. Playing with fire. Has she been like does she do the speed dating or something? Another wannabe Andrew Tate grifter is the title of a video. So she's kind of like she's a Twitch girl, like a video gamer. Typically when I see women that do the Twitch stuff, Twitch is kind of like I mean, it's a video gamer platform. So it's not really my thing. I don't play video games, but usually when chicks are on Twitch, I don't know, it's kind of like a safe space for women because the dudes that play the video games on Twitch are really hardcore simps. I think that's where the term simp got popular at. They were girls would come on there. Basically any girl that goes on there, she's going to instantly get like just tons of attention and all the guys are going to be worshiping her. So it's a place where women can express their thoughts and their things they want to share with the world. And the men are pretty much all going to be simps. So it's going to be received well in like a non-toxic environment where all the guys are going to be like, oh my God, you're so smart. You're so beautiful. And, that's why they like to do that for the most part. Not all, but I'm saying that's typically the women that are on Twitch. That's kind of what you typically see. So she's a twitcher. Interesting.
Any thoughts about tonight and what's going on?
Hey, I was just interested about the whole red pill conversation. I was just watching something on that, specifically with the Ashley one. I know Sergio, you were part of that, and I believe Sarah, you were as well, correct?
I
Or
just
you were
moderated
modding?
it. Yeah, I was just
Gotcha.
modding, but I was there. It was fun.
It seemed like from what I saw, it was a lot of like kind of avoiding the conversation and like kind of defining it. And I thought it was interesting because I've been listening for a little bit on where it seems like we still have yet to kind of consistently define what we're talking about with red pill, and I'm really interested to work with you guys to see if we can find a definition.
Absolutely. Sergio, I'll let you take it from there because I know you had some thoughts on that earlier on defining the red pill.
Yeah. Well, what do you think the definition of it is, Nina?
Well, I think actually in the debate that we were talking about, I think that Ashley's you know, whether a definition is what it is, or like, is it what it actually is, or is it what people
Whether a definition is what it is it actually what it is, or is it
think it is? That's a whole conversation.
what we think it is?
But like, I would say generally, like the idea of the red pill thing is this kind of lie. I guess I would say it's just a lie.
A lie. So, first of all, so if me and 5 of my friends are hanging out and we're talking about our relationships, and one of our friends is going through some sort of a problem, like his girlfriend's being distant, she doesn't want to fuck him, she's, they're just relationships going down the shitter. And then like one of the other friends is like, well, me too. And then one of the friends is like, not me, we fuck like jackrabbits. Man, she's so into me. And you kind of all get together and you swap notes. Well, what's he know that we don't know? What's going on here? What are the details here? How can we fix these issues? That's the red pill. Not what'd she call it there?
Conversation, of course. But like, I would say generally, like the idea of the red pill thing is this kind of lie. I guess I would
A lie. So men coming together and sharing their experiences so other men can learn from it is a lie. I'm sure she's a nice girl. Sure, she's a good person. But it's quite possible that the way she communicates, she just has a complete lack of understanding of who she's attacking inadvertently. Like she doesn't realize that she's doing it.
would say it's just a lie that people are given, that are specifically given to men, that make it seem like they have to have this like high body count thing. They have to then also like for some reason think that virgins are like the coolest thing. It kind of reminds me of Game of Thrones style, like nobility, where like if you're like a noble man, you can fuck as many bitches as you want, but you can only marry a noble virgin. And I think it's kind of
So it's not promoting that you should go out and fuck as many women as you want because you're a high value man, or that you should shame women for having high body counts or whatever. It's not promoting that. It's going into details of why it's happening. You understand? It's a study of why it's happening. It's not a prescription of what you should do. Does this make sense to you guys? So, if you see a girl that is just seems like she's screwed up in her head, it's like she can't seem to find love. Like she gets into a relationship and then like she freaks out and sabotages the relationship. Or, she just hops from one guy to another and She hops from one friend group to another. And she's a little screwed up, right? And then you kind of want to know why. So you get to know her a little bit. You find out things about this girl, and she had a rough childhood, and she slept with 92 men, and just all of these things are adding up, and it's causing her to behave this way. Well, that's the red pill. You're getting details. You're trying to figure this out. It's a study of intersexual dynamics, and when you understand it, you can move the proper way. You can kind of understand how you should conduct yourself. And you can even make the decision to say, I like this girl. She's a fixer-upper. There's a lot of work to be done here. But since I know what the problem is, now I can work with her. And vice versa. It doesn't mean that you have to treat women like shit. It's not it's not telling you what you should or should not do.
Inherently a little contradictory, but I want to know, I guess.
Okay, it can be contradictory because it can be perceived as contradictory, I should say. If I come on here and I say dating apps are an easy way to get laid, you just go on the app, you take 2 bathroom selfies, you send out mass amounts of messages asking women if they like to suck dick, and some of them say yes, and bada bing, bada boom, you invite them over to your place and they suck your dick. Okay. Another guy might say, dating apps are a fucking disaster. No women put out. Women don't want to talk to anyone on these apps. These women are just seeking attention and validation. They're not actually going to hook up with anybody. Seems contradictory, doesn't it? But tis what it is. When guys are swapping notes and sharing their experiences, you're going to have differences, right? Seems pretty normal.
Where you guys think that's at, because I think there's a lot of different versions of it.
Yeah, I had to hear where you came from, but yeah, so that's your opinion on what you think the red pill is.
I don't tend to deal in it that often, so I will take notes on what you.
But that's what this whole debate was about, because even Ashley didn't really know what the red pill is. Or actually, she does, because I know she's heard Rolo say what I said, because anybody who watches debates.
Okay, so let's just write it down right now. What is it?
It's the ontological nature of human behavior.
Ontological nature. What does that mean?
So I'm
gonna be honest with you guys. I'm kind of slow if you didn't already know that. I don't know what ontological means. Ontological. Relating to a branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. I agree with that.
That's just the study of human nature.
That's not an answer.
Ontology is just the study of human nature.
That's not an answer.
It's just using data from the study of human nature. That's it. That is the answer.
That's just.
It's called
I could literally say anything. Is that?
Yeah, because it's a very broad answer. That's from the creator of the red
can
pill.
You be a little bit more specific?
So hold on, Nina. I'm not pulling this. Nina, hold on.
This is not the ontological nature.
Nina, let me answer this. This is not what I think this is. This is not what I think this is. I'm saying who the godfather of the red pill, Rollo Tomasi, the guy who everybody
says that you
goes
should
to.
get a vasectomy.
That's what he says it is. That's why I'm just saying stop shooting the messenger.
Okay. So Sergio shouldn't have called himself the messenger. He should have took on the debate full stop, just, full steam ahead, went in and stuck to his guns. Because she's an aggressive debater. She's a trap debater. She's trying to pin him in a corner by asking questions that will get him disgruntled. And as a body language, I'm not a body language expert. I'm going to be honest with you. But if I were, I would judge his mannerisms there, hands up, retreating, surrendering, And the look on her face, I've got him right where I want him, and now I'm going to eat him. So he should have went in and gave her a definition, a mind-blowing definition that would have gave her mind-blowing orgasms.
I'm just literally saying exactly what Rollo Tomasi
But is that
said.
what you subscribe to? I'm not shooting the messenger. If that's what you
I'm
subscribe to, then
I'm
I'm
saying
not shooting the
that what
messenger.
Rollo says, who's the godfather of the red pill, who has red pilled the most people, who Myron Gaines, who sits there and talks all the time about the red pill on his show, he says the godfather, who I learned this from, is Rollo Tomasi and reading The Rational Male. That's what I'm saying. So in general, even Pearl, Myron, the biggest speakers will all say what I just said. What it is. It's a praxeology.
So do you think
it's a
that or no?
descriptor of nature.
He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. I don't think he was looking for a debate. I don't think he was expecting a debate. And I don't think he was expecting this girl to come in as strong as she did, because she went in pretty aggressive there. Like, I mean, she has a fairly soothing voice and an easy to look at face, but her vocal tonality and her facial expressions ruin it. So there's kind of a red pill. Like if she were like smiling and pleasant and, had a bubbly personality and she was still saying the same things that she's saying, she would get a totally different reaction out of the person she's talking to. And dudes might even simp for her a little bit, but she's like aggressive and it's kind of like a almost like masculine frame that she has.
I didn't hear you.
Do you think that or no?
Oh, you see that look she gave him?
What they say it is, because they're the creators of it.
Watch that. Look at that. Look at the look on her face. Like, hold on.
I go with what they say it is because they're the creators of it.
So you think that? So you are literally just going to believe whatever they say, because you realize that doesn't mean anything.
I didn't create the red pill. That wasn't my creation. It was Rollo Tomasi and a bunch of other people. If I was the one that was like, "Hey guys,"
she's like rolling her eyes, like basically,
guys,
she understands she's about to, she's got him on the retreat heavily. So he could win this debate just by answering the question. Like if he just answered it honestly, and he knows the answer because he sort of already said it, but he didn't say it strong enough. So she's just like pushing. She keeps pushing at him.
I'm going to make the red pill and I want it to mean this, then yeah, we would go with what my opinion is of it. But who gives a shit about my opinion? I'm just Sergio.
Okay, so what is this?
Wow, see, that's a terrible strategy. He said, he said, my opinion doesn't matter. No. You would be better off, even if you're wrong, saying, this is what it fucking is. And this is what it is because I fucking said so. What do you got to say about that? And then she'd be like, whoa. But at least, you go full like Donald Trump mode where it's like, at least you're dominating the conversation. You know what I mean? That's what he should have done there.
What is in your incredible studies, what is what they would explain outside of ontological nature, because that is a broad thing that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
it seems like you don't really understand what they're even saying then.
Evolutionary psychology is the best thing, but evolutionary psychology is multiple things. You have to look at anthropology, you have to look at biology, you have to look at sociology.
Okay, so
all the evolutionary psychology books I read
you're
are
just
about
listing things. Like, do you think that I could actually make any actual like life choices based off of what? Like, you're not saying anything.
Like I know I'm giving you, I'm teaching you right now. I'm literally giving you a lesson.
But you're also saying that you don't even believe.
Okay, I don't think, I'm not sure if she's having a good faith debate. She is winning the debate. Don't know if she's good faith or if she just has firm beliefs about this or not. I don't know anything about the way she thinks or whatever. But if he were just to answer this and just say something like, it's a study of intersexual dynamics that's a little bit too hot, it's a little bit too heated to be had in mainstream academia. So it's a place where mostly men, but women are also welcome, where people can swap notes, be honest, and figure out a thing or two about intersexual dynamics that we can't learn in school. You know, why is it the dumbass that never took a psychology class in his life, that can't do fucking any type of advanced math, has a shitty education, but for some fucking reason, women suck his dick all the time? What's going on here? Like, this guy seems to have nothing going on, but women suck his dick. And then you've got another guy, does everything right. Women don't suck his dick. What the fuck is going on here? How do we get to the bottom of this? We don't have to be that vulgar. Okay. Surely, you know, if he were to control the frame of the conversation and ask her if she's dating anybody, she answers yes, no. Okay. You have an ex? Yes, no. Why didn't it work out? Okay. What are you attracted to in a man? Okay. What are the traits that your ex had? Did he have those traits? You know, then all of a sudden she could understand where the red pill is coming from, because she'd be, oh, okay, you can start to connect the dots. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. You know, all men are like that. All women are like that. Intersexual dynamics are like that. Okay.
That because it's just what somebody else told you. Are you religious?
Yeah, I am religious.
Would you consider red pill a religion?
Okay. Bad. Okay. He could have won this. He should be winning this because he's right and he has the answers. I bet you he's a gentleman and he doesn't want to be rude to a woman. And he's trying to hold his composure and not be. But when she asked him what the red pill was, he couldn't answer it. Couldn't directly answer it. But when she asked him if he was religious, he immediately said yes. So this is a tactic that debaters will use to make you look inconsistent and make you look weaker than you really are. So they will, okay. So it makes it look like he's backpedaling when really he's not. Like, he didn't have the direct answer because there's not a direct answer. What is the red pill? I mean, if you ask 4 different people, you might get 4 different answers, right? And he doesn't claim to be red pill. He just, you know, collaborates with red pillers and whatnot. So, you know, he didn't have the answer, but she pressed him on it and it made him look like he was like scared to answer or something. And it was just a bad look. And then she asked the religion question, boom, he answers it right away. Okay. Inconsistencies here. You know, that's what the viewer is seeing when they're watching. And it makes it just look like he's dancing around questions. But I think, like, based on what he was saying, like he started to have the right answer. Like he was coming in like, and he could have slaughtered this debate. And I don't know why he didn't.
No.
Because it seems to me that the way that you're explaining it is very religion based.
No, actually, it's the opposite of that. It's
Really?
Religion based. So religion is based on faith, because, you know, regardless of whatever religion you take a part in, it's very difficult to prove things. Like, you might be able to prove some historical facts, but for the majority of all religions, it's just based on faith. You believe that something is the way it is, and you have faith that it is that way. And, you know, kind of everything happens for a reason type of deal, and be faithful and be loyal. So that's what religion is. I'm not sure how she's relating his answers to religion. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
it's written in pencil. It can be changed based off of if a new study came out tomorrow. I
Okay,
would
yeah,
be
you
reading
know what I
that
wrote
study
at?
too.
Ontological nature. Yes. You know what? So you're saying if Rollo Tomasi, do you just believe in, do you praise him as a king? Like, do you think Rollo Tomasi is a prophet, where if he tells you tomorrow that being red pilled means that you are the most staunch feminist possible?
Rollo is kind of a king. I'm not going to lie. I know a lot of people don't like him, but long before he came to YouTube, believe it or not, I was on YouTube for like 5 years spitting manosphere stuff before Rollo was even on YouTube. You wouldn't think now because he blew up so much, but even back then, people would talk about the rational male. Like I would always hear people quoting the rational male. He had this book he had written. It's this, it's this really popular book. You got to check this out. It's called The Rational Male. And everybody from the, the pickup artists to the MGTOWs to, all the manosphere people, everybody was talking about this book and how great this book was. And then he kind of came on the scene and, he had a big buzz when he first came on. He's still big now, but Rollo has cemented his spot as, he's an established author, YouTuber, social media personality. He's an established figure in the space for sure. If there's a Mount Rushmore, he's first ballot fucking on there. No doubt about it. No question. If you were to make a manosphere Mount Rushmore, Rollo Tomasi is the first person that you put on there. No question. I don't even know who the other three would be, but Rollo's definitely on there. So I know it's the manosphere and a lot of people want to hate on it, but look, it's popular for a reason. You got all the mainstream outlets talking about it. Fucking Candace Owens, fucking 21 Jumper, Adam 22, 21 Jumper. What the fuck? No Jumper, Adam 22. Fucking Dr. Phil. It's all over the place. Steven Crowder. Everybody talks like it's popular. Everybody wants a piece of that cake. I mean, there's no shame in it at this point.
And you will not even like go near a woman with your dick, and you will only lick pussy. That like, and you will bow down to them constantly. Would you then think that was red pill?
No, because it's been the same definition from the start.
No, you're saying it's just what he said. It is.
I do vow to never go near a woman with my dick and only lick pussy for the rest of my life.
Has not been. You literally just said
you
it's
sound so
opposite.
retarded.
I'm revoking that vow. Done. I'm smashing.
Right now, it's hilarious.
It's amazing that you would say that, because you said that it's written in pencil, so it could be changeable. And I'm giving you
because there's new studies that come out every day. That's how science works. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Of course. So you're saying, wait, can it be changed or can it not be changed? Is it not based
What
off
is
of science?
what is the scientific method?
Is it not able to be based off of science? Do you just believe what somebody says, or we are talking about science?
Do you know what the scientific method is?
You have to make an actual.
He's right, though. He's right. It does change. The problem is she has the dominant position and he's on the defense and she's grilling him. So, pretty much every phase of this, she's been in the dominant position. So it makes it look like he's losing, but yeah, it is changing. It does change all the time. When you're talking about psychology and intersexual dynamics and people's personalities and, patterns that happen and sex drives and hormones and endorphins and oxytocin and social circles and dominance hierarchies, things change. I mean, there's some things that are set in stone and they always stay the same, but a lot of times you get conflicting results. Studies bring conflicting results. So yeah, that's the way science works. And I'm not saying that the red pill is a science, but it is a study And anytime you're looking at studies, there's going to be, inconsistencies, you could say, especially when you have a large group to pull from.
Claim.
I mean, no,
Please
you need
answer.
to tell me, like, what is the scientific
No,
method?
I need to know what you're talking about. Are we talking about science, or are you talking about, like, you're just going to listen to whatever Rollo Tomasi says?
No, I'm asking, do you understand what the scientific method
I'm
is?
not going to move off this.
Because you need to kind of understand what a hypothesis is. You need to
No,
understand
I
how we
don't. For
test
this
for
question, I
things.
don't think that you need
You
to
need to
understand.
understand how we come up with
I think
theories.
you're running away from what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
because
asking, are
because
you
this
just
is
going
a
to go with what Rollo Tomasi says and Pearl Davis says, or do you actually like have any scientific vetting for this?
just so you.
So sadly, he set her up to have this argument, because when she asked him specifically what his answer was, he did technically deflect by saying Rollo Tomasi says it's this, or Fresh and Fit says it's this, or whatever, when he should have just said, well, here's what I think it is. I can't answer for anybody but myself, and it's not in the dictionary. There's no solidified definition of what it means, but this is my interpretation of what it is. And what would her response be? Oh, okay. At least it educates her on where you're coming from. So, and it gives you solid grounding moving forward in the debate, where now she's just pushing to where, what are these your gods? And you just believe whatever they say and, blah, blah, blah. But he shouldn't have gave her that ammunition. He could be winning this debate.
So this is going to take a nuanced take. I know that it's going to be hard for your small woman pea brain, but you're going to have to make it a.
Oh, whoa. I mean, so there's a time and a place for ad hominem attacks. And is ad hominem a word? Ad hominems? There's a time and a place for ad hominems, personal attacks. But typically, when you're on the defense in a debate and it's sort of, you're on the ropes and you're resorting to ad hominems, you probably lost the debate. You know what I mean? That's usually how that works. So it's not a good look.
A little bit bigger right now for you to understand what we're going to talk about.
You realize you're not engaging in anything I'm saying.
Why do I have to engage with stupid shit that you're saying?
Because
you're not even saying anything that makes sense.
Shit,
you literally
if you
sound
think
like a
stupid
retard.
shit is stupid, you should be able to engage with it and then defeat it. Where you're not trying to engage with it at all. It makes you look.
This is right. Okay, so you want a red pill. You want a red pill on what we're watching here? This could be flipped around to him. I don't want to, like, in case she watches it, she could be very intrigued down below, if you know what I mean. If he just dominated, like she's poking him and it's like, be a man, be fucking masculine. Come back at me. Don't backpedal. Don't dance around questions. Be a man. And then he would be like satisfying her desire to, like, she wants to bring out the masculine, badass, sexual masculinity out of this guy. He should have given it to her.
Look really fucking
You're
dumb,
defeating
dude.
yourself. You're beating yourself up right now.
Wow. Oh,
you
I'm
literally look like a retard right now. Anybody who's watching this right now is like, is this bitch just going to spurg out for the next fucking hour?
I'm sorry. Like, do you know what? The last hour? I've been here for about like 10 minutes.
No, I'm saying we're trying to predict what you're going to do. You're just going to spurg for an hour? Like, what are you going to do?
You just said that I was here for the last hour?
No, I said, are you going to spurg for an hour? You need to rewind it.
I don't know what spurging. Maybe I misheard.
Are you going to take a breath? Are you good? Did you breathe a little? Are you okay?
Are you fucking serious right now?
As long as you guys are okay with continuing, I'll keep letting it go. Unless you want me to stop, I will.
You know what? I would like it to continue, but I would like to continue by, I'm just going to sit here and see what he's going to say.
Okay. I'll put myself back out, but if I need to step back in or anything, just keep it fair.
I mean, there's nothing to say. You're kind of stupid. You don't even know what evolutionary psychology is. You don't know what anthropology is, probably. You probably don't know what the rest of us
Did I say anything that would imply that?
Yeah, because you don't know about you don't know what red pill is, and that's what it is. So yeah, you don't know about those things.
So why can't you tell me about it? Do you think that
Which
who was
one
the
do you want to know
stupider
about? What do you
one?
want to know about? You want to know
The
about
one
mixed-race
that
shopping?
no.
Like
Wait,
what? Like which stat do you want to know about?
Let me ask you a hypothetical here. If you're an expert on a particular subject and you feel strongly about it and you engage with it constantly, and it's something that you potentially subscribe to, do you think that the person who, when asked about that subject, cannot answer is the dumb one, or the person that is asking the question about it is the dumb
What have
one?
I not answered? You sound stupid.
What
What have I
is
not answered?
red pill?
Evolutionary psychology. I've answered it
So you would
multiple
just say
times.
directly, that's not, you did not answer that it was evolutionary psychology multiple times.
I gave you the easiest answer the
Okay.
very first time. The very first time I gave you the easiest
Well,
one-word
if-
answer, but
if-
you
if
wanted me to
the-
expand. Hold on, shut the fuck up. You wanted me to expand on it, so I expanded on it. What else do you want to know?
You didn't give me that, but that's fine.
I did. I gave you the
Psychology?
exact thing. I gave it.
He kind of did. He had a good chance. If he would have, like, from the get-go, if he would have said, it's basically a study of what do you say, psychology. That was his definition, evolutionary psychology. If he were to say it's basically a study of evolutionary psychology, I mean, that's probably not how I would define it, but it's not necessarily the wrong answer. So he could have said it's basically a study of evolutionary psychology, and then like the best thing he could have did was said it's a study of evolutionary psychology, but it gets a little hot. You know, it's stuff that's a little bit too heated to talk about in mainstream academia, mainstream psychology. You're not going to learn about it in high school or college. It's something that it's just more vulgar. It's more X-rated. It's more R-rated. So we have to talk about it in other places. And then, you know, I think she probably would have had an understanding. Then she would say, give me an example. And then he could say, all women are like that. She'd be like, wait. That's fucked up. All women are like that. And you say, yeah, all plants are like that. All plants are like that. Yeah. All plants need water. They need sun. You know, you got to take care of plants. If you don't take care of plants, they don't make it. They're not fruitful. All women are like that. You don't treat them a certain way, behave a certain way, conduct yourself a certain way. If you're not a certain type of guy, guess what? That relationship's not going to be fruitful. And that's just the way it is. It's not a bad thing. It's not hateful. It's none of that.
To
so
you
what
as
does that
simple as
mean to
one
you?
word,
That's fine.
and then
That's
I
fine.
expanded it
What does
for
that
you.
mean to you? What does that mean to you?
It doesn't have to mean anything to me. What does it mean to you? That was a dumb question.
It
Are
doesn't
you
have to
even
mean
like
anything.
what's your IQ? This is insane.
Okay, you are just boring. Yeah, I'm done. We can
Yeah,
move
you
on.
don't know how to ask questions. Like ask a
That's
real
bad
question.
face, fucking annoying, pathetic bullshit, dude.
How
Sorry,
does that make you
Sergio.
feel?
I hope
Are
that
we in
you
a
know that you look
therapy
like a
session? Is
fucking
this a question and
retard.
answer? Is this
I'm
therapy
sorry.
or
I'm
question and
sorry.
answer?
Sergio there got defensive and didn't answer any of Nina's. I don't know if that's the way you pronounce your name. I apologize.
Nina, yes.
Yeah, you kind of fucked it up. She got you back to the wall. You fucked it up. You kept like you would attack her instead of answering the question. So I give this one to Nina. So
She attacked first. I don't attack people unless they attack
I
me
asked
first.
the question.
I'm very-
I know
Go
asking
rewind the
questions is
tape.
hard
Go
for-
rewind the
She
tape.
was
I don't
attacked.
attack.
She initiated the debate because she has a strong belief system that the red pill is bad. Red pill bad. And she is somebody that is very passionate about debating against it. So she engaged in a debate and he accepted the debate. And I don't think there were any attacks until he called her stupid. I'll be honest. Who won the debate? Like when you're from an ideological perspective, from a who was right and who was wrong, he won the debate because he was in the right. He was right about his argument, but that's not how we gauge winners of debates. You know, you don't have to have the right information. You have to be right to win a debate. You just have to win the debate. So if that was a debate, which I don't know if it was, I don't think it was on the record, just a skirmish, but you'd have to give the W to her.
Well, let's say
Your
attack me first.
concept.
All right. I think that's the end of that. That was somewhat interesting. And Franco Samuel, the most beta thing you can do is say wrong, but not even explain why I'm wrong. That's how fallacies are constructed. So just because you don't like it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. I mean, people on the people win debates all the time. You see, like, I mean, political debates, you see shitty politicians win debates all the time. You see lawyers help guilty people get free just because they're fucking master debaters. I don't care if you're a lawyer. Nobody cares. See, there debates wouldn't have to be had. Yeah, peace. Get out of here. All right. No, I mean, he said, or I said, you don't have to be in the right to win a debate. If you had to be in the right to win a debate, then the debate would never have to be had. You would just look at the stats, look at the facts, and you would say, okay, well, that settles it. But you have a debate because it's two ideologies clashing, and there's all sorts of different sets of facts and stats. And whoever presents the stronger argument wins the debate. Does that mean they're right? Not necessarily. You know, I know that. Got Master Yoda coming on. You know, you can know that there's a need for calculus. And then you can go into a debate, and the person you're debating can be like, "Well, explain calculus," and you don't understand calculus. You just know there's a need for it. Doesn't make you wrong, but they're gonna slaughter you in a debate because you just don't have the skills to win that debate. All right. What is calculus? Jared Meza. When you read Jared Meza's comments, you have to read them like, all red pill dudes don't have college degrees on evolutionary psychology. The lawyer is right. Master Yoda, what's going on?
G'day, how you going? I'm good. Yeah, I've locked horns with that Sergio guy. Yeah, he doesn't like black pillars, that's for sure. But just yeah, there was a debate. I don't know if you saw it. Sarah and Ashley had a debate with I think Alex playing with fire and some other guys, and it was a complete shit show. All they could do was just debate about nothing. The debate just went in circles. So I don't, not sure if you remember seeing that one, but yeah, as for that Sergio guy, yeah, he's yeah, I don't particularly like the guy. I think he's got a bit of a god complex. He always thinks he's right. That evolutionary psychology, as I understand it, just basically a study of human behavior. That's all that is.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what the red pill is too. But so the you know, as you know, you're black pilled, and you probably don't firmly agree with the red pill. You probably disagree with a lot of the red pill, actually. But so the black pill acknowledges basically sexual attraction, sort of like the focal point of what the black pill is if you're sexually attractive, well, life's going to be pretty easy. Dating is going to be pretty easy. The red pill goes into to more details. It says, yeah, sexual attraction matters, looks matter, but behaviors also matter. You know, there's
absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and so it just goes more into detail about that. And just like the black pill, it's not there's no definition of it. It's basically guys getting together and swapping notes. So if you go on a stream where you have a lot of black pilled people, they're basically coming in and they're sharing their experiences. And, you know, it's like they're coming up with their conclusions based on their own experiences, but they're just coming together and swapping notes and sort of studying, you know, different intersexual dynamics together, right? Like it's kind of the same thing. It's just the red pill gets into a different, you know, like goes down a few different paths than the black pill. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, that's true. You mentioned about behaviors. Yeah, look, I mean, even if you can attract a woman with your looks, if you behave in a creepy manner or give off that creepy vibe, you will repel her. You know what I mean? So we us black pills understand that as well.
Yeah. Well, there is a looks threshold for sure. Absolutely. Like if a woman is not physically attracted to you, chances of her allowing you to get close enough to even show your behaviors or show your how much of an alpha you are slim to none. Right? You have to get your foot in the door first. But if you are good looking and you get your foot in the door, you can still fuck it up.
Absolutely. Look, many years ago, I used to be on a forum called PUA Hate, and I was conversing with one of the other members there, and he told me he knew this Chad guy. This Chad was 6'4", and he was a rugby player. He played rugby union. Very good-looking guy. He was so good-looking that women would approach him. But the problem with this guy was that he couldn't read female body language. Like the women would say to him, "Oh, can you come back to my place and help me with my gardening?" Now she didn't actually mean that. She meant, you know, come back to my place and, you know, let's have some bedroom fun. But he took that literally. He thought, oh, and he said, "Oh, look, I'm sorry, I can't help. I don't know much about gardening." And you would, as you said, you'd fuck it up. Pardon my language, but you know, yeah. So yeah, so even if you are a good-looking guy, if you don't know how to read female body language, or if you behave in a creepy manner, you will turn her off.
Yeah, for sure.
I acknowledge that.
Yeah. So what's new with Master Yoda?
Oh, sorry, ask me. No, nothing much.
What? Not much.
No.
It's been a little while since I've spoke to you.
Yeah, no, I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
Good deal.
Yeah, occasionally I see my favourite mature age ladies of the night, and they take care of me. So I look after me.
Good deal.
Yeah, I've spoken to some guys from America, and I know it's pay for play is illegal over there, but they said that a lot of the sex workers over there they tend to treat ugly clients very poorly. That's what they've told me. I mean, I've experience a lot of that. I mean, even though I'm, I suppose, what you call sub 3, a lot of the many of the attractive hookers have treated me very well. So
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't do the
yeah, I understand that.
I don't do the escort stuff.
Well, you don't need to.
Yeah, well, it's illegal here, but I would imagine like I think that's probably the difference. So if it's legal, then women want to provide a good service and have good reviews and have return customers.
That's right, exactly.
But if it's illegal, like if I personally, if I were to have an escort come over and, you know, like what's going to happen? She's probably going to get there and I'm going to have to pay her, right? I could pay her and she could just like leave. And it's not like I could like call the cops and be like, this girl took my money, you
That's
know,
right. Yeah.
because it's illegal on both ends. Like everything about the situation's illegal. So, you know, whatever. So I think it's just like a black market. I don't know. It's just a situation where it's not, I don't know. They don't have any incentives of like providing a good service.
That's right, because there's no competition.
Yeah.
There's not much competition. Yeah, look, I feel sorry for a lot of. I mean, in America, the level of sexual frustration must be through the roof. Must be through the absolute roof.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's a tough situation. I really feel for guys in the States. Very tough. Very, very tough. And dating's getting harder and harder. And I don't know if you remember there was a thing. I think CNN put out a story that I think of all American men aged between the ages of 18 to 29, I think 63% of them are single. That's horrendous.
Between what age?
I think between 18 and 29 of young men in America reported as being single. I believe it.
Yeah, 100%. I believe it too. Well, there's a lot of factors going on there as well, because I mean, you have dudes that have a lot of options. Like you have dudes that are total chads that just choose to be single because they can hook up with a lot of women.
Yeah,
yeah. And then you have other guys that just can't get it at all. But I mean, in this day and age, there's almost like there's very little incentive to be in a long-term relationship. I mean, for anybody, and for men, there's a lot of risk, a lot of legal risk going on there.
For sure. I mean, look, if you look at the family court system there in America, and it's not that much better here in Australia as well, but particularly in America. Yeah, I mean, I saw there's a very good documentary on YouTube called Divorce Corp USA. It goes for about an hour and a half. Oh my God, it was very scathing, and it just revealed all the corruption in the family court system. It was horrendous. Yeah, but even women got screwed over too. Although it's mostly men in this documentary, even some women got screwed over in the courts. So
Yeah.
it's a very, very powerful documentary. I was shocked, but yeah, it's. But in America, is your family court system state based? Like, so for example, someone getting divorced in New York would face different laws. So if they're getting divorced in Louisiana or whatever US state they come from, is that how it works over there?
Yeah. Yeah, it does go by state, but pretty much all the states are the same. Like if you go to the most harsh state, which is probably New York or maybe California, versus like one of the least harsh states like Oklahoma or Texas, it's just, I mean, they're pretty similar. It's pretty much the same. Like you're dealing with the same exact issues. It's just some states are more feminist than others, I suppose. So I don't know. But you're still going to go through the child support, the alimony, and the lawyers get paid by the hour. And most lawyers charge like divorce attorneys, probably like over $1,000 an hour. So,
wow, Jesus.
Yeah. So, I mean, but usually appointments with lawyers aren't very long. They're like 20 minutes or some shit like that. And they just count it as an hour. but you'll meet with them like 2 or 3 times a month. And, you know, it racks up. And then usually the husband has to pay all of the fees once it's all said and done for both sides, his attorney and his wife's.
I
That's
think the
terrible.
going rate is usually like $250 to $350 in an hour.
Really?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you're paying $1,000 an hour if you've got like if you're a high profile type of divorce, you know, like you're a millionaire and things like that, and you've got a lot at stake. But like the going rates somewhere between 250 to 350. 350 is on the high end.
Mine charges $750 an hour, and I mean I've only had to use them a couple of times, like a DUI that I had, and then there's like a couple other like YouTube related things that I checked in with them for.
Mhm.
$750 every time.
Damn. Like,
Yeah.
is he part of a big firm?
No, I mean he has his own. What do you call
Like,
it? A practice, or is that a medical term?
yeah, no, his own practice or his own firm.
Yeah.
Like he's running solo and maybe just has a paralegal or a secretary, like a legal secretary doing the grunt work.
Yeah.
Wow,
That.
that's really high end. Um, I mean, and we're East Coast where everything's, you know, super expensive out here. So, but yeah, my lawyer was, I think, like I think it was like somewhere between 250. I want to say it was like 300 an hour or something like that. But and then they also charge by increments of like a tenth of an hour. So if it's just something as simple as them sending you an email or calling you real quick, they'll charge you for that. And then if the paralegal can do the work, they'll charge you a lower rate, like 125 for the paralegal. So it just depends on I mean, for a DUI, that seems, you know, like for that type of lawyer, that seems incredibly expensive.
Yeah,
Um,
I had to pay a retainer fee of $1,500 because it was like,
that's not bad.
yeah, well, it was like $750. I think was like it's almost like a down payment, like for you know what I mean? It's like weird.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
but he charged me for the first hour too, so it was like $1,500.
And then it
So
was
that was
gone.
yeah. But then I met him 2 other times, and it was $750 each time.
I feel like you kinda got duped. I would have done a little shopping around for that one. I mean, in a DUI, you know, especially if it was your first one, like, that's not too hard to battle in court, you
Yeah,
know?
I could have got a court-appointed attorney and saved like thousands, but
Yeah.
I freaked out. Hey, when you go to jail, and I mean, the whole experience was strange because I'd only been to jail one time before, and it was in Myrtle Beach, and that jail wasn't bad because like they put you in there and then you're out the next day and they just want like $500 or something. Hold on real quick. QB Passport flexing with the 199 super chat. LFA Smash can't stop talking about me. Lol cow. Yeah, you know, what's he talking about? Your situation. We actually we watched one of your latest videos there when you had the issue with the girls that robbed you. We were worried about you. Sarah actually messaged me on IG talking about, yo, I think QB might like something happened to him. And we were like, holy shit, is he still alive? And turns out you're still alive. So that's a good thing. Anyways, if you want to call in and chop it up with us, feel free to click that there link.
Oh, I did wanna tell you, I, reached out to Sergio and let him know you were going over his little spat with Nina, and, he couldn't pop on tonight, but he did say he would wanna reach out to you and, maybe, set something up for this week or something, if you would be interested in that. I think you guys would actually have a really great conversation.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think it would be good. I think, you know, LFA has a really good take, and, he's very well
I know.
grounded in perspectives of the red pill, blue pill, black pill concepts. And I think with Sergio being a little more nonchalant in that arena, I think it would actually be a really great conversation to kind of level it out.
Yeah, I think he's more of like he's a podcaster.
Uh-huh.
He's not necessarily like an ideological, you know, like he's not like a philosopher of
No,
sorts.
not at all.
He's just, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, what was I? Lawyers, attorneys.
Yeah, you were
No, yeah,
talking about
I
the
freaked out when I
DUI.
got my DUI because I had never had this sort of a jail experience. So I get pulled over and like they like beat the shit out of me because I was being mouthy and like they really fucking roughed me up. They put me in the drunk tank. I wasn't even drunk, but I was in there with all the drunks. And they like I got in an argument with somebody in there. I was in a really shitty mood. Like I was really mad about some things. And then they threw me in like the isolation thing where there was literally some dude that had burnt his like baby mother's house down with the kid and the mom in it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like he was total psycho. So I'm in there with this guy and I'm like, this guy's totally fucked in his head. And I had to spend like hours in there, like just me and him. And I don't want to talk to this guy. I don't want to look at him. He's just like a total weirdo. And then they give me the orange suit, take me in the back room. And it's like, it's just so fucked up because like the whole experience is there's like 2 female officers and 2 male officers. And they're like, take your clothes off. And I'm just like, really? I'm like, and we're like the same age too. It's like we might have went to fucking high school together. You guys are really gonna make me do this
that's
shit.
so weird.
I went to high school in Ohio, so we didn't go to high school together. But
Oh,
anyways, but it was like, come on, this is fucking weird. What are you guys doing here?
did they
And
search you?
so yeah, then I stripped down, put on the orange outfit, and then I'm like in jail for like a day. And then I finally had somebody pay my I forget what it's called, a bondsman.
Like a bail bond?
Yeah. And then they got me out and then I was freaking out. Like, I don't know. So I just got an attorney. I had money saved up, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I wanted the comfort of having a good lawyer that would take care of
Mhm.
everything for me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And if you go based off of the ones that are given to you by the court system, if you can't afford one, number one, you have to apply for it. So you have to prove that you can't afford a lawyer on your own. And that would be a lot of work in and of itself. And then additionally, like they've got a caseload from here to high heaven because they're taking on everybody else who can't afford a lawyer,
yeah.
so it's you're not going to be first priority on their list. You're not, you get what you pay for. So if you're not paying anything, it's you're not going to, unfortunately, they don't have the time or capacity to give you what.
Yeah. I think a DUI is pretty textbook though.
Mhm.
It's kind of like your first DUI, as long as it wasn't like aggravated and nobody died or anything like that, then it's pretty much like it's the same thing. They have a blueprint for everybody. Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Real quick. Dylan the Islander says, LFA, I'm currently at Target. Any quick lines I can say to Cougars shopping for throw pillows over here? Sarah, Yoda, what say you? Well, Sarah, Dylan is several years younger than you. If you happen to be walking at Target and Dylan the Islander is swinging past, what would you want him to say to you?
So he should ask for her decorative opinion. So basically, hold up a pillow, and if there's a pretty girl walking by, say, "Excuse me, can I ask for your help on this?" And she's gonna say, "Okay." I've got like the room color is like a off white and it's beigey, and my theme colors are this, and I'm just trying to go between this pillow or that pillow. Should I go bright? Should I go pastel? Should I go, and God, she'll probably be like all over it. Like she'll mom you on that one. So that's what I would do.
There you go. Dylan, give that a try. Yoda, you have any advice for him?
Oh, I don't think pickup lines work. I don't know. Is that woman giving you indicators of interest? Is she giving you the green light for you to approach her? If she's not, I don't think it's a very good idea. No. So I don't believe in pickup lines. They don't work.
What if he's a Giga Chad?
Well, yeah, then that probably would work. Yeah, then it would work. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
If she keeps helping with the pillows, then move on to curtains too. You'll get her in there for a whole hour, and then she'll be like, then you got to get these fake plants to match it. Then we got to do this. Then we got to do that. Be good.
But how's he going to escalate it to, get it to carry on beyond target?
He should be like, I almost feel like I need to send you a picture later, and because I need to know how to put them in place. Like, I think I want to trade numbers with you so that I can ask for your guidance, and maybe we can FaceTime so you can walk me through it or tell me how to put the pillows.
What if she says, you seem cool, but I don't give my number to strangers?
All right. Well, maybe we can hit up on IG, and I'll post some pictures later, and you can let me know what you think. I don't know.
I don't
I
use
think
IG.
I think once they say I don't use this or I don't give up my number, I think you let it go. I think you shouldn't
Just
keep pushing.
club
But
her on the head and pull her into a cave.
ugh, ugh. That
Hold
would be
on.
perfect. How would the tomato decorate? We wouldn't need anything in there, trust me. I'm not worried about it. Could be empty walls, it wouldn't matter. We'd have to share a studio room, though. How are we gonna do that?
I don't know.
Do we just work our streams around each other to where I have to let you stream on one night and I stream on another night?
No, we just set up a podcast.
Oh, we could just do it together.
Yeah, put two different camera angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be fun. The LFA and tomato have merged. That would be cool.
Yeah. So what led to that debate on your stream? So I was like, I watched little bits and pieces of it early on.
Mm-hmm.
I think Alex was on there when I was watching it. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I don't remember, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's all one show.
And then like I stopped and I came back, and that's when right when that girl came on and they started debating.
Yeah, it was actually quite an interesting panel. I loved how it went in several different directions in a good way, especially when the vinyl community tapped in and they did a whole record review, and it was great. But the debate obviously happened on Ashley's stream the prior Tuesday. But then by that Thursday night, sometime after I streamed, I think it was the Girl Talk one, Ashley had gone over to Greg's stream with Alex, and they started kind of talking smack about the debate that happened, and it pissed, how they were pissed at Andrew and yada yada yada. And then some drama came from that, and Andrew streamed about it the next day, how he was done with Alex and Ashley and would never work with them again, and it was just turned into a saga. So I was covering the debate debacle, not only getting down to the nitty-gritties of the technicalities in the debate that were off and why Andrew was right the way he was saying it, I don't have to answer this question, and here's why. I was kind of going over the technicalities of that, and then the drama that ensued, because of all of this, because it was such a big mess that it just turned into a shit show, not only just in the debate, but post-debate as well.
Yeah, I don't know that much about Andrew. I've just seen little things. I don't watch the big podcasts whatever, and I know he's done some of the bigger podcasts. I know he did whatever. He was on Michael Sartain and Rulo's show a couple nights ago. But he seems to do that every time.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely his, he calls himself a blood sport debater.
Mm-hmm.
And it is his style. And all it takes is for you to miss a technicality or start getting frustrated, and he'll go straight into ad hominem. And it's definitely his style of debating. Now, he's a very, very good debater. He knows the logistics in and out of a debate and how to do it properly. And he's also very wise. It would be very hard to put him into a corner because he always covers all of his angles before he even comes on. So I think it's definitely that's him. That's his channel, and that's what he feeds off of, and that's where he does very well. But I think that in that moment, I think he should have, kind of actually given the handicap to Alex and Ashley and actually elaborated and explained it, why he didn't have to answer it because of the technicality behind the debate concept, like the logistics of one. So
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that, and I'm interested to see how it would have went if Ashley and Alex would have said, okay, let's just debate the red pill. Let's not debate content creators. Let's just debate the idea, because I can't speak for any content creators, neither can you. So let's just debate the idea. And it would have been interesting to see how he would have shifted.
They kind of tried to do that, but because they weren't making the claims, and this is where the technicality came in, they weren't making the harmful claims because their initial concept was, content creators, red pill content creators are bad for they do more harm than good. Then if we shifted that, it was like, okay, now it's red pill, but they weren't laying a claim. And a claim would have been something along the lines of like, marriage has decreased across the country and men aren't wanting to get married because of red pill concepts. And then you would have backed that up with, these influence. You could have brought it back to the content creators by saying, because these influencers are pushing this data and this agenda and this narrative, it's pushing them into, but they weren't laying that claim. They were just laying the claim red pill is harmful. That's not a claim.
Right. Grouping everybody into the same category and
Mhm.
saying if one of them's harmful, then it's all harmful,
Mhm.
which that makes more sense of why, because the little bit that I caught, he said, what was he saying? He was making comparisons like, I don't know. Yeah. But he didn't want to, speak for other red pill content creators because I don't like, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, it like, it didn't make sense. The debate didn't make sense to begin with.
Mhm.
So
No.
like, I kind
And
of
then
understood where he was coming from, but I think they wanted to have a high level conversation.
yeah.
So there's a difference between like just strictly a debate. Like if Ben Shapiro debates a liberal, it's like, it's hardcore. They're debating ideas. They're bringing in stats and facts and all that stuff. And it's a debate,
Mhm.
but typically when friends are debating, it's more of a high level conversation, like,
Right.
expressing your opinions and your beliefs and why you feel that way and kind of just having a conversation. And I think
Right.
that's what Ashley prepared for. And that's what
I think
Alex.
I think she definitely took it very seriously. She was very focused on it. She did a lot of work for it. Like it could have been there's other debates I've seen her go into where she's just like, whatever, I'll just show up to that one. But this one, she was, her and Alex were talking for hours and prepping and preparing for stuff. And, I think she took this one very seriously. But I think that their frustrations were getting the best of them, and Andrew wasn't helping at all by provoking it, so it just, and unfortunately, like, I didn't understand what Andrew was doing until I went back and rewatched. I was like, "Oh, I get it. Like, I see what he's saying," and I could have stopped it and given the handicap, and said, "Here's why he's saying this. Here's what so unfortunately, it was just crappy all around, but I think had Andrew not provoked it and Ashley and Alex would have been able to, like, take a step back, breathe, and come into it with a better, like, a more open conversation, like, "Okay, we're not gonna do this, let's do that." But everybody was just flustered, and I think had it not gone that way, then it would have been a really high level conversation. They could have absolutely talked about content creators. They could have talked about red pill. They could have talked about that and the influence and what it's doing to society or the potential harm or even the harms that are done. But unfortunately, Andrew was very set on the debate. Ashley was very set on doing the debate as well. And so because they weren't getting anywhere with it and they were just butting heads, it just led to a big mess.
Yeah.
Jeff Thornburg. Brrr. There you go,
What?
Jeff. That one's for you. He
Oh,
he
what's he
commented a little
saying?
further up saying, "Purr like a cougar for us."
Sophie, what's going on?
Hi,
Hello.
I'm just listening.
Okay.
But
That's cool. Uh,
How have you been, Sophie?
I'm fine. Have you been, Sarah?
I've been doing well. What time is it there for you? I know it's later,
Yeah,
maybe like
it's
6
1
hours.
1 a.m. It's
Oh
not
my
too
goodness.
late.
On a
One.
Sunday night.
Yeah,
Do you
I
have
have day off tomorrow, so it's
Oh,
okay.
nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's not late for her. She'll stay up till like 4.
I couldn't do
Not
it, man.
not always, but I can also stay up until I want.
Dylan the Islander says, Sophie, do they have Targets over there?
I'm alone, as always.
Do they have a Target store?
What's that?
Never mind, it's a store. So Dylan is at a store and he wants to approach some girls. And he wants some girls' opinions of what he should say when he approaches. You have any opinions for him? If you were at the shopping mall and Dylan was there, what would you want him to say to you?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I wrote already. If a girl watches you, you should look back sexy and smile. And look what is happening.
Look sexy and smile.
Yeah.
I think Dylan's got you covered.
But don't overdo it because it can be quite awkward.
What do you mean by overdo it?
If it's like I don't know, try hard or fake or something.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on the red pill?
I mean, I probably sit more in the red pill environment in terms of what I like in a man. So I'm not completely opposed to all of the talking points of it. And I think there are some truths to what they say. Like you can't necessarily deny data, but I think what they do miss out on sometime is the human element behind that data. Like how they say, I think 70% of women initiate divorce. And it's like, well, why? Did you ask why? Did you go and look through that? Have you asked any women why they divorced their husband? And most of them, most of them will say, well, he wouldn't do it. Or, like usually they were being wrong. Now, I'm not saying there aren't divorces out there where a woman just wakes up one day and says, I don't want to be with you anymore, or she monkey branches over, or she's cheating or things like that. But I think, like I always kind of laugh at that study because I'm like, I tried so hard in my marriage, and I tolerated a lot and we worked through and tried and tried and tried. And it just gets to a point where you're like, I can't do that anymore. This is not a marriage. Like, let me go, and he wouldn't pull the trigger. So I had to do it.
What if like if he was red pilled, do you think maybe he could have fixed the relationship? I was like, because okay, so somewhere down the line there were things taking place or behavioral changes going on, and something happened to make you all of a sudden less into the relationship, less attracted to him. Things took place to cause that to happen. And, had he consumed a lot of red pilled content, it's possible that he could have been like, oh shit, like no wonder she's acting this way. And then like made changes. And before you like broke off all of your like emotional connections to him and all that, he could have like prevented that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, like when we got married, like he turned me into a housewife and a stay-at-home mom. Like I didn't have to work. He was a great provider. He was definitely a good protector. Even now, I could call him and we are on a good relationship level as the parents of a child. Um, I could call him now and say I need something or I need help or I need $100 or what, like, and he will still provide that 110%, no questions asked. He's a good man and a father as a person in that aspect. But I think in the marriage department, or just being the man of a relationship, like, it got to a point where I realized that he made a lot of he wasn't very good at making decisions, like, for the family or for us, or he wouldn't give me his opinion. He would, I'd come to him and say, "Hey, like, I think we should refinance. Here's some rates. Here's what's going on. Here's why." And he's like, "Yeah, whatever you think." And I'm like, "Well, don't you want to like," and it was just, I did all of that stuff. I took care of all of the finances. I took care of all of the decisions of the house. If something was broke, I had to figure out how to get it fixed. I'll never forget when this is prime example of why he wasn't red pill. I'll never forget the time that he worked really crazy hours, and it was like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and he calls me, wakes me up, and he's like, I got a flat tire. And I'm like, "Okay, well, solve it." Like, "What do you need me for?" "Well, what do I do? I don't know what to do." I'm like, "Well, the insurance card's in the car," like, and I give him, like, I know it sucks because he was like 40 minutes from the house, so there's nothing I could have done realistically to drag, a bunch of kids out in the middle of the night. Um, but like, I had to tell him, like, it's on the back of the insurance card. "Oh, well, can you just tell me what it is? Can you just get it for me?" And I had to go to the website, give him this, and, like, call them. They'll send a tow truck. It's here, it's there, like, and then, like, just couldn't get him to do it himself. Like, I should be the one calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, "Oh my God, I got a flat tire." Like, change the fucking tire or call somebody to do it. But he didn't know how to change a tire. I don't like being a I don't know why he couldn't. It behooves me. But
Yeah.
calling me in the middle of the night, like, what am I gonna do?
Well, so that's a really big, like, pillar in the red pill, and that is that I don't know if you'd call that holding masculine frame, but it's like, don't express your weaknesses and your complaints to women. Don't
Mhm.
express your lack of abilities or your inadequacies to women. Like, they don't care about that shit. They don't want to see it. They just want
Mhm.
you to get it done.
Yeah. And
Um,
I think that I'm sorry. I didn't
no,
interrupt you.
you're good, but that's something, if you were in the vulnerability, that's the word I was looking for. I told you guys I'm slow, and everybody knows that. Um, but if you were in the sphere of, like, destiny and those type, like, people in that sort of way of thinking, they tell you to be vulnerable. They say, like, that's a good thing. But red pill guys, again, they're not being like hardcore Andrew Tate, be an alpha male, blah, blah, blah. They're just coming together and they're sharing their experiences, and they're saying, well, guys like your ex-husband might be in that group. And they're like, yeah, I think I screwed up. I called her and I needed her to come change the tire for me, or whatever the fuck. And then it's
Mhm.
like, yeah, like, obviously, like, these are the type of vulnerabilities you don't want to show. Like Richard Cooper says, women don't care about your struggles. They sit at the finish line and they wait for the winners.
Yeah.
And there is an element of truth to that, right? Like,
There is.
it's not absolute, but it is true. Um, so I don't know. I think
Well,
it's a
oh,
net positive to society.
I think that, like, I was never allowed to be the girl. I wasn't able to be vulnerable because, if he came to me bitching about something with work, or having, uh, feelings about something, or upset about something, like me, I'm a problem solver. Like, I can't just sit here and, "Oh, we're just gonna talk and vent." Like, that's a conversation to my mom that I'm gonna have, but that's not a conversation I'm gonna have with a man. To me, like, a man telling me stuff like that, or going back and forth crying about something. Uh, and I just, every time he would start complaining about something, I would go into solution mode, which is what a man should be doing. And and then he would always say, "Well, I can't bring my problems to you. I can never just talk to you about stuff." And I'm like, "Well, because I'm going to give you a solution." Like, you're not going to, I don't, you're right. When you say, like, women don't care about that stuff, we don't. I will work it out with you as a supportive wife, and calculate it to see what we need to do, because it's a problem and you need a solution. But I don't want to sit here and listen to you cry about it. That's That's what I'm supposed to do. And
Yeah.
I could never be vulnerable. I could never be the girl. I always had to carry the weight of like the family decisions and all of those things, because every time I tried to allow him to make the decision, he would just throw it back to me to make it. Like, oh, well, whatever you think. Like, I don't want to think.
Yeah. So like the term masculine feminine polarity, it's kind of like a corny sounding term, but it is kind of true, right? Like the man needs to be in his masculine frame so the woman can be in her feminine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not, then that's what happens. So you had to take the masculine role in the relationship. You were the logical and he was the emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good. And that happens a lot because men are emotional too, but it's just sort of expected that men have their emotions under control because it's not attractive. Like a man with an I don't give a fuck attitude is naturally attractive to women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a guy that's like, you can't hurt him, you know, and he's just like, doesn't seem to give a fuck. It's just like, this guy's strong, he's attractive. And a guy that's overly emotional, it's just not there. It's like, yeah, something's off about this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, it was, I almost wish I had knew what the red pill was a long time ago so that I could have recognized this early on in the relationship and recognize that that's not the type of man I want to be with, I mean, I loved him to pieces for who he was. And, I don't really have bad things to say necessarily about him as a person, but if you want to know what the flaws were and like where it went wrong, that would be the reason. Like after all of the content that I've consumed and things that I've like finally realized, and it's like that's why I lost respect. That's why it didn't work. That's why, because I feel like you have to be able to outman me because I can go masculine. I can be logical. I can fix the washer. I can manage the finances. I can do all of these things. And if you're going to make me do all of that because you don't know what you're doing or you can't handle it or whatever the case may be, then I'm going to own that role and I'm going to roll with it. And and he just kind of like forced me. I was not that way beforehand. I was very like very girly, very, like, vulnerable, very damsel in distress-ish, not like I didn't have all my shit all over the place, but I was very like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever you think," you know? Um, but then when I realized I couldn't trust his decisions because his decisions that he was making weren't, when I'm seeing the outcomes happen and he wasn't taking the consequences for those decisions and just, like victimizing himself. And then I realized like this is like you are the girl. You are 100% the girl right now. And I can't. I mean, there were of course other reasons, but it's what kind of led all the way up to the total disrespect and like I can't do this anymore.
You should have went full on femdom. I was going to pull up some pictures of it, but then it had a bunch of old guys with small wieners with their faces and girls'
Oh my
behinds.
god. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can we can skip that. But and that's not my style. I will dominate if you let me, but I would much prefer it to be the other way around. If you put me in that position, like you're gonna be my bitch and that's how it's gonna be. And there's no way out of that once you let me bypass that boundary.
Yeah. Glitch says, did he ever resent you for becoming masculine?
I don't think he realizes it, honestly. I don't think he realizes that piece. I think he just knows that the cheating was the piece that I couldn't, um and I remember having a conversation with him once saying like, "We're you know, I want to grow old with you. I want to, live with you and be with you until the day we die, but I can't do this if we maintain like stagnation. Like if we're not growing and evolving together as people and even as individuals, and I need you to like open your mind up and do self-improvement all the time." And he wasn't willing to do that. And he straight up said, like, I don't want to change. I like who I am. I want it. This is who I want to be. And I'm like, okay, then I can't do this, So
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I guess it's probably just better off to split up. I mean,
yeah, Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, I mean, now we're able to get along like peas and carrots, and we make it work for the, for the kids and everything, and what we need to do. And now it's just the emotions have been pulled from it. Everybody's gotten over it. It's moved on. It's good to go. And now it's just so much easier to breathe, you know.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I'm going to read the comments real quick on under your last live stream. I just want to see what everybody else is saying. Alex likes ignoring me. Why Alex's haters like follow him, everyone that talks to him around, don't they?
Yeah, he's got those those trolls that just Alex is probably hated more than he's loved, based on like chats and commentators. And they follow him loyally. Like they are his fan base, his haters.
Hold on. Jeff Riggins is in there. He said, Neo dropping them heaters on these pencil necks. I missed that part. You mind if I play that real quick?
You play whatever you want.
Hold on. He's got it time stamped.
Yeah, Neo did really well with kind of like summing it all up.
CSS Element says, when I was a teenager, I called my boss at work, female, to tell her I had a flat tire, and she said, "You're a man, fix it." And she was right. I mean, true. That's the way my mom talked to me when I was a kid. It's like my mom wasn't trying to do shit for me. Hold on, let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, it's a really easy thing to say.
Yeah, well, that is true. But I guess just giving a little more of an expansion on it, because I wouldn't want to be accused of only knowing a word versus, I guess, giving a more general explanation of what I believe it is. I use it for self-improvement. That's what I've always gotten out of it, just exercising, focusing on yourself. As Rolo likes to say, making yourself your own mental point of origin. That's something that I agree with. You know what I mean? Just getting your act together, not worrying about what everybody else is doing. Just getting your stuff together. Ultimately, you don't want to end up.
What?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So that's the prescription. So it's basically guys getting together and sharing their experiences and swapping notes. And what Neo is saying is it's like a self-prescription. So he received the information and he used it to make himself better, to improve himself.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you finish.
No, it's okay. I ramble. It's all right.
Oh, wait, I want to ask you, like, do you think that generally what you're saying right there sounds very reasonable? But do you think that the big figures in the Red Book community would say the same?
It depends.
I don't know what he's going to say, but he should say, I don't speak for them and they don't speak for me, and they're not in charge of what the red pill is. It's just a group of guys all swapping notes. If their notes are different than mine, I don't have anything to say about that. That's not my deal there.
Honestly, I
It
have
doesn't
no
really
qualms.
depend.
Well,
I'm seeing the big, sure, big figure by big figure, but like if we're talking about like a general principle.
As a general principle, it really varies, because back in the day when it first originated, I believe that it did start with good intentions, but I believe that the red pill generally has figured out a way to monetize like men's pain for the most part, and because of that,
Right.
a lot of stuff gets injected into it that initially shouldn't have been there. I understand the whole process of wanting to make money. If you're making content creation your career, you do have incentive to make money. Why the heck not? If you have the voice for it, if you have the knowledge, you have a way to get your message across that resonates with people. I can resonate with that. I would say current red pill nowadays, it's probably a little salacious, which it's sort of meant to be in a way, because that's the only way you really get people's attention nowadays.
Thanks for using big words, Neo. I don't understand them.
You don't get attention by, like me, for example, right? My content, I can give you a really good example, right? So when I first got into this space, right, when I started understanding what it was, I kind of started falling into those tactics, right? And I was getting followers from it. But once I decided that this wasn't really my cup of tea, and I just wanted to talk about, lessons I wish I knew when I was younger and give practical advice to people, I became boring. Nobody started watching me. You know what I mean? So it's a double-edged sword in a way. Like,
But that's still kind of red pill. If he's still just sharing his experiences, it's still red pill, but he's just avoiding the hot takes.
You decide to go down that road where you can say something salacious and get a huge following, but you sold your soul in the process, or do you go the other way? And that's why I say it depends. I think some red pill content creators have good messages, and I think some just have like dog crap advice, honestly.
So would you
not practical in the real world.
Would you consider to like content creators are utilizing the red pill as a vessel to kind of gain the men who have the problems, gain the sad, lonely man so that they can capitalize on it and tap into that market. So it's like a vessel in that aspect per the content creators. But in the opposite, like without the content creators, the red pill still stands separately on its own as something that's a more positive self-improvement direction. But the creators are just using it as a vessel.
I think if you take it from an Evo psych perspective and you just utilize that information, yeah, the red pill definitely has value, but it is being, I guess, transmutated into something else. It's transforming into something that it from what it once was until what it is now. And I kind of look at it as like extreme feminism, for example. I believe feminism had good intentions, and well, it's kind of like the opposite side of the coin. At least that's how I see it. You can relate a lot of these things together.
Fuck yeah, Neo inadvertently, unknowingly, unbeknownst to him, he just fucking massive shots fired. And now look, you know how Sergio seemed a little upset and was having a hard time, and the look on his face there, he kind of looks like this didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now Neo came in, claimed it, tamed it, bam. Whoosh. Look at the look on her face. Look at the body language. He's quietly and softly dominating the debate. Shout out to Neo, because she knows, okay, this guy was hella respectful. He made solid points that were irrefutable. He even agreed with me, but his points were still so irrefutable that I can't counter that, because he agreed with my points. It basically agreed and amplified and brushed them off. It's just like your points, yeah, they're okay, yeah. But here's my points. And now she's like, because he's kind of attacking feminism. I don't know. It's pretty good. I don't think he realized what he did there, but that was naturally, he naturally controlled the frame very well.
And again, not to take away from I understand why feminism exists. I get the whole point behind it. You know what I mean? I'm all about equality. Why the heck not?
What's the problem with? Okay.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I'm writing it down, so I just wanted to make sure I heard what you said.
Oh, okay, cool.
You're saying Evo Psych is the opposite of feminism?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Oh, okay.
What I initially said was when you come, I guess the simplified red pill would be Evo Psych, right? Sergio, I guess you can agree with that?
Yeah, I would, but like feminism is the opposite of red pill. Like what they're both trying to do. Feminism really pushes
it's
for
the opposite of Evo Psych then.
Nurture or nurture instead of nature, because all Evo Psych does is show
So it's the opposite of Ego Psych, right?
I'm trying to explain to you. So just genetics is like what evolutionary psychology is constantly bringing up, like basically the nature versus nurture debate. Like whatever nature says, that's what you might become. Look at these studies that say this happens X amount of times, so this must be the truth. That's how men see things usually, because we're trying to look at the world through a lens of trying to make sure we're not going to make mistakes over and over and over again, because we have to problem solve. Women, though, are very communal and very much about nurturing and blank slate. So anybody can change. Like you can be born a boy, but then want to be a girl. Like you, because we're blank slates, right? Like we can do whatever we want. Like fuck what nature says. Fuck what our genetics says. we can do whatever we want. Nurture is 100%. And basically, the people who choose one too much of the other, like guys who are super red pill and they're just like, oh, the studies say this, so it must be always true because of this. They're just 100% nature. And the women that are feminists that are like, oh, well, I feel like fat women should be able to be fat and fucking everybody should be able to fucking have kids or abort their kids or whatever. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. They're just super about nurture. Like, whatever the environment says, like, that's what's going to determine what's going to happen. They're both retarded. It's something in the middle. It's like 50-50.
And well, yeah, true. But mind you, when I mention these things, I mention them in their most extreme forms. You know, not what they are, not what they're referred to initially. Again, like, I get why feminism happened. You know, women did need their equal rights. You don't want a woman to get beaten because like she cooked a tuna casserole for her husband again, and you wanted something different. You know, if you're gonna get divorced and you know you basically gave up your life, you should have some sort of compensation, especially if you had children. These type of things are understandable to me. You get what I'm saying? And what I mean by red pill being similar to it is that red pill is essentially, you got a lot of disenfranchised men that come into this community because they went through something really bad and they sort of created a community around this, and they were trying to understand why did.
That's true, but you also have people that weren't disenfranchised. You have people on the bottom and people on the top. So Andrew Tate's not disenfranchised. He just fucking conquers everything, right? He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars and he's done it all. So you have all of these, you don't have to be disenfranchised. It doesn't have to be coming from a negative perspective. It doesn't have to be any of that. It's just guys swapping notes, sharing their experiences. It's all anecdotal. But then when you get all of these people sharing their anecdotal experiences, now you have data. Now you have facts. Now you have something to work with. And it's stuff that's too hot to be talked about in college or in high school, or stuff your mom's not going to teach you or your dad doesn't want to teach you because they're your family. And they don't want to teach you about, the hotter subjects.
Did this happen to them and they want to fight for their own rights. It's sort of an offshoot of like the men's rights activists. You know what I mean? They were trying to say, hey, these laws are unfair. Why should this be the case or whatever? And mind you, I want to let you know right now, I'm not a representative of any of these communities. I'm just talking based off of my experience in these communities during the time that I've been in them. I'm just my own guy. You know what I'm saying? I spread my own message. I tell you basic stuff. I don't say anything crazy. But I can call a spade a spade. If I see a red pill content creator that's like spewing a horrible message, maybe these guys focus so much on self-improvement that they forgot to focus on how to communicate with the opposite sex. And as a result, they get crazy and chaotic when they talk to them because.
What's crazy though? Because if you look at the way Neo's delivering this message, and honestly, if I could zoom into her face, you can tell when like a girl is attracted to a guy and like she's looking at him while he's talking and she's kind of like zoning out. Yeah, she's like, I kind of like that.
Like when you start talking to me, I just go,
yeah, whatever. But she's into it. It's not, and this is the way men and women typically communicate. It doesn't really matter what they're saying. It's not about winning the argument. It's about like, she looks like she's feeling something when he's talking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like he doesn't realize that he's doing that. Like it's just natural to him. So he says like, some guys haven't learned how to communicate with women, but he's naturally communicating with her.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like inadvertently practicing what he preaches. I'm like fresh when I try to say big words, fresh from Fresh and Fit. Like I just can't get them out. Like I can spell them, but I can't say them.
Well, we all know you can't spell nor read.
Oh yeah, or define. Yeah.
I'll share some Dr. Seuss books with you. Maybe we can start there.
Yeah, well, if they rhyme, it will certainly help me out quite a bit.
But she also didn't become very combative with him either. If you notice the difference between her engaging with him versus her engaging with Sergio, and I think that she was more willing to listen to him and take the advice on it versus when Sergio was in more of an attack mode and she became combative. This is something I always kind of talk about with especially the guys like Fresh and Fit, like they force the combativeness out of the women, like they force it. And it's gonna be that way if you act like an asshole to her and talk down to her and degrade her, or don't just have a conversation. Like she's gonna become combative, and I think that's normal for any female to be that way.
Right, exactly. I think it's the difference between talking to her and talking at her.
Mm-hmm.
CL Settlements. Welcome to the chat.
Thank you. I don't know. I just saw a thing in the chat that said call in, so I did.
Yeah, I saw when I was reacting to the video, I saw you and Sarah's chat a bunch commenting on it, and then I saw you were here watching that too. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Well, prompt me a little bit. It was an interesting chat. I've watched, Sergio in the past, and I respect what he's. Every content creator respect what they're trying to do, but his tactics are a little bit. I don't know. I guess I would call him immature. When he gets in the corner, he starts doing all these ad hominems and starts doing this like mockery thing, and can't just make the claim and make his point. But maybe that's just a maturity thing that could change over time.
Yeah, I just don't think, maybe he just wasn't prepared for her style of debating. He wasn't expecting that, and he kind of got caught off guard. I don't know.
Well, he has a reputation. I've seen his other stuff.
I don't know. I know that I've seen a couple of his videos pop up on my feed. It was like one that had Michael Sartain in it. And I think Rollo was in it. But that was like the only one that I watched. And I've seen since he's been collaborating with Sarah and Ashley and Alex over there, I've watched a couple of that stuff, a couple of those. So what's your definition of the red pill?
I just see it as
I'll be right back. I'm listening.
A truth from the masculine strategic side. And it's not really for women to understand. I don't think that's a necessity at all, because it used to be just a men's club kind of thing. And only in the last couple of years have women become part of the discussion, which is fine. It's interesting to see these two things clash. But I don't know, when I interact with women and date women, I don't really talk about that stuff with them. I just don't see it as really relevant. I'm sure, women have their own strategies in relationships as well. And they have different ways of navigating that. It's just so my story, I was going through the end or the decline of my marriage, and I was doing anything I could to save it. And I came across Corey Wayne first. And even that, for me at the time, was shocking. And Corey Wayne is considered pretty tame. But I started there, and even ideas that he was sharing with me were new. Things I haven't considered or thought about. And from there, I just started, I was so fascinated by that I would stay up all night just like researching, trying to solve this problem I had with my marriage. And I was learning so much, and I couldn't believe this stuff was true. I was in disbelief until I actually started applying some of it, and I got a good result. And I remember being just shocked by all this. But then I started getting into the Rational Male blog. This was back before, Rollo was on YouTube or anything like that. I was just reading blog posts that were from, I think, the last 10, 15 years. And then I read Neil Strauss's The Game, and a bunch, as many books as I could read. I was just enthralled with this information. And for me, I approached it from the perspective of a guy who had never really had problems getting women. It's just I didn't know what I was doing. I was sometimes I did the right thing and sometimes I did the wrong thing. And I didn't understand the cause and effect until things got really serious. Like I was going to lose my marriage. I was like, I have to figure out what I'm doing. And I mean, I was 35 years old. So I had made it quite a long way just being totally ignorant. So for me, I saw it as a total light bulb. All these things that I'd experienced in my past in relationships suddenly made sense. I could look back and be like, oh, no wonder that, because I was doing this and I was being like this and she lost attraction and I never knew why. I just thought that she just didn't like me for me and I needed to get better. But really I was just behaving in certain ways that were weak or needy or overly emotional, desperate, etc. Trying to control things a lot. So for me, it was a total renaissance in my way of thinking. And also, I suddenly understood my parents. I understood why they had problems and all the things that I had witnessed at home as a child growing up. They eventually divorced, and I saw these are all the same patterns. It's all the same stuff happening again. So for me, it was kind of like an education that informed me. It's not like I was a young man, a teenager who was trying to avoid all these problems with women, even though I had no experience. I had plenty of experience. It's just now I had a framework to understand what was going on. So it's very different for me. And I would say it's been incredibly helpful. It's been a wonderful education. And I do understand why things are often misinterpreted. And usually they're misinterpreted because people don't know like what's behind it. They don't fully understand the big picture. And I have a really great analogy to explain the red pill, but that guy Maz, I think his name is Mazzy. He's a photographer. So I wanted to call into the show, but it was too late. So I know no one here will really understand what I'm saying. Well, maybe some people will if they're photographers, but if you understand digital photography, there's the concept of a raw image. And a raw image is data. It's pure data, but you can't look at that data and see it as a photograph until it's interpreted. Those colors and those gradients and the luminosity and all those stuff, it has to be filtered through an equation to become an image that you can actually see with your eyes. It has to be interpreted. The raw data has to be interpreted, and you can't see it without an interpretation. But there is no golden interpretation. Canon has an interpretation. Nikon has an interpretation. Leica. All these companies have their different color sciences and ways of interpreting a raw image. And everyone is just a little different. Not everyone's red is red. Not everyone's blue is blue. They can be a little bit different in the interpretation. And that's what red pill content creators are. They're taking raw data and information and trying to take this base truth that's unfiltered and to speak it, it has to be filtered through the individual and their experiences and their understandings and knowledge that they currently have, a framework that they can place it into, and then they can share it with other people. And that's where people get really confused with the message and the messenger. The messenger is not the message. The map is not the territory. It's different. So those things shouldn't be conflated because they're not the same. Everyone has their different ideas based on, and I have my own ideas because of where it was when in my life and where I was that it was introduced to me. So here I am explaining my perspective. It doesn't mean it's the penultimate truth, but that's my experience. And all these guys are doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a bunch of guys like yourself, like could be me, could be anybody, and even women as well, gathering together. And, you know, if you were to go in depth about the issues you were experiencing, the problems at the end of your marriage, the way she was treating you, the way you were behaving, the way you guys communicated, how your sex life was, how much money you made, you know, what kind of debt you guys had, all of this stuff, and you put it all together and, you know, you share your ideas of what you could have did better or what you think like what you think went wrong. And that's just one piece of data. It's anecdotal, but it's one piece of data that you can plug in. And then when you have 1,000 guys all sharing their data, you start to see patterns.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And, that's essentially, as a network, that's what the red pill is.
Right.
Yeah. And that's very well explained. I don't know much about photography. I'm pretty dumb. I have some nice cameras and stuff, but I don't even know how to use them.
I was trying to think of an analogy.
Anything technology. Anything technology for you is bad. Sorry.
Literally anything in general.
I was trying to think of a different analogy that would be a little more commonly understood. I'm still working on it, but from a photography background, that seems to make the most sense to me.
I think it was actually a great analogy. I think it kind of made better sense the way it's, things are represented. Even as for me, I'm not a photographer and I wouldn't understand the concept behind it, but I can understand the analogy and it in its generality.
Okay.
So this is a really good one. I've never heard it being put that way, but I think that is great.
It could use a little work, but it's a start. Because I see this problem all the time. I see this topic come up all the time. What is the red pill? And it's kind of it's this truth that you have to apply to your life, and everyone's life is a little different, so they apply it a little differently, and they understand it a little differently. It's a totally different thing for a guy trying to save his marriage versus a guy who's on his first date and trying to figure out how to deal with a woman, how to approach her, how to pick up. Whatever. But there is a lot of truth in it, and I mean that's really what it's about, is truth. And if there's something that's not true, the red pill is open to being updated. The data can be updated. We can say this isn't true anymore, or it was never true, and we've modified it so we upgrade the software.
Yeah. It's interesting how the red pill gets attacked though from all these different angles. And personally, I don't identify as part of any of these groups. Like I don't consider myself a red pillar. Like I enjoy red pill content. I take the ideas that I feel like are useful or even interesting or educational or whatever, and I pay attention to those. And 90% of what you see nowadays, especially on YouTube, that calls itself red pill is fucking garbage. Like there's a few really good content creators and there's a whole bunch of garbage. So I understand where the bad reputation comes from as well. But it does get attacked by all angles. The pickup artists, or some of them call themselves pickup artists and some call themselves like game coach, like they teach game, right? Same thing, right? Pickup and game, I think, same thing. But so those guys are more about basically saying, well, if you seduce a woman or you like keep a woman turned on, or, you conduct yourself in a way where things are like sexual and flirtatious, then you're going to get the good results anyway. So you don't need the red pill, and the red pill won't help you with that. So they like to just kind of attack the red pill. But the red pill acknowledges pickup and game. That's the thing. The red pill says, yeah, we definitely support game. We definitely support pickup artists. I personally don't support a whole lot of that, but whatever. But most of the red pill in general supports that. But the pickup community hates the red pill. And same thing when you look at the black pill. The red pill supports the black pill. The red pill says looks do matter. Yes, definitely looks matter. Looks are the greatest advantage you can have in hookup culture. If you're really fucking good looking, yeah, it's on easy mode. Like the red pill acknowledges that. I don't know if the red pill agrees with like feminists and people like that a lot, but all of these different groups want to attack the red pill, when the red pill is just, it's not a movement. It's not a group. It's just a study. It's just a study of human behavior. And it's like, why are you attacking a study? Why
I agree with you. I think, again, it comes back to the message and the messenger. When you say, I don't identify with red pill. Okay, well, that's smart. Neither would I, because when you do that, anyone who approaches you, when they think of that word, they link it to what they are familiar with when they think of that word in their head. And a lot of times that can just mean, oh, I saw a clip of this guy on this podcast called Fresh and Fit. I know 15 seconds of his message and it was so misogynistic, and that's red pill. Well, that's red pill to you. That's not what it is to me. So it can be very a very flexible term. It's the same as saying like, well, I'm a Christian. Okay, well, some people have very different ideas on what that means.
Yeah. No, yeah. And it's such a fine line between realism and hate speech. So it's like, it really is like, I think honest red pilled content creators really try their best to be as they don't want to offend anybody. They don't want to really like push things in a way that's going to like have the whole squad perceived in a negative light. But there are some people out there that just want to make inflammatory comments, say inflammatory things, clickbait people in. And a big part of that is attacking women. It is like hating women. And that gets so many clicks, so many views. And what sucks though is that a lot of the good content creators, the really good authors and good red pill people associate with a lot of those people, so it kind of turns it turns it into one group. You know what I mean?
I do. I know exactly what you mean. And anger and hate, those emotions have nothing to do with the red pill. They really don't. It's kind of like Jesse Lee Peterson when he says racism doesn't exist. It's all just hate. That's really what it comes down to. And for me, I thought I loved women my whole life. But it was only after being red pilled and truly understanding women and who they actually are, when my fantasy had been shattered, now I can actually love them because now I know who they actually are. Like, now I can have compassion. Now I can have sympathy. Now I can see them for who they are and know that they're not like me. I can stop expecting them to come to my masculine standards because they're not men. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's their nature. So red pill, helped me understand not just women better, but it helped me understand myself as a man much better. Because I know what I'm not now. I know what makes me different.
I think that might be kind of a piece of the red pill content creators expressing these emotions and kind of showing hatred for women or calling them all stupid thoughts and things like that, because that's what gains the relatability from the audience. And that's what, because they're like, yeah, they're saying exactly what I think. They're saying they're talking about things that I've gone through and so on and so forth. And they're sharing their feelings just the same. They feel the same way that I do. And that's how you gain the audience of the people that you get that relatability concept. And it's unfortunate because I don't think anybody should just like hate groups of people in that way or give that type of opinion, especially on a screen if you're an influencer. But it's unfortunate that they utilize that as a tool and they're monetizing off of these men's emotions by, expressing them just the same. And that's where I think most of the red pill content creators go wrong. It's okay to share this data and express your thoughts of how to work around it. But I think stepping on another person in order to gain your boost up isn't the way to go. Whether it's from men to women or women to men. I think we shouldn't be stepping on each other in order to have an upper hand.
I agree, but human nature continues. And, Fresh and Fit is a good example of that because they get rewarded for it. The more they do that, and this is what happens to content creators. Look at their stats. They look at their analytics. They see what works and doesn't work. And what works, they start focusing and pushing that harder. And, what you're saying is that is the content that gets a response. I myself can say that I went through that red pill rage phase where I was in utter disbelief. Like, this is the truth? This is real? There's no way this can be real. Is this real? And then I realized and looked back and I was like, yeah, that is real. From my experience, I just didn't want to see it. I didn't want to cop to it. And I definitely had like the beta male. I believed that men and women were equal in all ways. I bought into all that stuff, and it caused so much strife and distrust in my relationships. Because women
Yeah.
didn't see me as like, oh, that's a man I can trust. They saw me as like, oh, he's a partner. You know, there's no polarity.
I think the real bad actors in the manosphere are the people that will take people that are in a position like the one you were in, and they'll run ads on YouTube, and it'll be like a really emotional pitch, like, have you ever had a girlfriend and things were just going perfect and you loved her so much, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she went cold on you and she's changed and you don't even know who she is? Well, what if I told you that there's this one secret that prevents that from happening? Blah, blah, blah. And you're like in a really emotional state, and he kind of goes on and on about it. And you're like, oh shit, I need to pay for this. And you pay $1,000. And in reality, the one thing is the red pill. You know, it's going in there and learning all of these things. And it's not just one little thing. It's complex. It's a lot of issues. It's a lot of things put together. But once you realize it, then you're like, wow, you know, it's moving forward. I'm not going to, you know, go through that situation again the same way that I did. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's a little similarity to like Alcoholics Anonymous, because, you know, these therapists and psychologists and psychiatrists, they'll try to work with you for years and give you drugs, and, you know, nothing's working because you keep coming back. And then you go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and just right off the get-go, they're like, okay, let's talk about God. Let's talk about a higher power. You know, it always comes back to this kind of ultimate truth that you can try your own ways. But, you know, when it comes to red pill, I know a lot of people don't think this way or agree with me, but it is truth. And if there is something that's not true about it, you can call it out and it can be modified. If you can make a claim and back it up and argue it and prove it to be true, and or that something's false that's currently believed in the red pill community, then people should be open to that. I certainly am.
Yeah, I agree. Kraken says you're spitting facts. Jeff Thornburg says makes perfect sense to me. Bros and Bros says indeed. You've got the crowd on fire, CSS Element.
All right, good. Well, I think deep down all these guys, they know the same thing. Maybe they don't know how to, you know, put it into words exactly. And it's taken me years to, you know, fully understand some of this stuff. And, you know, it's a journey. There's still things that I still have epiphanies frequently. I'm like, oh, now I understand that on a deeper level. I get what that means. I see the deeper truth, and I couldn't see that before. So yeah, I think every guy knows that the truth deep down in their heart is just there's so much propaganda and there's so many other people's opinions and pushing their narratives that it drowns out like your own voice. You can't really hear it very well anymore.
You know, I do want to kind of bring up the idea that not every man is going to be wise enough to formulate his own opinions or take the small little tidbits from the red pill content creators that they talk about, and, you know, be able to kind of see like they're not able to always take a step back and say, okay, this is good advice here. This is just crazy talk, you know, and picking and choosing what they're going to pull and apply to their lives. Like I think of most of the men that are tuning into these types of shows, they don't know how to establish that. You know, they are seeking specifically like a pill to just take and swallow, and well, that's it. All women are thoughts, and all women are this, and all women are that. Therefore, that's why I can't be a good guy, or that's why I can't get married, or that's why I can't do well in dating, because it's this or that. And it becomes more of a victim mindset in that aspect. But somebody as wise as you, who's able to watch the material, grab the learning concepts out of it, gain knowledge, and apply what you believe to be true in your life, and what you want to utilize, and not just fall into that whirlwind of, like, I'm just watch Fresh and Fit just to watch them kick off OnlyFans.
I think that takes time. I think that's part of what life is about, is gaining wisdom as you age. So I was saying, some of the guys who are younger, they're getting all this information and they don't have experience to apply it to. So they're using all this theorizing and all this intellectualizing as they go into dating for their first times, which to me sounds like hell. Because if you're going to meet a girl and you're trying to remember 1,000 red pill points, everything that Myron told me, everything I read in The Rational Male, you're not going to be able to have just a very present connection with a woman. You're going to constantly be in your head, and also having these goals, these outcomes of, okay, how am I going to get her into bed? I always tell guys that's the worst thing you can do, because you're going to come off as creepy, and it is creepy. You should be present in the moment, enjoying every step, and every step gets you closer and closer to that point. But don't worry about it. It's going to get there eventually. That's nature. You don't have to push it. You can be present. And these girls have something inside their being that gives them the ick when guys have that mindset. And that's good that they have that. It's to protect them. But you have to, I'm 41 years old, and I've been through relationships, so I can apply this stuff back. And I loved all these women, and I still do. Even though we're not together anymore, I still have love for them. But I just understand our relationship so much better now. So relationships now and going forward, I'm able to apply this stuff in a natural way. And the results, I can say, absolutely 100% have been positive.
I think sort of what you're alluding to there is the concept of maintaining frame. I hate using these terms because they sound corny, but you can attempt to force a woman to fall in your frame and be part of your program, but that's forced. It's weird. It's awkward. It's not going to work. But when a woman just on a deeper level has an emotional attraction to you, she naturally falls into your frame. It's sort of effortless. And then you kind of have to understand that women are by and large emotional beings, and you are in control of her emotions. So you have a lot of power over her as long as you maintain that. And that's the way it's supposed to be, by the way. You're the man, you're the husband, you're the father, you're the leader, that's what you are. So when you own that rule and you maintain that rule and you understand that you have that rule, I think you can do a lot of good with it. But when you're on the other end, where she controls your emotions, and all of a sudden you don't realize, but you're sort of in her frame. And that's sort of what Sarah was saying at the beginning, that, her husband he was older than her, but she was like his mom in a lot of situations. He was falling into mommy's frame, and he was emotional with mommy. And that's the ultimate, I think that's what gives women the ick, when you become that guy. I think that's
100%. That's part of the reason why my marriage didn't work out. I'm a very different person now than I was then. I just had different understandings, and I learned all those things growing up, being raised by mainly my mom. I had a dad who was awesome, and I loved him and respected him, but my mom was just around more. So she was left to be the authoritarian. And when women get into the role of being the authority over men, she has to kind of pretend a lot. She has to do a lot of flexing and a lot of threatening, because I think every man and boy knows deep down that there's they have a certain power over women. And I had women teachers all the way up until 6th grade. So my entire childhood development was pretty much women. And then when I started becoming a, teenage boy, suddenly there's something wrong with me. They wanted to put me on Ritalin. They wanted me to go into these programs and control me. And thank God my dad came in and saved me from that. He's like, whoa, we don't need to do this. He's fine. He's just a boy. And not every boy has that dad to come in and protect him in those ways. So they can get even more damaged by that.
Well, and women, we don't even have control of our own emotions to begin with. Like, you do not want us having control over yours. We're not good at it. We can't make decisions. We're all over the place. Like, it takes a lot of I'll say, like, mental effort for me to kind of be, because now I'm a single mom. So I have 2 kids in the house and there's no man. So I have to play both roles. And it's a lot
Yeah.
of mental effort for me to ground myself mentally and say, okay, if my daughter's being emotional, like, me being emotional is not going to fix it. This is at a point where, dad would step in and control the situation and be logical, so I have had to force myself into that role, and I don't like it. It's not fun.
Yeah.
I would just much rather, like, a man come and do that for me. Like,
Also, I
it's
think
not,
that kids hate it when
yeah,
they resent their mother when she has to act
because
like
we're
dad, because
supposed
they
to
know
be
you're not dad, but you're trying to act like dad, and we
right.
don't respect it. We don't.
And kids are supposed to be coming to us to be nurtured. They're supposed to come to us to be loved and hugged
Right.
and cuddled. And when mommy has to put the foot down and be in dad's role, like,
Mhm.
that's when it goes haywire, and that's when it's like, wait a minute. And then, 10 minutes later, you're giving me a hug and tucking me in and reading me a bedtime story. But just before that, you were, grounding me or
Yeah.
like,
Right.
putting your foot down and I hated you for the last 10 minutes because of that. So it's tough we shouldn't have to play both roles, and it sucks and it's no good. And then it makes it even harder dating outside of that, because now at home you're playing 2 different roles, and then when you're dating you're trying to, like, be vulnerable and not be the, like, I make decisions, and that's why
Mm.
even with dating, if they say, "Hey, do you wanna go do this or that?" And I'm like, "Are you asking me or telling me?" And
Yeah.
with dating, like, finally they kind of pick it up, like, "Oh, she doesn't want me to ask her. She just wants me," like, I make decisions all day long. Like, I don't wanna make them when I'm going out on a date. Like, I want to be a woman. I want to be, and it just makes it 10
Mhm.
times harder.
That's understandable completely.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Facts.
Now, I
Sorry, I
mean,
don't have anything to say.
with my mom, when I was growing up, I both loved my mom and hated my mom at the same time.
Me
Mhm.
too.
And that was something that I didn't realize I carried into all my relationships with women. Because when you're born and you're a child, your first feminine archetype is mom, it's your mother, and then that defines how you interpret femininity going forward. So I had all these problems that I brought into my relationships that were from my mom relationship. And every guy has this, because every guy has a mom. Whether she was around or not, whether you knew her or not, doesn't matter. You still have a connection to this feminine archetype. And it took me until I was 38 years old to go to my mom and forgive her and apologize for resenting her. And suddenly, like, our relationship changed. I was no longer subject to her, and she saw me as a man, not her child.
Mhm.
And it changed things going forward.
Yeah, my experience was sort of similar to that too. For some reason, I, like, grew to resent my mom as a teenager and as an adult, and even when I moved away from home, like, I still definitely resented my mom, and it had an impact on the way I would perceive women, not necessarily women that I'm dating, but, like, women at work and women in general. And, like, a lot of times they would just piss me off. And I don't know why, even though I had successful relationships, I had a good 9-year relationship. I had a 4-year relationship. And when I broke down and got to know people and, just really let it happen, my relationships would go well. But by and large, I kind of had this, like, I don't know, like, women just pissed me off a lot. And I watched Jesse Lee Peterson, and he kept talking to his guests and saying, he would always say, "Do you have anger?" And they'd be like, "Everybody has anger." He'd be like, No, I don't have anger. I have none. And then they'd be like, "What do you mean? It's a human emotion. Everybody has anger." And he'd be like, No, because I forgave my mother, and I realized that I received that anger because I hated my mother. And when I forgave my mother, I got rid of that anger. And I thought it was this big joke. I was like, this guy's just a troll. But I kept listening to him, and he kept going in depth more and more and more. And then it clicked on my head. I was like, holy shit, I hate my mother. And he kept telling him, he's like, don't call and apologize. Call and tell her you forgive her. And it was like, okay, yeah, that's kind of strange. And then I was like, I don't know why, but I'm going to do that. And I did that. And me and my mom had like the longest conversation we had in so many years. And it was just like, it was like a weight was lifted. It was so strange. And it sort of changed my outlook on how I view all women. It was strange, but that really is a thing. And like, even if you go back to like old school psychologists, not Freud, who was the other one? Not Sigmund.
Sigmund?
No, that Sigmund Freud was one guy. But they would go into details about the way men view their mothers as kids and as teenagers and
Young.
Huh?
Young.
Yeah, Carl Jung.
Yeah.
He's often quoted.
Yeah. And we're not really taught about that. They kind of leave that out nowadays. And it's strange because we have higher rates of single mother households, but lower rates of education geared towards helping men who are raised by single mothers. It's like they've left that step out. And similar to what CSS Element was saying, and they said he needed to be on Ritalin, basically saying, okay, men are hyperactive. When a man turns 13, testosterone goes up. He's aggressive. He fights. He doesn't want to sit in a classroom and just sit there and be quiet. He wants to get up and break shit and talk and run around because he's a man with testosterone. He's that's what he is. But they treat them like defective girls. Like they should just be able to sit there and be quiet.
I actually went back and looked at some of the advertising for Ritalin during, I guess that was early 90s. And you can see it in the advertising. You just look at the marketing. It's always mom's going crazy in the background. The kid is wild, but it's always mom. It's always mom. There's no dad in these advertisements. Make mom's life easier, boys. Take this medication is kind of the message.
They replaced dad with Adderall.
Sort of, yeah. I used to go to the nurse's office and they would give me the medication and I would just put it in my cheek and swallow the water and then leave and take it out. And I did that for a year. That's when 6th grade, so like 13, something like that. So I had a whole, remember the photography rolls, film rolls that they would be in those black cases with the gray top? Maybe. Yeah. Okay. I had like multiple of those full of these Ritalin pills that I'd taken out of my cheek. And the funny thing was, in my report at school, my teacher wrote, wow, things have really improved. His behavior is so much better, blah, blah, blah. Like, what? I haven't even been taking the medication and they don't even know it. They think
maybe
have.
you psyched yourself. Maybe you psyched yourself into it. Like, I don't want to be on medication. I, don't want to be labeled as this. And so maybe your behavior kind of subconsciously kind of simmered down on its own. And as you mature, actually, like ADHD and things like that, like boys can grow out of it. So it could have just been maybe you were going through puberty and your chemistry was changing and things were happening, and then finally it all settled down.
Perhaps, or their perceptions may have been influenced, thinking that I was on it. So I don't know. It could be anything. I just thought that was a funny component of it.
That is.
Yeah, there was probably an element though of you wanting to pretend like you were on it. So you're like, how's this stuff supposed to make you act? It's supposed to like chill you out. I'm just gonna act like I'm chill. It's kind of like when you were stoned in high school and you didn't want anybody to know you were stoned. So you tried to act like the reverse of that.
Yeah. They should have just given me a placebo.
Right. That would have made more sense.
Yeah.
Psych 'em in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been skeptical about ADHD, like because I've known people that had it and I'm like, I don't really notice much of a difference. Like they're a little hyperactive, but I don't notice much of a difference there. Like, is this a real thing or like, should they be taking drugs for it or?
I think it comes down. There's a lot of my son has ADHD and but we pinpointed this as early as 3, because it was different. I know and understand boys will be boys. They're rough and tumble, they're hyperactive, but his was a level of impulsivity and it was to a point of like, it's a safety factor, like being in a parking lot and he would just bolt, just take off running. And most children can know and understand like, no, I hold mommy's hand and I stay right here. And it was down to like, or like just randomly banging his head on a wall or a stool or whatever he saw, just like bang, like it was just a thing and it was scary. Now we've resolved all of that. We did a lot of conservative behavioral stuff because I didn't want to just medicate him. But the issue came down to being in school once he became school aged, and it was a lack of the like his brain is just ticking and ticking and ticking and ticking. That he can't just focus on like basically you have to give him one step at a time. You can't give him a list of 6 steps. Like it becomes like overwhelming, and the impulsivity to just go and turn a light off in a room, like just flick the lights off, while everybody's in there. So like all of these things get added in and now we've mitigated a lot of that. This was all when he was significantly younger, and it's down to a point where it's very, very minimal. And he's like a dog that you have to run him at a field for hours and just let him run and run and run himself out. Like I have to take him to the pool and I have him active in sports, and he just has to like run that energy out for him to naturally settle down. But it's not fun for anybody, and it's just not it's not something I just I did not take it lightly in consideration for it, and going through all of the specialists and having a team of doctors, trying to like doing sleep testing and all of this different stuff to figure out what was going on. It's not something I would take very lightly.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy being a mom and having to deal with those things. I understand, but what you're describing is interesting because my mom put me through like the sleep testing and had all the professionals and all the stuff. And yeah, it kind of takes me back. It did leave me with a certain complex, thinking that there was something wrong with me for a long time. Like, why do I have to keep going back to these specialists? Why do I have to keep going to the psychologist? Why do I have to keep going to the therapist? And really what it was is stuff going on at home is what it boiled down to. And I'm not saying that's your situation. This is just my experience. Everything I'm talking about is just from my own experience. It's different for everyone, but it did leave me with some sort of understanding like, oh, there's something wrong with me that needs to be fixed, but I don't exactly know what it is. I just know that there's something wrong with me, or I was convinced of that.
Right.
I mean, I think boys are like that though. When I was like early teenage years or whatever, if I were watching TV, I would be like doing push-ups and sit-ups. My parents had to get me like dumbbells and weights and stuff because like No, seriously, I would sit in my room watching TV and I would be doing like curls and push-ups and sit-ups. I do it for like 4 hours straight. And I would just like not even realize I was doing it, but it would just be like, I just got to keep moving. It's testosterone, man. We got boys have energy. My parents bought me a sledgehammer for my 13th birthday, and I broke out the back patio. And seriously, just swinging that thing as a 13-year-old and breaking concrete. And it was like, to me, I mean, I didn't like the work side of it. Whenever you told me it was work, I was like, fuck that, work is gay. But if it was like just me doing some shit that was you know, just burning energy, like I just love doing it. I would go out and run, I would jog, I would, you know, just always have to stay active. I don't know if I was a kid that was like bolting across the street or whatever. Maybe I was, I don't know. But I think that's just like high energy. You know, that's the equivalent. That's a kid that's going to be like a decent athlete when they're 16 or 17.
Yeah, I mean, high energy is one thing, and I'm very high energy myself. Like my parents knew if I was quiet in the house, like it was dangerous. Like, you know, because usually I'm active and I mean, even now as an adult, people are like, you have so much on your plate. How are you doing this? You know, physically, mentally, emotionally, and you know, when do you sleep? And I always have to stay busy. And I probably could be described as ADHD because I run in circles as well. But for him, it was like if he's 3 years old and we're recognizing like this behavior pattern and things that are dangerous and hurting other people, you know, that's when it's like, okay, we need to figure out what is going on here. And then additionally to that, it's, you know, like I have a stepson, you know, he was young as well and very high energy as well, but he wasn't hurting people. He wasn't unsafe. I mean, he was doing boy things like climbing in trees, but he just wasn't like randomly bolting or doing, you know. And I think the biggest concern came down to like, okay, what's going to happen when school starts? Because we were also recognizing in daycare, and he went to a really prestigious daycare that his like he couldn't even write letters. Like like his writing, you know, like when he was 4, like just very simple tasks. And he would get frustrated within seconds, even putting together a puzzle. Like if it doesn't work out in that first second, it's like shit just went crazy. So being able to allow his brain to settle down so that he could take the time to focus, like it's a game changer for him. Now we only medicate him when he goes to school or has like an activity that he needs to be focused and safe. But outside of that, you know, like I just make sure he gets run out, like, you know, at the pool or running in a field somewhere or, you know, heavy playtime with his friends because you know, it's just I don't want to rely on a prescription, but I've also seen what happens when he's not in terms of his education, and he was falling behind in like I'm talking like 2nd grade, he was at a kindergartner level. Now we've caught him up. We've done a lot of work to, you know, get through all of that, but I mean, I don't know. I think you could go both ways on it. Is it just the way boys are? Yeah, and some boys are a little more calm than others, yada yada yada. And boys, you know, girls are definitely more compliant than boys are. But at the end of the day, like when people are getting hurt and there's a safety factor added in, you know, to me, it's, you know, and when you're educationally behind, you know, academically significantly behind, I think you should try to find some type of, you know, way to intervene.
Yeah, but it's being based on academia and getting results in school, though. You know, how long has this current school system been in place where, you know, boys were forced to sit in a classroom for however many hours a day, 8 hours a day or whatever? You know, historically, I just don't think that it was in the nature of boys to do that. Like, as soon as they're old enough to like physically get out there and start working, they were probably put to work historically. So they naturally burn energy. We have testosterone, our bone density is different, our muscle density is different. We have to burn that energy. We have to put those muscles to work. You know, it's kind of like It's kind of like a dog. If you buy like a weak little dog, the dog doesn't have to really burn that much energy. But if you have like a pit bull or something, it's a muscle bound, aggressive dog, and it needs to be like outside running around, chewing shit up. And like, that's what it needs. Like it's like a biological imperative for it. I don't know. I mean, I'm not against medications. Like I think I'm not like one of those people that thinks like all doctors are like scammers and they're just whatever. I think modern medicine is a good thing and it should be taken advantage of, but I don't know. I'm not sure how big of a deal grades in school really are. But I don't have kids, and I don't.
It's more of even just the general learning concept, and that like it took a lot. But I barely even take Tylenol, and I don't push prescriptions often, in that sense, especially for me or my children. Like if we can conservatively get through something, then we will. But like it just took a lot to where it got down to a point of I don't want him to completely get behind and fail in life and not have even an opportunity to succeed, knowing that there's an option or, something that could help at least get him through the fundamentals, and then like we couldn't even it was very hard to even do behavioral therapy because you couldn't get him to want to even, now I can have a conversation with him if he's on the medication and he does something, like we can actually sit and we can talk about it and why we don't put our hands on other people and so on and so forth. It's a conversation, but it used to be it was very difficult. It was very difficult to even get to that point in a low level conversation, without having to like be forceful or be demanding. And that's not something I wanted to do. So I consider it a tool, a resource, an aid to help get through this right now. I'm not a fan of it, but and it's not something you have to be on every day. Like you use it as needed. So that's why we never use it after school. We never use it on the weekends unless it's something very important, but it's a good tool for now. And the amount of improvement, I mean, in across the board, whether behavioral or just in academics or just the basic foundations of do's and don'ts in life, it was a game changer, and did I want to do that? No, but at the end of the day, I think it kind of worked out well in his favor to help him succeed.
When I was in elementary school, and let's see, so how old or what year would that have been? Like 90, like the early to mid 90s or so. I guess it was a different world back then, but most of the guys like in 5th or 6th grade would meet up after school and we would have fights, and it would be like randomly, like it was very normal. You don't even really have a problem with this guy. People would just like instigate and start the fights, and everybody would watch and you would fight. So all the guys would come home with like black eyes and bloody knuckles. And I mean, in this day and age, in 2024, that would be considered a major problem. Like you'd be like, wow, like we have to fix this, but this can't happen. In 1996, it was just normal. And you didn't want to be the guy that people were like, oh yeah, he's a pussy, he's afraid to fight. No, you wanted to be the guy that like, you better watch out, he's going to fucking hit you. So it was kind of a natural order. I mean, some people call it like bullying or whatever. I don't think it was bullying though, because it was just kind of this, it was boys kind of naturally working themselves out and finding ways to like burn that energy, I guess. And it mellowed them out too. So like you're all pumped up and aggressive, but then after a fight, you're like, okay, I'm chill for the next couple of days.
You're talking an age where that would be normal. I'm talking when he was 3, 4, 5 years old. And he would just like, he would be sitting there with me and he would just take one of his toy cars and just knock me in the face with it, and I mean, I had scars, like knots on my head, black eyes. Like I looked like I got the shit kicked out of me half the time because he would just impulsively just pick something up and throw it at you, and it was a scary thing because I was like, this isn't normal for any child. I could understand every once in a while, like a kid throwing a toy across the room, to see what it does, but constantly, knocking somebody in the head. And he was doing it to our other children as well, and they were getting hurt. And that was a dangerous kind of that's why I'm saying, like, it was a safety concern of even like going to the doctor at this point and saying, like, this isn't normal. This isn't natural. This isn't what kids do, and it's that impulsivity that just like, I just want to throw something at your face and knock you out. I don't know why. So it was scary. I mean, I'm so grateful that that's behind us, and we've mitigated and we've done a lot of work to where that doesn't happen. But in that moment, like as a parent, you're looking at the idea of like, what if he does this at daycare? What if he does this to other people? Like we can't do that, and it's not that he's doing it intentionally or out of spite or anger or whatever. He just like picks it up and knocks it in your face. It was an impulsivity. And that's a big piece of ADHD, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you're kind of taking me back now. This kind of reminds me of when I was a little kid. Like I was doing some of that same stuff too. And I remember like the massive frustration that I had. Like I don't remember a lot of it because I was really little, but I just remember being extremely frustrated. And I think I acted out in all those ways when my dad wasn't around. So I don't know.
I mean, his dad was around, his dad was
involved.
here. Yeah. And we were still married at the time when this like even at age 2, we noticed a lot of like inability to even just sit there. I mean, I know boys are a little more energetic and they're bouncy and off the walls, but like even in like most boys will still at least settle down at some point, and he was just always all over the place. And by age 3, that's when a lot more things were starting to like kind of come to light. But his dad, like we were married and we were together, he was home, so it wasn't like the father was out of the picture in that instance. It wasn't
But he had
until
enough attention.
Oh, he's the
Yeah.
baby of the family. Yeah, he had nothing but mommy's attention all the time, and when his dad was home, he was very involved with him as well. So I don't even think that was an issue. I was a full-time mom.
Well,
So
I'm not a doctor, but just basing it on my experience, my parents were together as well back then. But some of the stuff you're talking about is really reminding me of that time of my life. There was a lot of frustration. And there was a time when I did throw a toy boat at my brother when he was just a baby, and it hit him right in the forehead, and like blood was squirting out.
Oh God.
And of course I didn't mean to do that. I was just frustrated and threw something. I didn't know what I was doing, but wow, what happened? My mom got crazy angry when that happened. And yeah, the way she punished me was like kind of like traumatizing. But she was probably, I mean, I'm thinking from her perspective, that would be crazy. You've got the kid in the back seat, she's trying to drive, and he's throwing a toy in the front, and this little baby in the car seat is blood squirting out his forehead, and she's just like, ah.
That could be very frustrating just in the situation in itself. So I can understand that. I need to jump off for a few minutes. My son's actually on his way home. But if he should go straight to bed shortly, but I do need to jump until that happens. But if you guys are still on, I'll come jump back on.
Okay. See you, sir.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, when I was in 6th grade, 5th, 6th grade, around that age, me and my friends would have brick fights. Like we would go out in the alleys up there in Ohio. They have alleys between, like you have streets. So I don't know if you have alleys in Washington. They don't have them in Oklahoma.
We had them in Texas.
Really? Where at in Texas?
Dallas.
I guess maybe the
like
parts
neighborhood
of
alleys.
Dallas. What's that?
Neighborhood alleys.
Yeah, like you have your main roads in front of the house, and then behind the houses you have alleys. where like the garbage pickup trucks and stuff go.
Yeah, the garages.
We would go back there, and like you would just find spots where there'd be like piles of bricks and stuff, and we would just play war. We would hit each other with bricks. We would set up teams of like 3 versus 3 or some shit, and we would just be slamming each other with bricks, throwing them at each other. And I mean, it is pretty hardcore, but it's kind of what we did. And we didn't hold grudges. It was just, we were just fucking boys being stupid boys. Yeah, I remember one time I had tossed a brick, like I just like, was kind of just like I just hailed it over, and it cracked one of my friends in the head, and he was unconscious for a while, and we had to take him to his parents' house. I got in a lot of trouble for it, but I was like, that's what we were doing. He just hit me with bricks too. You know? It was difficult to explain, but like, I think nowadays in 2024, that would be the type of situation, like that would be a huge deal. But back then, I think parents just kind of dealt with shit like that. Like
you'd be in a special
like
program.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like we had squirt guns in the summertime. We had squirt gun fights and water balloon fights, but you know, fuck it. There was nothing else to do. We had bricks. It was a little more hardcore, but
yeah,
we're just playing war, you know?
Yep. Yeah. We had when I lived in Chicago, we had a basement, and all the guys would come over, and the basement was just our domain. The parents never came down there. They just let whatever happened in the basement stay in the basement. And we would have crazy wars. And yeah, people did get hurt from time to time. It wasn't bricks, but there was a lot of violence going on, a lot of kind of flexing.
Yeah.
A competition.
Yeah, it gets more and more hardcore too. I remember this one time though. It's kind of this situation that'll like never leave my mind. It's just more like an awkward situation. But one day after school, I was in the alley fighting this one guy, and like everybody was watching, and he was perceived as kind of like a tough kid, and we were fighting, and I had hit him, and he just like, he was like twitching and falling down, like twitching and like doing weird shit. And we had took him home, and his mom was still at work, and like she didn't get off till like 6, and this happened at like 3, and she had took him to the doctor, and he had leukemia. And it was like, to me, it's like you talk about like the ultimate feeling of guilt, and like you just feel like you are the biggest piece of shit in the world. Like, cause he was a cool guy, and he was like a tough guy, and he was an honorable guy. He was a glorious kid. And we just happened to be fighting. He probably would have kicked my ass if he was healthy, but you know, I had just hit him a couple of times, and he started twitching and stuff. First I thought like, hell yeah, not, you know, I'm a hard ass, but then like everybody realized something was wrong.
Nice, LFA. You beat up the cancer kid.
No, I mean, it was the ultimate, like most regretful feeling ever. But no, he was an honorable guy. Like, had I not fought him, he would have he would have passed hating me. He would have been like I was dishonorable for not doing it, you know?
Yeah.
But
well, you didn't know.
Right. He didn't even know. Like he might have.
Oh.
He probably felt like crap, but didn't know.
Wait, that's how he found out?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They had took him to the doctor. Like, I guess he was like, felt a little off or whatever for a while, but.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Sucked. They had like this giant piggy bank in the school. Back then, people still used coins and dollars and stuff. I guess they still kind of do, but back then it was like all people used. And we had this like giant tub. I think it ended up having like maybe like $20,000 in change in it. It's like a fundraiser for him, but he still ended up passing.
Yeah, when kids have leukemia, they usually don't make it. We lost a guy too when I was young.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's tragic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those deals. Like it's just one of those memories that never disappears, and it's like I have to watch out. It's like one of those few memories that will make me teary eyed. You never want to see anything like that. But
Yeah.
we fought not out of anger. It wasn't out of like no disrespect or anything. It was quite the opposite. It was like a sport. Like you respected each other for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, you define the pecking order. The dominance hierarchy still happens when you get older, just in different ways.
That it
Yeah.
does.
All men are like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, all men are like that. That shit hits like a truck. But I'm reading the chat. We were all digging tunnels. No supports. Just dig that motherfucker as long as you could. No concern about life. Just we're gonna keep digging. That was good times, man. It was.
Oh, as
you guys never
kids,
dug
yeah.
tunnels with the boys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A lot of all the variations of fort building.
Oh man, and we had we all rode bicycles too, so we built some fat ass dirt jumps. The amount of times
Yeah,
the kids in the
yeah.
neighborhood got served
had
up
jumps,
on those
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
I'm talking concussions like clockwork at that
Yeah.
motherfucker. It was
No,
crazy.
fuck yeah. No, I was never that good on the BMX shit, but I would still try it. And we all had our cool little like dyno bikes and shit, and like
Hell yeah.
The GT dyno.
yeah, with like the rotor on it, so you could spin the handlebars around and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we did all that shit. Yeah, we built ramps too. And I had this one friend, he would try the most hardcore shit and he couldn't do it, but he would still try to do it. He went up this ramp and tries to do like a backflip. He tries to do a backflip off of a tree. And he's just like going as fast as he can. Fucking lands like straight like on his chin and his collarbone. His collarbone just cracks in half. And it was just like, what the fuck? Like, what are we supposed to do now? Because we're like 7th graders at this point. It's like, dude, you're fucking crippled.
That's where everyone
Yeah.
just looks at each other and no one's doing shit other than the kids screaming. Everyone's like,
Yeah. Well, and you gotta think back then we didn't have fucking cell phones and shit, and we're just like out kind of found a
Yeah.
spot like kind of out on the not really anywhere near any establishments, and we're like, fuck, what do we do?
Seems like a
carry
good
him
spot to
somewhere?
attempt a backflip. Just out in
Yeah.
the middle of nowhere, like, fuck it, I'll go for it.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure a lot of kids grow up that way anymore. I grew up in a nice place that had a high trust society. So we get on our bikes and that was freedom. And we had a trail that it used to be an old railroad, but it went all the way through town. So it was like the highway for us. And we spent hours and hours and hours and then come home at night just doing all kinds of random stuff. But yeah, building the bike jumps and the dirt course in the forest behind a buddy's place, going to the lake and like finding frogs and playing with those and stuff. They're just good old time stuff. But I'm not so sure a lot of kids grow up like that anymore.
I don't see any dirt jumps here, because there's still lots. Like when I was growing up, you always seen like people building dirt jumps. Like there was multiple spots in the city, like you could go to find them, or just whatever other stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we ever had brick fights, but we didn't have a pallet of bricks handy either. But dirt clod fights were all day. Like you could go go out there and just throw shit at each other, throw rocks, whatever, and it was fun as shit.
Yeah. Anything you can find.
Well, now they play video games.
Oh my god, that's the problem. I hate when I see that shit. Or even now, like you see kids on scooters and they didn't even got to use their foot. I'm like, no wonder you're gonna end up looking like your fat ass mama because you ain't do shit all day.
Yeah.
But, like they embrace it though. Like people raise their kids like that. It's crazy to me.
Low key, I never really could skate though. I'm not gonna lie, man. When I sucked on a skateboard. I mean, I would try to do a couple little things here and there. I had a lot of friends that did. I was more of like a jockey kid in high school.
I was gonna say jocks can't skate, man.
Yeah, I would lift weights and play football and basketball and baseball and wrestling. I liked biking. I liked, loved doing, ramping on bikes and shit. couldn't fucking skate for shit. I had friends that would rollerblade. I would try to put them things on, and I'd wreck all over the place. Just like I'd be falling all over the place. Like I would try to ramp or something. I would just fuck everything up. Skateboard shit was never for me. I would try to get on a half pipe, whatever you call them.
Yeah.
I would. My first way down, I'd just fall on my ass every time.
Skating was fun. I got into that. I think more than anything, I think I skated from like honestly like 7th grade till I was like, no, 3rd grade till I was like 22. I went hard in the paint on that shit.
Well,
but
at least you tried, because the LFA, because the skaters and the jocks were always kind of like at odds with each other. It's kind of these two groups, two gangs.
we're
Yeah,
always homies in high school.
You know what's strange though? I got along with all the different sides, kind of like it's similar to how I am on YouTube. Like I'll get along with all the different groups, just because like whoever I'm associating with, I'll just kind of like be like, that's kind of interesting, just whatever.
That's cool.
So yeah, I never really had those issues. I mean, and plus most of the jocks are potheads anyways, and so are the skateboarders. And there's certain things that you have in common. You can find certain deals.
The jocks get their weed from the skaters.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Well,
That's
but
how
it was
for me.
It's this weird dynamic though, because the jocks get all the pussy and the skateboarders have all the weed. And it's like women like both. They like the drug dealers and the jocks. And it's like, what's going on here?
There, at least where I grew up, there were some cute, like, I don't know, alt girls or like, I don't know, goth girls, skater girls. Like, if they weren't all weird with all the shit they had on, it's like she could be like a really cute cheerleader. But that's what I'm saying. They did all right at where I grew up. The skater girls, the skater guys got the decent girls.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain girls that are going to be part of that group. And that was another thing, like coming from like the jock group, when I would try to hang around the skaters, like when I try to mac on a skater girl, I never really had that much luck. Whereas like the cheerleaders or whatever, I had pretty good luck with them.
The skater girls that I like took out, I would say I wasn't a jock, but I hung out with the jocks because the coaches were always chasing me because I was like the tall guy and like the strong guy from like working construction with my old man when I was a kid. Yeah. And they were like, you should go for football. You should go for weights. You should go for wrestling. And I'm like, I have to go to fucking work, dude. Like, I don't have time after school. Sorry. But that's where I would hang out with the jocks just because we were the big guys, and I did do weight club after school, and that's where I like the extracurricular that I was in was that. But when I would take out skater girls or kind of like the punk girls, they weren't feeling it. It was a different vibe for sure, and that's where just trying to like I wouldn't say get on their level, but just have something in common with them. They were kind of set in their ways with the guys that they liked. And that's where I'm saying with what you were talking about before, dating the skater girls, they weren't feeling the preppy jock, straight-laced square guys as much as you would expect they would. But, I guess that's just their deal.
Maybe I'm in California, but I thought we were sharing the same girls when I was in high school. It'd be the same ones with the jocks, be the same ones over here with everyone skating.
People were super territorial and kind of prejudice, we'll say. At least even back then, like people kind of like always would kind of stick to their own. And that's just, I don't know, cliquey, very, very cliquey. I think even in the movie Clueless, which I watched not that long ago, regrettably so, just, time hopping back into that. But it's like, oh my God, you're dealing with a hilly or whatever the chicks, yeah. I think
high school clicks.
Yeah. It's like, you're dealing with a hilly. Oh my God, all they do is smoke weed and skate. And that's pretty much how it was out with the cliques by us.
Smoke dope and rap with the boys.
Yeah. Where did you grow up, Big Jake?
Southeastern Wisconsin.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Annex Play, who are you? Oh,
Got
State
nervous.
your name, rank, and business, or get out.
Tight shipping this motherfucker.
With kids growing up nowadays, though, I missed the main chat, but that's where I'm saying, like, they ain't living it. They're just playing video games and not like getting out, fucking around, being stupid with their dumbass friends, and like getting the whole deal like we used to. And that's what I'm saying. I'm 33, but like, I don't know. I think it's probably being like a bit more Midwestern grounded thing. Like, I remember some wild ass shit that like definitely would raise some questions at the fucking school board. Like, what the fuck are these kids up to? Like, what the hell are we dealing with? And that was just standard practice. I would say I was pretty straight laced and square back in the day. And nowadays it's just super, super tight. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, there was more. Like, I remember we all got called in like around high school, like me and the boys, because we were always like, we were young, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, we're gonna film skate videos. So you like go out, film with the boys, and just get into general mischief, like chlorine bombs and all kinds of shit. And somehow it got into the district's hands, and they were like interviewing everyone. Like, and I'm like, we're just skating. I mean, chlorine bombs probably aren't like the fucking safest thing to fuck with, right? But we're just like skating and making skate videos. Like, none of us were troublemakers and ever, you know what I mean? But had to look into it even back then. Like, so I could only imagine now. You start doing that now, fuck, probably get swatted.
Yeah, we were never really bad kids. We were just mischievous. We like pulling pranks. We like throwing things from high parking garages to see them explode, and
that was a blast too.
You know, throwing pumpkins and playing pranks at school, and I could tell you all kinds of stories, but
I just remember doing like dumb shit too. Like, there'd be like blind corners with no lighting, and we'd like
it wasn't
throwing
evil
logs.
stuff. It's just
we'll throw logs in the road.
mischievous.
I'm like, oh my god, if someone was on a motorcycle just came around that corner, like that guy would have got fucking murked. Like, fortunately, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
You know, but at the time, you're just like, oh, if a car hits it, it'll be funny. And then you look at it now, you're like, fuck, you could have killed the motherfucker.
Yeah. Bad idea. Did you guys have the restaurant Frisch's Big Boy where you grew up?
We had Shoney's Big Boy.
Nuh-uh.
Did it have like a big statue of a boy with a burger in front of it?
Yeah, he's like holding it like this. He's got like the little whip on the hair.
Yeah, they called it Frisch's where I was at. I guess. Like,
yeah.
This guy.
It was called Shoney's where we were in Texas.
Yeah, it's probably
the same thing.
Yeah, probably the same company. They just
everywhere.
call it. Maybe they had like two partners involved, and they split up districts or something. But we used to. There was one Big Boy in the city, and we used to go there in the middle of the night and take somebody's truck and take that big ass Big Boy, and we would put it in people's yards.
Yeah,
and
that's the kind of stuff that we would do too.
Yeah,
Mischief.
and people would like. It was weird because back then it like wasn't that big of a deal because people would just like in the morning call the big boys and be like, "Hey, there's the big boys," and it would be back at the restaurant, within a few days.
There was no investigation. They assume, some kids were playing around.
Yeah.
I was watching Crocodile Dundee, talk about a throwback, but like him being just a country ass dude. Just chilling in New York in the first movie, like when he gets robbed, and the scene where he's like, "That's not a knife, this is a knife." Like after it's all done and over, he's like, "They're just kids having fun," just like telling the city girl, like they're just screwing around, no problem, I could handle it. They're just little kids running around trying to rob us. Don't worry, I got a bigger knife. But that's like kind of the mentality of how things used to be. It's like they're just dumbass kids fucking screwing around being dumb.
Yeah. Well, dumbass kids in a high trust society are expected, and it's kind of like, okay, they're just kids being kids. But I mean, a lot has changed. in the
Oh
last
yeah.
20
Oh yeah.
years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
You know, crime rates are a little bit different now, and you know, it's a little bit more dangerous, and
For
people are a
sure.
little more
Yeah.
unhinged.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm saying I would say I'm right on the cusp of where I can look back at like a movie like that and be like, I could see how things used to be. And I watched the sunset on that, but now it's like, holy shit. You know, this kid threw a rock at a car when he was 4.
Yeah,
Better fucking take him to the doctor.
yeah. Well, I mean, and if you think of the consequences nowadays of like, okay, when I was 18, it was no big deal for me to be like in a traffic dispute and for us to like pull off to the side of the road and scrap it out, or like somebody might get pissed off and just you'll be still in the car and they'll just like reach in there and start punching you, or maybe you do it to them, or like just shit like that would happen. But like today, if I were outside driving and I had a traffic dispute and they're like pulling over, I'm like, fuck this. Like, I'm not trying to get fucking smoked. This shit's not even worth it, you know? And it's just different. I think the culture of like, of innocent violence back then and just like, you know, duking it out and just kind of trusting that like it could be me versus, and it could be a group of like 5 dudes and it would still be a one-on-one fight. Like it would be me against one of them and their friends wouldn't even jump in. And if I beat the shit out of their friend, they'd be like, damn, fuck, man, stop. You know, and that would be like the end of it. Now it's like instantly I would just fucking get stomped on.
That's where I'm saying I sound like a boomer. I think we all kind of sound like boomers when I'm saying this, but like back in the day, if it was fists, it would end with fists. Now, if it starts with fists, it could end with, you know, something beyond that and not fairly and not right. And that's where, especially like what you're saying, if it was just you versus one guy, it would stay you versus one guy. There wouldn't be people jumping in and taking it. You know, there would be more of a trial by combat situation where it's like, this is between me and him and people can watch. And if it gets out of hand, even if you're not on my side, I'd want you to step in if it goes too far and stop it rather than pile in and keep it going, you know?
Yeah.
And that's where I'm saying, like, I once again, either I watched it just go away during my time, or maybe it stuck around a little longer than for everyone else, like, you know, in the Midwest or whatever. But like, that's how it used to be, was if you had a problem with somebody, you would, you know, handle it, you know,
They
as
still
God.
handle it.
Well, you still
Yeah, it's
handle
a
it,
little
but,
more
like,
about honor than revenge.
Yeah. Well, now it's about the message. So, you know, you fuck with this guy and then you get jumped by 10 of them or fucking get smoked or something. It's like, well, the message has been sent, right? So it's just not even worth it anymore.
No, 100%. It's not worth it. Do you guys ever like, maybe it was just me. I was just curious, like when I was younger, I don't know, we were early 18s, I don't know, something like that. But we just went on some straight vandal shit. Like we would go pick up like big rocks from people's yards and take them and find like cars for sale and like throw them through the fucking windshields. And then like, or just like beat cars with bats, like beat the fucking mirrors off, like golf club the shit out of them.
Every dude does that as like a teenager. It's like, I don't know what that fuck. We used to, when I was like probably 13 or 14, we would all like stay at the same house in the middle of the night. We would just like run out. What we would do is we would usually like call up some girls that we could sneak over to and sneak in and, you know, chill with them for a couple hours and then sneak back over to whoever's house we were staying at. But on the way there, it would be like, we would just wreak havoc. We'd be like, you know, any like garage light we see, we're like, you know, taking a brick and breaking that shit out. And
anything, like, right?
Yeah. Anything glass, anything like whatever. Yeah. I think everybody does that shit.
Dude,
and
that was a blast.
Yeah, but you look back, and now that I'm an adult, like
We're still waiting for the karma, brother. It's coming.
I know.
We're
I
gonna
mean,
come out to our shit fucked up.
yeah, my car is parked in the driveway, and I just put lights out in the lawn, and it's like, I'm just kind of chilling, and it's like, I planted a couple trees, and everything's so good, and it's like, how devastated I would be if I just wake up in the morning and they fucking just vandalized it all and fucked it all up.
But we were
Dude.
those same people. That's the
Yeah.
tough part, man. Like I think about it too. Like I'm
Yeah.
always waiting. I'm like, karma has to come back. Like I remember we get
Yeah.
on the brick walls of like gated communities with pellet guns and shoot car windows out like while we're drinking beer. Like, and then I look
Yeah.
back at it, I'm like, man, what an asshole.
Yeah.
For us, it was water balloons, not BB guns or pellets, but still
That's probably better
caused a
off,
lot
yeah.
of trouble with those too.
Dude, I got my first pellet gun when I was like 5. Things are different out here, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't running around like doing anything too foolish with it, but like, you got to learn how to shoot when you're from Wisconsin. It's just one of those things. It's early in, but yeah. Neo, what's up?
Hanging out, man. How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good. Hey,
man.
I was watching that stream or Sarah's stream from Thursday that I didn't have a chance to participate on. Like I had saw bits and pieces of it when it was live, but I was busy and I couldn't go on. And I went back and watched the debate between the dude and the chick.
Mhm.
And we reacted to that. And then I went to the comment section, and one of the comments, Riggs says, Neo's dropping heaters on these pencil necks. And then he put a timestamp. And I was like, hell yeah, he put a timestamp. So I clicked on the timestamp, and me and Sarah were on here watching it. And you claimed it and tamed it, man. Because I don't know if you realize, like, I don't think you strategically claimed it and tamed it, but you went on there, and it was so ironic because when you start talking, the girl just starts listening, and like she put a little bit of resistance in the beginning, like she was going to try to push back, but then she just like stopped and turned into the listener. And then you made a statement. You're like, some guys, maybe don't know how to communicate properly with women, or they haven't been educated on that. And it was so strange because like you were just unknowingly communicating to a point where she was like into you. Like her face looked like she was into you when you were talking, and you were just kind of like dropping in to share your 2 cents. But the way you communicated it, which is 90% of the battle, was so effective that it's like she tried to debate you, but you claimed it, you tamed it, you won her over. And she probably like wants to add you on IG now.
That shit was phenomenal. That's why I had to make the comment with the timestamp, because the Sergio dude, the fucking pencil neck syndrome cat, he was saying something, trying to use fancy words, and you're like, I'd rather just explain it and like give my point of view rather than just say one word. And then it was crickets, and I was like, fuck yeah.
In Sergio's defense, he had like he could have won that debate had he worded things a little better. He started out, he didn't want to be combative with her, and she took advantage and got combative with him. And then she kind of backed him into a corner, and he didn't have the right things to say. And then he got frustrated and said some kind of went off on her.
Yeah,
I didn't even watch the debate.
It's funny because I didn't realize that I was debating. I was just having a conversation, but I do know that girl. Like I've seen her in other debates, and what I think she tried to do was get a little like debate bro on me. You know what I mean? And that's not really my style, because I don't really go on channels to debate people. I speak in plain language, and I think the plain language gets through a little easier than trying to use like all these big words, like talking about ontological and whatnot, and I've learned over time that there's a power to words. So if you just simplify your speech, you tend to reach more people in that sense.
Yeah.
But it was funny though, because I don't know, I was just having a conversation, man. I wasn't really trying to like debate anybody, but I don't know, it's just how I talk.
No, yeah, that's true. And a lot of people, when they're debating, especially if it's like a really touchy subject in politics or whatever, they'll try to pull out those big words to, I guess, try to win the audience over and make themselves seem like they really know what they're talking about. but it, in a way, it takes away from the impact because most of the viewers don't even know what that word means. So they're like, hold on, like that statement no longer has any impact. But when you pitch it in a way that everybody understands it, you know, it's just something that everybody can relate to, whether they're smart, low vocab, high IQ, low IQ, whatever, they all understand it. That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, again, there's a power to words. I always tell that to people because that is what we utilize to communicate with people. We just talk.
Yeah.
And you can't tell somebody, oh, if you want to best describe this thing, just say ontological. Okay, sure. What does that even mean? What, like, I know what it means because I had to look it up. I didn't know what it meant off the cuff.
I didn't know either.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real
I
with
had
you.
to look it up, and then even then, I was like, okay, you're not really using it in its proper context because you're using it as a one-stop shop. When you talk to these people, she said that she was writing down what I was saying, almost to try to get me like a gotcha moment. And that's why I was like, hey, you know what? I'm not really a crazy like Uber red pill dude. You know what I mean? I just like having conversations with people. And I think that there's a lot of blood sports on the internet right now when it comes to debate. Debate is like a real hot thing right now, especially with like the political season coming. And people just want to sound smart. They want to say your name a million times in a paragraph, hoping that they'll get your attention long enough towards where you get lost in what you're saying. You get lost in your own sauce. But
Who was
man,
writing down what you said?
What was that?
Who was writing down what you were
A
saying?
girl. She was writing down what I was saying.
Oh, fish eye. You talking about fish eye?
Is that what y'all call Nina? I think her name was Nina.
Yeah, where she looks away from the camera and it still looks like she's looking at you. Like you know what I'm saying?
That's AI.
Like a package of full fish at the store. Like it shouldn't be seeing you, but it is. That's how I see her when she looks away from the camera. I just see a big old fucking fish eyeing me out the corner of her head.
Oh man.
But go on. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's all good. I was listening, LFA. I was taking a shower. Pause. I was listening to your podcast while I was showering, and you guys were talking about jocks and skaters a little while ago. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents into that. So I was more of the skater dude back in the day. I wasn't really the jock. I played some baseball here and there, but it wasn't really anything crazy. And I noticed the reason that skaters kind of had a disdain towards jocks is because jocks were very adversarial. They used to kind of bully the skaters a lot back in the day, because it's like, oh, you're a nerd, that means you like dick or you like all this other crap. Instead of just like being nice and talking to people. If you were a jock, you were also viewed as a nerd. You liked watching anime, and these things are considered cool by today's standards. But back then, that wasn't really the case. So they were like, oh, you should just be focusing on talking to all these girls, and because jocks naturally will get women. That was just like the thing back in the day. That was my observation, because in high school, I didn't get any love, man, ever. It wasn't until I became an adult that I started getting attention from women. But yeah, just
jocks had more opportunity. Like they're around it a lot more often.
Well, because they were physical, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've always said that when you show like a physical discipline in something, it's impressive to people. But skaters do the same thing, like if you know how to, if you have like some impressive skating skills, that's cool too. You can get on TV with that, you can make a channel with that. And, people will pay attention now, but I'm 40. So this was like back in high school. We didn't have any of that stuff. If you were a goth or like a skater, you were just kind of like an outcast.
Yeah, there was no such thing as clout back then. And if you played basketball and everybody knew who you were, you're like a celebrity around the school because, you're out there on the court and everybody's watching you.
Well, and what's funny about the goth girls, right? So the reason goth girls weren't really into like jocks was because, they were just kind of mean, The goth girls always liked the skater dude because they felt more relatable. A lot of these people came from like impoverished families. So sometimes, they would wear hand-me-downs or they had like ripped up clothes. And they made that into a style, versus the jock that traditionally would come from a better household sometimes. Like they had it better sometimes, not always. So they kind of resonated with each other. And that's why I think also a lot of goth girls weren't really into those type of dudes.
Yeah.
Skater guys also, the reason why they have talent, but the reason why they weren't idolized was because the school didn't make a spectacle of them like they did with basketball or football or
Yeah.
soccer or track. There isn't,
Yeah.
you know,
They actually sort of condemned them.
yeah, they never were like, okay, like these guys have skill and this is a sport, but it's not, you know, anything that we're gonna condone. And that's where, yeah, they condemned them, and that's where goth girls basically gravitated toward those, like, kind of, we'll say, somewhat alpha guys that were also kind of outcasts. That's where I think that kind of, like, you know, solidifies my point that the skater guys, like, could pull chicks, at least when I was coming up. It's like, why does this dude who, like, just fucking burns herb all day, doesn't have a fucking job, doesn't have shit going for him, can, like, smash, like, hard as fuck, compared to the regular ass guy bagging groceries at, you know, Century, the grocery store. And it's like, because he's cool, you know, because he's got a cool vibe to him, you know, he's got style. And that's where it was always confusing at the time, especially being kind of like, well, school says he's not cool, and school doesn't think that he's cool, and blah blah blah. He's not an athlete like these guys. But that was the thing, is at least they had kind of an edge.
I feel like I was killing it skating in high school, like even middle school, high school, like, and skating, that shit was easy money on the I gotta play it safe, women. It was easy to get women.
It was different in California.
Kraken Lacken
Oh,
says
yeah.
you gotta be taller and big dick. Chick dig that. Sophie, what do you think about that?
Based.
But what?
Nothing. What were you saying, ZSS Element?
I was saying in California, I remember when I went to California when I was in high school, and I was in high school in Texas, and I was a skater there, and we were the outcasts. But I went to California while I was in high school, and I noticed, dude, they have public skate parks, and that was
Hell yeah.
that was not even a thought in the mind of anyone in Texas. In Texas, we did have skate parks, but they were all privately owned. You had to pay to get in. They weren't just these parks you could go to, and some of them you had to drive an hour away to get to. I went to California and I saw they have public skate parks. Anyone can just come here and skate. It's a very different view and perspective on skating, which is, you know, very California nature. Now that's very common, but when I was in high school, that blew my mind.
I guess that's a good point. I didn't think about the state differences, bro. Like, because here it's like at the time skating was huge, so it's like if you were good at it, like it was like, oh, like you were getting attention from the whammies.
Yeah. No, all these kids now are just absolutely spoiled. I mean, we would have been elated to have a public skate park back when I was in high school.
Well, California has like the like BMX stuff, like for youngsters, like they have leagues where you can go pro, right? Like if you wanted to go pro as a skateboarder or BMX or even like dirt bike shit, like California is the place to be, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, we did all that shit in Ohio. I can remember a couple of skate parks, but it wasn't like a very popular thing. A lot of people had dirt bikes, but there were no like legitimate leagues. Like we had like little underground leagues we could join, but I know out in California, people are going pro.
Yeah, skaters in New York, which is where I'm from. It was a little different too, because New York, it's the concrete jungle, so you just had so many people around, where you had these different cliques, right? But everybody was a clique in their own way. So, you know, the jocks stuck with the jocks, the skaters with the skaters, the goths with the goths. And but it was also crazy too, because it's also very hood. Like I grew up in the Bronx. So if you went to a skate park just to skate, you were probably gonna get jumped. You know, like that was just the thing back in the day. I remember I have a story one time where I borrowed some rollerblades from my friend. You know, he used to let me borrow them. And I was gonna go to the park with my boy, and he had a skateboard with him. And we were just walking, you know, just doing our thing, getting ready to skate. And these kids were like following us, you know, and they were the gangsters of the hood, I guess you could say. And they were like throwing little pebbles at us and shit. And and I had my rollerblades on, and my boy had a skateboard, and we just like booked it because there was like 10 of them. we're like, yo, man, we're not about to get jumped by these dudes right now. But you know, again, you're kind of punished for being different, especially in New York back in the day. I don't know how it is now because I don't really hang outside now. I'm just a gym guy and a karaoke guy now. But for the most part, based off to your point, CSS element about being in California, yeah, I think where you grow up is going to ultimately dictate like how those teams were ran.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Different perceptions. I mean, when I first started skating, I mean, people were just confused. The neighborhood parents didn't know what to even call it. They're like, these kids are sliding on these curbs and they're leaving marks, and we got to do something about that. Doing this weird stuff.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
I mean, I remember the first X Games was like, what, 96 or something, 95, 96. And that was such a huge deal. It's like, wow, we're being represented by ESPN.
Yeah.
Even though it's ESPN2, late night, but
wasn't that like
it was new then?
Tony Hawk, and they had like people like that getting involved and turning into like MTV played a big role on it too. And it was like the culture of the 90s kind of pushing that stuff. But that was mostly a California thing, wasn't it?
That definitely started all in California with the Z-Town? No, Dogtown Boys.
Yeah,
There's a
Dogtown
documentary
was
about it.
the big, in California.
Essentially,
like in the
after urethane wheels were engineered, and they started putting those on skateboards, that kind of changed the whole game because you could do so much more with it. You could ride them on the street without the vibration going completely insane. And then rollerblades came out, and that became a whole movement too, which, you know, the skateboarders and the rollerbladers always
sick as shit too.
Always had competition because for good reason, I suppose. But
there was always some low key beef, you know what I mean, off the rip.
Yeah.
You're all rollerblades, like you big old, I can't say it on here word, but
you know where I think that
the fruit booters.
I think the rollerbladers and like the skateboarders, the real point of contention with them was that, you know, if you were a kid, you probably were only to get one or the other, you know, so you couldn't really practice both of them. A lot of the times, like me, for example, I had rollerblades. I never had a bicycle until I got older and I bought my own. But a lot of these kids in these neighborhoods, they could only get one thing. It was like, you know, you were a Super Nintendo guy or you were like a Sega Genesis guy back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, because that's all you had. You had that like one console, so you couldn't really do much. And I think that also translated over to that as well. So if you were like really good at rollerblading, you know, the skateboarders will be like, oh, I bet you couldn't skateboard. You know, if I lent you my skateboard right now, you couldn't do anything. So I think that's where that beef came from. But I also think it was out of necessity. I don't think it's because they inherently just didn't like each other.
I think we're all looking for the same thing at that point. We're all looking for freedom and fun and challenge, and also this, you know, dominance hierarchy, because we all know who the best skater in town was, and we wanted to hang out with them. We wanted to skate with them.
Yeah, that's how it went too.
Wanted to be him, you know, like, oh, I'm going to get better. One day I'm going to be better than that guy.
You see, that has to be a Cali thing then, because there was no best skater in town. You know, like, again, New York is just so populated with so many people. It's not like a small town where everyone knows each other, right? So everyone had their clique. So I can imagine where you were from, there was like the top guy, right? That everybody would try to
yeah, within the clique, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess it could go. Yeah, it could go both ways. Like even in your clique though, but like at least here in California, skating, like you had like the cats you rolled with, everyone like tagged their boards with the same shit to let like everyone know like what crew you're in. But other people would talk, but there was always that internal crew thing, like you were saying, Christian. Like even cats you were skating with, like if you were filming, like you felt like you were going to a job that day where it's like, oh, I got to go balls to the wall. Like I got to outdo these other cats. Like, and they're your boys.
Yeah.
But it's like healthy competition where it's like, oh, I'm going to do a bigger hand or I'm going to go to a bigger spot. Like we're going to go hit this. Like that's just how it was.
Skating was a huge part of my early photography and video interest. Like it gave me a reason to really dive into that stuff. And there were a couple of photographers who only shot skating for magazines like Daily Bread. like Jess Deerenforth, who I looked up to. Like, wow, how does he do these things with his camera and with
Is
flashes
that a
and with
local
light?
magazine?
No, it was
He probably shot
nationally
for Thrasher and
distributed.
shit too, I'm sure. And then
Similar to that, but Daily Bread is for inline skating. But yeah, it gave us all a reason, or not us, but me, a reason to shoot all my friends. So we would go out and skate. We'd always shoot every single time. And
Yeah.
that I learned so much from that. And not to get too much on a tangent, but back in the day, we had local cable access studios. And in my city, you could go in there and it was public. So you could go use all the editing bays, which back then we didn't have computers and nonlinear editing. You had to go into this big bay and edit deck to deck, reel to reel, with all these giant Sony units.
yeah.
But yeah, that got me into video editing, and
I think that's the
on
crazy
the
thing
base level.
that comes from skating too is like even the people that like ended up filming majority of the time, maybe they didn't push skating to like the level everyone else was pushing it at that they were filming. You know, when you're hungry, you think you're gonna make a living off it. Well, that's what I thought. I was like, I'm just gonna go pro. So it feel like a stunt
Oh,
show every
just
time
going
you went and
pro.
skated, like all but it's cool to kind of watch the guys that were in the photography side of it and the filming, how they kind of progressed over the years. Because all the guys that like I still talk to them that I used to skate with that used to film us and all that shit. Like they're still doing stuff along those lines. So it kind of goes to, reiterate what you were saying. It was just the early time for them where it's, it's a
Yeah,
trip.
yeah, there's something inside us that already loved it. We just needed a reason, and skating was a great reason to get the camera out and to put together a
to
video.
get it rolling. And you
Hey,
can get
guys.
some great stuff.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Who's breathing like that? I hear like breathing in my ear.
I know. I hear it too.
Not me. Not
This
me.
guy been being saying like
Sophie?
low key, man. Sophie, what are you doing? Yo?
I think Sophie might have went memes.
Sophie, did you pass out? Are you snoring?
That sounds like sleeping.
Yeah, for real. I'm like, somebody's just breathing in my ears right now. It's really disturbing, or distracting rather.
Yeah,
It
muted her. Yeah, it's her. She's passed out. Sophie.
Passed out.
I
Sophie.
can't blame her. If it was that early or late where I'm at, I'd be fucking sleeping too.
Oh yeah, she's in Europe, so it's got to be.
Hold on, real
what,
quick.
like 1 a.m.
Sophie.
No, she's
That
doing
didn't wake her
ASMR
up.
for us.
Nothing is.
The house is on fire. Wake up!
Yeah.
Gotta say ASMR from Sophie right now. Oh my god,
That was funny. I was wondering if anyone else could hear that. I'm like, what is that? I was checking Discord. I'm like, did I leave the audio on there?
LFA cold approach don't work in everyone but choosing signals.
He keeps typing that, and he's typed that a bunch of times. Like I was gonna like address it, but hold on, who's in the Riggs is in there? I'll play that video in a second, Riggs. LFA cold approach don't work in everyone but choosing signals. Yeah, dude, I'm a manosphere guy. I'll never escape it. We're gonna get this question in every single live stream. Should I cold approach or wait for choosing signals?
You know what's funny about cold approach? It's I don't really think cold approach is real. And the reason I say that is because yeah, you can go up to somebody and talk to them, but if the girl doesn't have like any type of interest in you whatsoever, then it doesn't matter if you cold approach like 10 different people. I think if you approach them and then they respond back to you is because they probably saw you throughout the night and they did like you.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the idea that if you just build up your confidence by talking to like 1 million women a night, that it's going to make a difference.
I don't either. And a lot of people misinterpret that, like Dylan the Islander in the chat. Like a lot of times he'll call in, he lives out there in California and he'll be out walking whatever strip he's walking. And he's like, hey, I'm about to cold approach this girl, and he'll do it. He'll be right there on the live stream. He'll cold approach and he likes doing that. And sometimes it works out for him. Sometimes it doesn't, but he enjoys doing it. I consider that being social. Like if I'm if I were walking around live streaming and I was at a party and I'd be like, hey guys, I'm about to go talk to this girl. But I might be like, hey, I'm going to go talk to this group of dudes over here and play beer pong too. But, I'd just be running around socializing. And when I talk to girls, it's not a cold approach. A lot of people misinterpret that, but yeah, what you're saying about the activity that is cold approach, Dylan the Islander.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But the activity that is cold approach on on YouTube, what the pickup artists do, which they tell guys, hey, you need to approach 50 girls tonight because we need you to get over your fear of rejection. We need you to build your social skills, whatever it is they tell them that the plan is. I don't think fear of rejection or social skills are something that even improve at all by approaching women. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the very first time I ever talked to a girl and like that I approached because I liked her, or I was attracted to her, like in elementary school, I think I naturally just said what I wanted to say, and that worked. And as an adult, it's the same thing. And I've said this on streams before. Like, if you were a little kid and you just naturally, like, you were innocent, you felt no guilt about socializing or telling people secrets or whatever, and you walk up to a girl and you say, hey, your shirt's really pretty. My mom made cookies. You want a cookie? And she's like, yeah. And she takes cookies, right? You're innocent. You're a kid. There's no pressure. You don't understand that you're talking to a girl. You just do it, right? It just comes naturally to you. But as an adult, a lot of these guys put so much pressure. You could literally walk up and say the same damn thing you said as a kid. You could walk up to the girl and say, hey, your shirt's really pretty. Maybe it's not cookies. Maybe it's, hey, me and my friends are having drinks over here. You want to come over to our table and, shoot the shit with us? And she might say yes, right? But if you're natural about it and you're just normal and you don't view it as a cold approach or like some high pressure situation, then you're probably going to get good results.
I agree. It's just, what it is to me, the idea of cold approach, it's almost like you're gesture maxing. You know what I mean? You're doing clown game, and it's unnerving to people. I can give you an example. There's this dude, right? He goes to one of my local bars, and this guy tries to talk to everybody, right? Now, he's not necessarily a bad person. He's actually fairly chill, but his energy levels are a little too up there for most people, right? So because he goes around talking to everybody, it sort of unnerves the other people that are there, and they don't really like conversating with him. Versus just, that's kind of how I look at cold approach. Like, if you're in one spot and you're talking to like 20 or 30 different people trying to get their attention, you're just being a court gesture for them. You're not really being genuine. Like you use the example of being a kid and just having a conversation with someone. I think the idea is to just socially calibrate yourself to a point where you can have a normal conversation with someone without it being about, what pickup line should I use? What's going to work best for the situation that I'm in? Just going up to them and saying what's up, having a regular conversation, making a comment about, their hair, or, maybe they got a cool pair of headphones on and you notice it and you're like, hey, I have that brand too. Just like an icebreaker to have like a normal conversation, I think goes more of a long way than just, again, being a court gesture for them, trying to make them laugh all night and saying ridiculous things that are not normally in your character, and I find a lot of people do that.
Yeah, when I was in high school, that was around the time when like Mystery had came out and like the pickup artists and stuff. I didn't know what any of that was. I had never heard of it. I knew there was a show on VH1 called The Pickup Artist, but I didn't know, like, I didn't watch it. Like, it wasn't my thing. I had no interest in even, like, it just didn't pique my interest. But I had friends that were into that shit. And I thought it was like, to me, they were like, when they would talk the way they would talk, like, when they'd say things like, I can talk the panties off of any girl in less than 30 minutes and like shit like that. I was like, this shit is so fucking corny. I'm like, I don't care how much fucking PUA skills you have or how much game you have. If a chick likes me more than you don't have a fucking chance, buddy. Like it's just, that's such a weird, bizarre take for somebody to have in terms of their approach in dating and relationships, to be like, I've got the skills to get any girl I want. It's like, bro, just be fucking normal. Just like, even if you have the skills to get every girl you want, you're not going to want every girl. You're going to want to like have connections with specific ones. And it's like, you want things to happen naturally. You want her to want you and you don't want her and it to be effortless.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah. So the whole approach in general of like, anything pickup artist related, I've just always found to be bizarre. And I understand like some dudes view it as like a sport or a career. Like I talk to pickup art, like prominent pickup artists on YouTube who to them, it's like a science. It's like a sport. And I'm like, cool, whatever. I'm not the guy that's going to like sit here and judge you for what you want to do, but I just think it's so fucking weird. Like, I think you could get better results just being normal.
Yeah. It's funny. It's cliche because everyone always says, "Oh, just be yourself," right? It's the cliche thing to say, but that's true. Just acting like a regular person and not being fake, because you will get exposed inevitably.
Yeah.
You can't maintain that persona that you're putting on throughout the whole night or just throughout the interaction. At some point you're gonna slip. So I always say just be chill, man. Look, if the girl doesn't like the Pokemon shirt that you're wearing, man, you know what I'm saying? Maybe she's not for you. Maybe you should just go speak with people that are more aligned with the things that you're interested in. Instead of someone that's going to judge you, based off of either an immutable characteristic like your height, or maybe they don't like your style, the way you dress. Maybe you got Converse on and they're like, oh no, man, that's what skaters wear. Tying it back to skaters. But yeah, being yourself is probably, I think, the best thing you can ever do, and not just for pickup, but just your general life overall. If you go to a job interview, yeah, you're gonna probably get a haircut. You're gonna dress up. You're gonna look nice and whatnot, but your personality is gonna ultimately dictate whether you get that job or not. It's not about whether you just said the best things or not, because you have what's called a probation period. And if they see that the person that they interviewed isn't aligned with the person that is at that moment, then they have the choice to let you go. And that's always the way I've always sort of seen those things. So just don't be fake, because time and society will naturally expose you for that.
Yeah. And I think by and large, women tend to be the more insecure of the two genders, just because they're more emotional, and it's just natural for them to be like a bit anxious. And I guess they've got different hormones and stuff going on through their body. They're women, right? And I think as a man, just be yourself is what a confident man does. So a man that's not confident with himself is not just going to be himself, because he's not confident with who he is. A man that's confident with who he is always going to be himself, because he's confident with who he is. And that naturally shows to women, and women do want to fall into a man's frame. They do want a man that they can just kind of go on autopilot with. He's in control. He's that guy. And a guy that's comfortable being himself is sort of, okay, if he's confident with himself, she can find confidence in him. He's the husband, he's the father, he's the man of the house, he's the big time decision maker, he's the one with the muscle, he's the critical thinker. He's confident with himself. Well, I'm confident. He's confident with the relationship. I'm confident with the relationship, right? Because that's the frame that he sets. And, it's important that guys understand that it's not just like some patchwork deal of like saying the right thing, smooth talking, doing the right thing, a pickup line, little minor skills here and there to patch up the holes. No, it's about being that. And, yeah.
Yeah. You have to know who you are to be yourself. And that can take some time.
Yeah.
Some,
a lot
introspection.
Of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when people say just be yourself is bad advice, I kind of understand what they're saying when they say that, because if you're somebody that's just getting absolute shit results, and they're implying that just be yourself means just stay the same. That's not what it means. If you're getting shitty results, like, okay, if yourself, if who you are as a person that sits around and watches porn, plays video games, and eats Cheetos, just be yourself. I understand why people say that would be bad advice, but the truth is that's not you. You don't know who you are because you're wasting all your time watching porn, eating Cheetos, and playing video games. You never figured out who you were. So just be yourself, I still think is good advice when you really dig into it, because it's like sometimes you got to cut those bad habits out to realize what kind of potential you have. And then you realize who you are and what you're made of. but you don't know until you break those bad habits. And, that's why when you see people like Jordan Peterson or Jocko Willink or David Goggins or somebody like that, it's like those guys really do have an overall positive impact. I recommend guys get into that style of content just to give them that encouragement and that motivation to stop being a bitch.
Yeah. I agree. Well, it's funny because being yourself doesn't mean you don't exert any effort ever. You do have to exert effort because even if you like playing video games, you want to jerk off all night, you want to eat Cheetos or whatever. In order to be a healthy person physically and mentally, you still have to exert those efforts. Like going to the gym or going for a walk is good for you. Reading more often. It doesn't matter what you're reading, as long as you're reading something, it increases your ability to be able to communicate properly with people. You learn how to get better at these skill sets. And being yourself ultimately doesn't mean don't ever try to do anything. Like, you still want to self-improve to an extent, you know what I mean? Whether you're looks maxing, whether you're, I guess, brain maxing, whatever you want to call it. And just putting yourselves in positions where you have an opportunity to be successful, and understanding that it's going to be difficult, because the most difficult thing you can do. Well, all right, let me rephrase this. John DeSena, he's the guy that created a Spartan Race, right? And he wrote a book called Spartan Up. And he said something that I found profound, and I say this all the time in my videos, but he said that if the most difficult thing you do is go to and from the grocery store, then that's the level of difficulty you're prepared to deal with, and I found that very meaningful, because I know people like that in real life that break under pressure so easily because they don't put themselves through any type of real struggle. So they never have an opportunity to grow from those experiences. Now, being yourself is more in terms of your natural character, not necessarily the effort that you're exerting in order to become somebody in this world. So yeah, you still got to go in, man. You can't just be like a lazy piece of crap your whole life either.
Yeah. Well, I think there's an element of confidence. One is being confident with who you are, and the other is being confident, like it's a situational confidence. And you have to have both. For example, when I was first on my own and I had a car payment and I had rent and I had bills and I lost my job and I was already paycheck to paycheck, I was stressed out to a point where it was like damn near like didn't want to live anymore. Like I was like, what can I do? It's over. I'm fucked, and I would just like panic and freak out. Right. But as time went on, it's like, this is easy. I can figure a way out of this. I've been through this. I've been in worse situations, so experience brings a certain level of confidence as well. But again, it's being comfortable with your own abilities, where you have abilities that you're unaware that you have until you go into fight or flight mode. And then you realize, okay, yeah, I can handle this. And then you're cool and calm under pressure, moving forward in that particular subject, and there's so many different aspects you could hit that from. It's not just like a financial problem, but that's probably the biggest one for Americans, because we don't really have much issues. We have our health and we have our finances, and then everything else is kind of, whatever. But I don't know. I mean, there's that element of, going under fire and experiencing it that I think you need to do. But I don't think that necessarily applies to dating and relationships.
Well, yeah, no, because when you really, all right, when I got my car, right, the first time I got my car, I wasn't really an experienced driver. I had driven here and there, but never anything crazy, right?
Yeah.
And the idea of getting on the highway was like terrifying for me, because I would always be the passenger. So I would always see these cars just zooming by you very quickly. You know what I mean? When you're merging into different lanes and whatnot, it was terrifying to me because of the high speeds. It was a different difficulty level than what the norm is. And then I decided to take a trip to Pennsylvania to visit my friends, and I went by myself. I didn't have any other drivers with me. I just went alone. It was a 3.5 hour drive. And once I accomplished that drive, it started to make sense to me a little more. You know what I mean? Like I started sort of zoning into the understanding that, all right, now I have this vehicle. Now I have the freedom to travel to different places and experience different things that I ultimately couldn't have done until recently, because I never gave myself the chance to do it. Putting yourself through difficult things to learn is only one part of the equation. Now, when you're being yourself, I'll give you a simple example, right? If you're talking to a girl and she says, "Oh, what do you like doing?" and you say, "Oh, I like watching cartoons or I like anime," right? But you're doing everything you have to do in life, right? And if you're doing everything that you have to do in life and she finds that distasteful, then that's probably somebody you don't want to involve yourself with, because you don't want to be a fake person in order to appease that other person. You still want to keep a semblance of who you are, what your personality is. You don't want to lose that. Don't bury it in order to appease the will of others. So I always say yes, put in the effort. Like Dylan, the Islander, he does what, Brazilian jiu-jitsu he does, or
Yeah.
He does that all the time, and I think that's awesome. I see him post stuff on Instagram all the time like that, and it's something difficult. He puts himself through something difficult. So I guarantee you that when he's done with that, the rest of his day is not bad, by comparison, because he's already done something that exerted a lot of effort, and I think that's really important, and people should apply that more. But I'm long-winded when I talk, so I apologize. But in general, just don't lose the core of your personality to appease others. I've never liked the idea of that, but you still got to put in effort.
Yeah, I agree.
Based.
I wonder, LFA, has anyone said anything that's going to get this video taken down?
Not really. The only thing is I am a person of high respect and I don't know, my YouTube etiquette in terms of dealing with other YouTubers. I maintain a high bar of standard. And I reacted to that deal earlier, and I'll probably go back and rewatch it and be like, did I sound disrespectful at all or whatnot? I'm kind of hard on myself. I know that's what gets views. Like I honestly, like if I would put out reaction videos and like diss people, I'd get a lot more views and grow a lot faster. But I don't like doing that just because I don't necessarily know the person and what people are able to handle mentally or whatever. I don't know. So
no, I get what you're saying. The only reason I'm asking is because I so that you could timestamp this for Sophie later when she realized that she like passed out during the stream.
Yeah. Oh, she's a channel member anyways. She'll see all the videos even if they're private.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I didn't catch your stream at the beginning. What time did you start?
Like 4:30 or 5:30 where you're at.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense because I hopped on around 7 where I'm at, Eastern Standard Time, because that's typically the time you start streaming. But you have started streaming earlier, more frequently. So yeah, no, I missed out.
Yeah,
hopefully you don't take it out. I want to see the earlier stuff. I'm gonna have to become a channel member.
I realized I have a lot of viewers in other countries, so I'm trying to switch the times up. Like Sophie, it's like 2:30 a.m. where she's at right now, and we have a lot of people.
Her voice.
I don't know what's going on, but I mean, yeah, she's part of the fucking panel. She's been here for a while.
Okay, I know you're a modest guy, man, but you got what I like to call LFA's wives on this show, and they definitely stay up late to watch you. So that's good. That's awesome.
Well, I think they enjoy shooting the shit with the fellas. Like, okay, women love doing that. So if you have like a group of like 5 guys and you're out in the back patio drinking beer and having conversations, women like to just be there and listen in. They don't even really say anything. They just like to be there listening.
That's true.
And this is a place on the internet where they can do that.
Yeah, man, I get it. I totally get it. It's funny because I haven't called in the last couple of weeks, and I felt really bad. I'm like, damn, man. I hope LFA doesn't think I don't want to support him anymore. Just been really busy lately, and when I hopped into Sarah's stream, it's funny because the time that she's streaming on Thursdays fits me a little better because Fridays are my days off.
Yeah.
So like and I get off of work really late. So typically, because you started streaming earlier, by the time you get off of your stream, I'm just getting out of work. As opposed to before when you used to start like a little later. So that's why I always end up getting on Sarah's stream. But then I also feel bad because I wanted to participate in your stream as well. But yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll read the chat. Like I'll go over there. I'm usually busy when Sarah's streaming, or either busy or in bed, because I end my streams because I have to. You know, it's not because it's like, well, I've hit the 2-hour mark, time to end it. It's like, no, I've got something to do, or I have to go to bed or something. And Sarah streams after me, so I can't really participate. But I'll go back and watch him, and I'll read the chat, and like I'll see people from my chat in there, and some people will say things like somebody was accusing her of like trying to take my viewers from me and like all sorts of stuff. Like it's weird. It's one of those things, like from my end, it doesn't even register in my head. And I like, it's a fucking, I don't care. Like, do you think I give a shit if my viewers are watching like another YouTuber? Like, do you think I'm going to care at all about that? Like, I mean, I'm sure they probably watch like hundreds of YouTubers, but I read it, and it was as if like people were trying to start some sort of a beef or something. It's nothing I even think of or
That's
care about.
ridiculous. To me, I look at it as like sort of a continuation of your stream, you know, in a way.
Yeah.
That's like I would say maybe by the time Sarah gets on, you're probably only going to be on for like another hour, if even that.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's sort of a continuation. To me, it's expanding of a community, because we, you know, a lot of us have channels, right? It's not like, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I would say maybe like 4 or 5 of us that actively participate have channels. So to have, it's networking, to have those people going on to another channel afterwards. Hey man, if you're going to be offline, but they still want to participate, why not? You know, I've never seen that as like poaching of viewers. I think that's ridiculous. The whole concept of poaching viewers, it doesn't make sense, because first of all, you can't really poach a viewer, because if you really want to, you could have both content creators on at the same time. You just open another tab, or you put one of them on your phone and the other one you have them on your computer. So that's usually what I do. Like I would go to the gym, I would have your stream playing on my computer while I go to the gym, and then when Sarah would start, I would hop onto her stream while I'm at the gym, you know. So, but I'm still participating in both, because I can actually like toggle back between both of you, you know. So it's, I don't know. I don't like people starting like artificial drama. It's not real.
Yeah, no, yeah. I used to do like panels and little things like this. Like, there's been so many people that I've seen on the screen, and they've been on my channels. And Myron Gaines was on my channel when he had 500 subscribers. Several other Manosphere guys, same story. And I've seen people kind of pass through. Some of them blow up, some don't. And it never really occurs to me like I don't view myself as a stepping stone. I view myself as like, we're all talking. People have channels. Everybody wants to grow. Their growth isn't going to stop my growth. Okay. Mm-hmm. If Myron Gaines would have never blew up, I would still have the exact same amount of subscribers that I have now. I would still be doing the same exact shit that I'm doing now. If he has 2 million subscribers, same thing. It makes, like, to me, it makes no difference, because you're going to cycle in and out through viewers. It's just the way it goes. You're going to have a set group of people that are like, they become your friends and they're there all the time, and you guys bullshit, and it's like kicking it with the fellas or the ladies. And, you know, like I said, other people would just cycle in and out, and it's just part of the game. But there's more than enough human beings out there to go around to where, like, it's just a never ending cycle. There's always going to be people watching and participating. Yeah. So whatever, you know.
Yeah, no, it's true. I don't know. I like watching all your content, you know. I like watching all of you guys. You know, Sarah has been doing some good stuff too. And why can't we just all watch the same content? You know, why is it a game of you're watching this person, so therefore you're taking away from the other? That's a ridiculous concept, in my opinion. I've never liked that. That's something that got peddled early on with Kevin Samuels when he was alive and Fresh and Fit. There was that whole thing about like time slot taking, and it's like, no, people are gonna watch who they want to watch.
Yeah. No, yeah, I put you guys in my commercials and I shout you guys out, and everybody, like, I don't do that because I'm like, nobody better watch them. Like, everybody, only watch them when they're on my show. Don't go watch them when they're on their own. Like, I mean, how ridiculous would that be? Like, I don't know. It's not in my personality to be that way. And as a matter of fact, like if your channel just hitting the algorithm all of a sudden and you're gaining 1,000 subs a day and it's just blowing up, which can happen, by the way, you never know. Sophie went off. She must've hit the button. That would be a net win for me. You know what I mean? Because then that would be like a collaboration with a big time YouTuber. That's like a clout. That's like a boost in clout for me. Right.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
So yeah, I want to see all the people that I associate with doing well.
Oh dude, if one of my videos hits the algo and I suddenly gain like a huge ass following, you best believe there's going to be more collabs, man, because I think it's good because you can, you help each other out, man. This is a community at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think it's really fun. I don't know. I'm always going to support you're the first person that I ever got on their channel. Like I've never gone on anyone else's channel. The concept of getting on a panel was alien to me. I never thought I would do that, but I remember you were streaming one time and there was a phase where like I was just watching your content like every day. Like I was going through my own, I guess you could say like red pill rage at the time. And I always saw your content and I thought it was pretty base, but then I also saw the way you started changing your beliefs over time. Not necessarily change your beliefs, but you toned it down a little bit. You weren't being as salacious. And it made me want to call in, and actually have a conversation with you, as opposed to some of the other YouTubers that I wouldn't even think to ever do that,
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't really change my beliefs. Like they're pretty much the same. It's just I changed the messaging or the delivery, and like I had to because I couldn't play that character all the time. Where it's like, "What's up, brothers?" Now that ugly motherfucker, I'm gonna take his bitch away. I was just like I was cutting wrestler promos back then.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me because I was just getting started. And you got to think, like, when you look at the videos on this channel from like 2017, 2018, I think that's probably 2018, 2019. I didn't have that many subs. Like when you look at it now, it's 100,000 subs, but back then it was like 10,000.
Well, you came into the golden age of like the red pill manispherian content. Like you sort of came in that wave. You know what I mean?
I came in before Rollo, before Fresh and Fit, before Pearl, before Tate. They all existed, right? They were all on this planet. But in terms of the YouTube manosphere, they weren't there yet.
You were more of you came in more in the wave of like the MGTOWs, you know what I mean? And then from there, all the other like red pill content creators started coming out.
Yeah, and it's weird how I got pulled into that. Like people were asking for dating advice on my fitness channel. And I made a video that no longer exists because that channel that it was on, I forgot to copy it over and I deleted that channel. But it was called like the reason why most bodybuilders stay single. And I didn't know what the manosphere was, but I was using terminology like, if you want to live a fitness lifestyle, you kind of have to make yourself your own mental point of origin. You can't be dating some girl and going out to eat and going out and getting drunk all the time and this and that. It's like, you really got to focus on yourself and your self-improvement and blah, blah, blah. And you're really better off just staying single and blah, blah, blah. And I was reading all the comments and everybody's like, man, I'm getting MGTOW vibes. I'm getting fucking MGTOW vibes, man. You just red pill. And then I was like, the fuck is this stuff all about? And it kind of went, the videos were starting to get views and I was like, guys, if you guys want me to create a channel just strictly about like that type of shit, I didn't know the word manosphere, but it was like that type of shit. Yeah, I guess we'll do it. And then I did it and it just worked out. But that's when I found out about MGTOW and I started, I didn't know what it was, but I liked the content creators, like even Sandman. Like I liked his shit. I liked the way that his delivery was. And I was like, this stuff's pretty cool. So I want to contribute to this community, but that community doesn't want you to contribute to it. They want it for themselves, and they're like, it's very strange because they'll be like, they'll accuse you of being like a fake MGTOW, and it's like, you're just here to make money. And it's like, dude, we're all putting, we're all throwing our ideas and conversations into the same area, and we all grow together. What's going on here? And I like your content. You can like mine and it'll be just fine. But it was so competitive, just like everything else. So eventually I was like, whatever. And I started to see like, there's a lot of cool people in MGTOW, but there's also a lot of really weird negative people in there too. Just like the red pill, just like the black pill, just like pickup artists. But that's why I just decided, you know what? I'm nothing. I'm none of that. I'm just LFA. That's it. Nothing else. But yeah.
Well, yeah, it's probably the best type of messaging you could put out there because it started feeling more authentic. Sandman had very scripted videos that were entertaining to watch, but after a while, that monotone delivery that he gives, just all the videos started feeling the same. You know, so, and then you're putting one out. He was putting one out every day. I don't know if he still does that. So it's difficult to maintain that pace and that rhythm. So your style has to gradually evolve over time. Otherwise, you're gonna get lost in the woods. But these content creators, it's funny because the reason I even found the Manosphere was because I started getting into Jordan Peterson. I saw him on an episode of Joe Rogan, and I remember thinking that, I like the way this guy talks, man. He's really entertaining. He's cool. And then all of a sudden, somebody wrote a video, and the title was, "Why does Jordan Peterson like hate MGTOW, or why he thinks MGTOW is bad?" And I was like, "What the hell's a MGTOW?"
Yeah.
So then it was a Karen Strong video. I remember she was making a lot of content like that as well, and she was talking about Jordan. And then that's really how I got like pulled into that.
You know what's weird? Peterson's too big to say names, but around the time when he was talking about that stuff, that was like early 2019, late 2018. That I was probably like top 3 content creators talking about that stuff. I wonder if Jordan Peterson used to watch me.
He probably did, man.
Because I don't know of any of the other people that use that acronym getting like 600, 700,000 views on a video.
Well, you're definitely one of the bigger creators because your view count was also really high too. Like again, because you came in during that like MGTOW wave, you know what I mean? Whether you identified as that or not, you gave your Batman origin story for that. But it's I liked their content a lot back then, man. I thought that they had some pretty good stuff. You had the weirdos, you had like the extremists and stuff like that, but that's gonna come with any of these movements or praxeologies, whatever you want to call them.
Is Jordan Lee Peterson a solid? But I peeped like, I don't know. I'm not real familiar with him from back in the day, but I peeped some of his shit, and like I knew off the rip within like 10 minutes of each video, I was like, this motherfucker ain't for your boy. Like, nah.
He used to be really good, but so he was a college professor, and he was kind of he kind of fits the Manosphere because the Manosphere covers a lot of psychology. Like the red pill is kind of a psychology of intersexual dynamics and people, sharing ideas and experiences. And he was a PhD psychologist, professor at a college, and he was presenting a message that was like positive masculinity, male empowerment version of psychology. So young men were hearing it. And the same thing that young men hear when they listen to Andrew Tate, that's what they were hearing when they were listening to Jordan Peterson. And it was like this, wow, like this is really making me feel like a stronger man, a better man. It's motivating me. I feel, climbing dominance hierarchies and wow, clean my room, which clean your room is a metaphor for solve these little minor issues in your life that are holding you back. There's these just very little things that if you change, you can make a massive difference. CSS Element says, are we talking about Jordan B. Peterson or JLP? Yeah, I'm talking about Jordan Peterson. Jesse Lee is another one too. Jesse Lee Peterson.
I'm not sure if you and Riggs are talking about the same person. Just to clear that out, they're different people.
Are we talking about the benzo fiend that has a daughter?
That's Jordan Peterson. Yes. Yeah.
No, Jesse Lee Peterson is hold on, this guy.
Beta.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
now.
but we're talking about Jordan Peterson.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the benzo fiend.
He
Okay, so
was.
retract what I
That's
said.
Jordan.
Well, you know, we've kind of gradually it's gotten more extreme on social media. So back like 2016, 2017, Rogan was like considered kind of extreme. Like he was like really pushing limits, and so was Jordan Peterson. You know, and then we moved on to like Tate, and like I don't know, it's just kind of like progressively gets worse and worse. But back in that time period, Jordan Peterson was pretty hardcore. Like 2018, he was really controversial. Like he was big on the pronouns, and like he was really standing up for a lot of stuff that, you know, hardcore manosphere guys want to stand up for. Like he was that guy back then. But, you know, his wife got ill, he got hooked on the drugs. He got like he became a rock star everywhere he went. He was like, you know, this big famous dude all of a sudden. I think it took a toll on him. He's kind of fallen off lately. It's kind of
Okay,
boring
now it's
now.
okay. We're not Jesse Lee. Okay, Jesse Lee is okay. I had to look it up. Yeah, the Jordan guy. What I was talking about was the Jordan guy. Like I heard some of his shit. I was like, this you a clown ass motherfucker. Like I cannot
Well-
relate to you whatsoever.
You know
If
what's
you-
funny? I'm sorry, LFA. I was just gonna say real quick. If you listen to his earlier, I want to say like college course stuff, you know, when he would just be like at the university and you know he was talking to his students. I think that's the best version of Jordan in my opinion, because he would just talk about like, you know, real life things, and he would relate them to the books and the psychologist that he was following. You know what I mean? And he did some really good stuff, and they're short, so you can check them out. They're probably like 5 or 10 minutes long. And he's just giving like really solid advice in those college courses, in my opinion. I think
Okay.
Yeah.
probably some of his
Okay.
better content.
Okay, maybe I'll have to peep. Like, because I automatically assume my assumption about him was right when I met my girl. And she was like, oh, do you know who this is? I used to listen to him. And I was like, fuck, no, I don't. I tried to. So I was like, oh, I already know I don't need to listen. If you like it, like, I don't need to be there. But I could be missing something. I'll have to peep game on it. Real shit. I'll have to put a little bit more.
Raging Tomato, hold on. She's asking what my favorite stream that I've ever done was. Is a Halloween episode in 2021. Let me find. We had a bunch of people call in. Davy Jones, CL Settlements, and
Settlements.
Yeah, and there was here was V Taper calling in. Don't mind my old setup back then; it was kind of funky.
It looked
But
pretty
here's
good back
V-Taper.
then too.
Yeah.
So I remember this episode, the Rich Cooper imposter.
He shaved his head for that.
Yeah,
That's
that
what I
was
thought
cool.
was so
That was
funny.
Manosphere legend on the channel right now. And I've got to give you the spotlight, man.
Of course. Well, you know, I now that you got this costume on, I mean, it's almost like Richard Cooper's talking to Freddy Krueger. But you know what? We're gonna roll with it tonight. But you know, with that going into the pussification of men, I wanted to talk about something that I like to call nice guy theory. Now, when a man orbits around a woman, he may get the tendency to feel that he is entitled to something from that woman. So that's where you get the idea of male orbiting, or as you may know it as beta male orbiting. So basically, this is what I feel is one thing that leads to men being creepy with women, is feeling that they are entitled to something. Guys, you've heard me say this plenty of times. She's not yours. She's just you. It's just your turn. So did I say that right?
Hey, Walt.
She's not
Perfect.
yours. It's just
Yeah,
your
perfect.
turn.
You
So-
nailed it.
so you gotta, fellas, you gotta let go. You gotta look for what I like to call genuine burning desire in a woman, and that's when basically you make no effort other than the effort that you put into your life. You do the work, and then a woman sees you doing the work, and she will chase the excellence that you are pursuing. So, fellas, keep that in mind. Very important. And if a woman shows no interest, you just have to keep in mind, attraction is not a choice. If she's not interested in you, you have to move on. Let's see what do we got here. So
Shout out to
everything
V-Taper.
good there, LFA?
Everything's good.
Awesome.
That's cool.
I think Richard Cooper's gonna be pissed off about.
Hey, you know what? Let me say real quick. In my personal opinion, ton of respect for Richard Cooper. I'm not doing this to make fun of him at all. I think it's a term of endearment. If you have made it to a levels of success, and people are making fun of you, I consider this like a Saturday Night Live parody. So, shout out to Richard Cooper. You are the man. If Richard Cooper has any haters out there, it's because they ain't Richard Cooper. All right, guys, shut up and get out there and do the work and buy yourself a McLaren. No one's gonna hand you a McLaren feeling sorry for you. So another thing that I think leads to creepy behavior from men is red pill rage. So I understand that a lot of men, when they come to the red pill, they may look back on past relationships with resentment and anger, and that can the more you resent women, the more that comes off in your day-to-day behavior. So it's good, when you're discovering the red pill. We all have fits of rage here and there. We can look back at a past relationship differently than we may have experienced otherwise. But expressing that rage towards women, it's going to be a very big turnoff for them. Another thing, and you've heard me say this a million times, is one-itis. And developing one-itis for a woman, she will begin to think that you cannot survive unless you have her in your life. So that is what one-itis is. And it's like you can be going through a breakup, and or a woman can break up completely from you. Doing things like sending her flowers, guys, at her job, that's just going to embarrass her.
He's even got the V-neck. Perfect.
But anyway, the last caller who called in last week, and he was talking about people who go to the bar and with.
All right, we'll leave that be. That was my favorite stream that I ever had. We had like a bunch of people call in and had Halloween costumes and stuff, but V-Taper fucking killed it with the Richard Cooper for Halloween.
I never realized how much Taper sounds like Rich until until now. Just talking.
He does sound like him.
He does, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, like, is that him, like, trying to sound like him? It's like, no, that's just his voice. Like, that's just, close your eyes and listen to one or the other. You're like, yeah, that's the same person.
Yeah.
Or asked me to point out the difference between these two voices, and they're the same voices.
I think that's why he did that, right? Because he was told that he sounds like Richard Cooper.
Yeah.
I think that's why he ended up doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why originally, so V-Taper was the first person that watches my videos that I actually spoke to, like, aside from people that like live near me or whatever. So I had started a Patreon at the time. I was still pretty active on Patreon, and I decided to have like a tier that was like, I don't know, it was like a high price tier, and it was like, I will, fucking like coaching or whatever. And he signed up for it, but he didn't want a coaching. He was just like wanted to bullshit for an hour. He was like, I just wanted to say what's up and blah, blah, blah. And we were talking about stuff, and he, we were like, well, what's the next step? And I was like, I might start live streaming, who knows? And he was like, yeah, that'd be cool. And he talked about having his record company. And I was like, man, you should start a YouTube channel too. If you're not record company, if selling the records, what he does with that stuff. I was like, well, why don't you create a YouTube channel and sell your shit on it? And he's like, yeah, I thought about that. A lot of people say that I remind them of Richard Cooper. I can call it Entrepreneurs in Vinyl. And that was like, I don't know. That was like the conversation that we had about like YouTube and stuff. And then I started live streaming and he started calling in and yeah, there he is right there.
Woo, V-Taper in the house.
There he is. What's up,
has
dog?
been
Hi.
Yeah. Were you watching the Halloween episode?
Well, just sitting back eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I was like, next thing I know, I'm Richard Richard William Cooper is on the screen.
Yeah. It was good stuff.
That was a classic moment. That was a couple of years ago, isn't it? 2 or 3 years ago at this point.
Yeah, it was almost 3 years ago. Well, will be in October.
I shaved my head entirely for that.
Yeah, you pulled it off.
I did okay. I wish I would have rehearsed it a little better. I wish I actually would have got one of those caps instead of shaving my head, because it cost me $25 to shave my head, and I'm like, fuck, dude. It cost me money to get rid of my hair, and then it actually took me like 6 months to grow it back fully. Because the way they shaved it.
I remember you complaining about that. You're like, oh, it's growing out all weird.
Yeah, I know it sucked. It's okay now, but yeah.
It came
Bald
back.
gang reporting in.
Came back.
Never fear the bald.
I don't know. It's getting there now. Yeah.
1-900-FUCK-A-LOT. How may I help you?
Holy shit.
Hold on, my
LFA, make
girl's
that a
calling.
sound clip, man.
Huh?
You should make that a clip. That audio.
Who was that?
That's Sarah.
Sarah?
Did
Yeah.
you just say that now?
No.
Who's sound?
Where's Daddy?
Who played that?
Where's Daddy?
No, it wasn't me. Was it UCSS? Was that?
Yeah, that's me.
I knew it.
Someone's OnlyFans streams fucking coming into the mic.
Sarah had some good clips on the previous stream.
Oh lordy.
That's funny.
I was gonna say either that or this fucking AI is getting way too damn good.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold on, I got one more here.
I know you're there listening.
Oh.
What are those from?
OnlyFans.
Those were from, I think, 2 live streams ago, or 2 or 3. Ashley was poking Sarah to do these sexy voices, and she did. And I was like, oh, those are great clips.
Oh, nice.
Those really do sound like those phone line sex calls from back in the day.
Right.
That's insane.
Yep.
Business opportunity there.
Yeah, right. Sarah can start OnlyFans where she just does like audio ASMR of her talking like that.
Money out there in simp world.
V-Taper, what's your stream about tomorrow?
Oh, geez. It's not easy to explain this stuff to you guys. I can't really. What I told you guys about the show on Saturday, I had to keep so much of that shit a secret. And then also, the stuff I want people to do, I can't get them to do when I'm trying to keep something a secret. But anyway, I still got to keep stuff a secret. I'll call in later this week. Is that cool?
Yeah.
CIA kind of motherfucker.
So yeah, no, I'm just okay. So I guess I could say this: someone was running a fake account on a fake pumping vinyl account, and
that wasn't me.
No, I caught. It's not that I caught him. It's like he revealed himself to like everybody. Like, yeah, I'm doing this, but he's sort of like, he runs his own live stream, and he would be like, oh, William's going to apologize, even though I wasn't even in the stream. And so I watched his stream a couple days later, and then I could see him typing and like writing a message, and then it would hit send, and then he would say, oh, William just apologized. So it wasn't just that, but then everyone else all of his friends were confirming he was running this fake account on me, and he was going around. he did hit on a couple of gay guys, and then
What?
he was apologizing to a whole bunch of people for no reason, and a
Like
bunch
a
of
hit
people
on
I've
and
never even talked to.
a
So
hit on blasted or a hit on and rub whiskers?
no, okay, like not like he was trying to set up encounters with people who I was friends with, but like people who like I'm friends with some gay people in there. Like the people who are like sub to me and they come and they like my content and they're gay, I don't hate on those people.
No, of
I mean,
course.
I want
Yeah.
as many people watching me, but no, this guy's kind of running my name and he got wrenched in Rachel's chat as pumping vinyl. Like so as it looks on my page, it's just as pumping vinyl. Rachel's ghost gave him a wrench. And then I was watching Sarah's stream. I'm a little like mad at Sarah because I just wish she would have just said to Rachel, like, hey, you mind just like, since that's not really William. I mean, that was just really bothering me. So anyway, I can't tell everything right now. But no, it's a weird stream tomorrow. I don't know how many viewers because I've been getting a lot of viewers, and sometimes you do a troll stream and people just love that shit. So I am trying to make it entertaining. But the guy who was running my fake account, I had a 2-hour phone call with him on Saturday or on Friday, and he lives in Sweden. And it was 2 a.m, and he talked to me from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And at that point, I was like, all right, well, you have to come on my show now. And he's got like 3,000 subs, and his streams get like 1,000 views and 300, viewers in and out. So he's pretty big time. But I would like to say, I did say to him, like, for you being pretty big time, it takes a lot for you to be running this game on my name. And so I said, go ahead, come on. And I said to him, if you think I got to apologize for anything, I want you to tell it to my audience, and which is a lot of his audience too. So that's kind of the best I can explain it. And honestly, this type of person I should be totally cool with, but I think it's just a little bit weird, especially like hitting on gay people is not fair to them, but like also not fair to me. And
yeah, that's crazy. All out trolling. I mean, it's the drama that comes along with being a social media influencer, though.
No, and then plus, like last week, I topped off at 94 viewers. I'm not gonna lie, it got to my head, and I was, and plus it was like, holy crap, because it's like sometimes live streams drop out, in viewers towards the end, and I get it. I go 45 minutes to an hour. And
those are rookie numbers. You gotta get those up.
Oh, I know. No, these are small numbers, but I still feel like joking. It does make you feel pretty important. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm joking, but
and live streaming is all the rage these days, and
it's pretty good.
And plus in the vinyl community, it's like I made this point so many times, and no offense to this stream here because we have 6 people on the stream, but that's what those streams get to be so like so often that it's to a point where I can't keep track of what everybody's trying to say. And then even like when you were showing that clip with Nina or whatever in there, and like when she was talking to us,
fish head.
Well, no, when she was talking to us though, she asked something about vinyl, and I know Mazzy and Dave Donnelly got their point in, and I kept wanting to get my point in, but then she kept trying to like talk about like action figures or comic books or something. And I just was like, all I want to do is get my point in. And she was just a little bit a little too wacko for me.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. When people are making points, when you're discussing a specific topic and you're like, oh, yeah, I want to make a point about this. And you try to interject, but there's too many people talking, so they can't hear you. And then finally, whenever there's like some space freed up for you to talk, they've already changed the subject. It's like it's already too late for you to make your point. It's like, well,
I know. Yeah.
There was a point I wanted to make 10 minutes ago, and we're not really in the flow of the conversation anymore, but I think I want to go back. Yeah, it's annoying.
Well, and that's why I'm trying to change the format of like my live streams. I want to make them rewatchable. And then plus like each of the last like 7 or 8 live streams I've done, they still continue to get views. and I'm putting jokes in there. Like there are some certain sketches in there where I think people are like, oh, I remember that. I want to go back and watch. But like Rachel's Ghost, no offense, because that's a different style of live streaming. There isn't a whole lot where like I want to go back and watch. I guess I would say like, you know, the Sarah Speed Date episode would be a good example of like maybe someone would want to go back and watch that. But like what I'm trying to do on mine is like I am trying to create sketches. And I know last couple I've done like hit pieces, which I do not want to get in the habit of that. But and like last week, you know, not my proudest moment. I don't want to do shit like this all the time. But I mean, I talked to Christian. I jumped into the Discord group, and you know, I told everyone in there, I was like, I don't expect you guys to agree totally with what I said, but like, think of the Kenosha, Wisconsin incident, and you know, that was really a fight for free speech, and he did that with a gun in his hand. And you know, I don't think that, you know, when you can do that without a gun in your hand, I think that's pretty powerful. And that's kind of what last week was about. And last week, I mean, I knew what I was doing was going to be a little cringe. And but I mean, I don't know what you guys think if you caught my stream, but I'm not afraid to go, you know, solo up against 7 if I know what I'm fighting for is right. And actually, you know, Christian, I don't know if you've witnessed this a lot in Seattle, but like conservatives in Seattle get, you know, squashed, or like, you know, they get the, you know, they put the thumb down on them. And I have seen like a conservative out there like really fight, you know, saying, no, this isn't me, or like whatever they're trying to label them. And so sometimes witnessing someone fight for free speech, it almost looks like they're wrong, or it almost looks very cringe. But I mean, anymore, especially in this cancel culture era, you know, fighting for free speech is like one of the most heroic things you can be doing these days. So that's what last week was all about. Really wasn't meant to offend anybody, but
no, it's gonna offend motherfuckers. Fuck them.
Yeah,
offend them.
Yeah,
that's good.
I'm you know, involved in the arts community in Seattle, and yeah, you pretty much got to keep it to yourself.
Oh yeah,
you can speak up, you know, you can, but people aren't really ready to listen or wanting to listen, so there's no real reason.
Yeah, no, I was part of a conservative book group up there, Lake Forest Park. I don't know if you know that area too well.
Yeah,
but there was up on a 3rd floor bookstore. We would meet up in this like little commons area, and even being in that group, people would kind of look at us like, oh shit, what are they talking about? And some of the stuff we would talk about would get a little bit risque, but you know, it's good. I mean, free speech is important. I mean, there are certain countries where you can't talk about political events, and I don't think that's good at all. And it's good to be able to research the truth, I think.
Free speech is great, man. I think everyone here can agree on that like a motherfucker. Like,
well, and it's like, I don't love what everybody says. Free speech is not about loving what people say. That's actually the opposite of free speech. And that's I know Sarah comes into my community, jumps into Rachel's Ghost, and she is for Rachel's Ghost. But in a way, there is a lot of that. We only accept comments that make people happy in that chat room.
I know. And these are the people that say they're inclusive too. And they're the least inclusive group.
Yeah. And I don't want to really.
It's not just that they're not inclusive. I saw some of those clips, and I mean, is Rachel? She's the host. Yeah. I mean, she was going like crazy with anger and just swearing, cursing, and losing her shit. Like, whoa.
You know, and this is, I don't talk to Sarah about this because I know she loves Rachel, and when she goes on their show, it's very entertaining for the group, and that's what I think Sarah's good for, and that's what.
Well, I don't not love her. I'm just observing.
No, we all love Sarah.
What she was expressing.
Right, but the thing that it's just weird between there's stuff that I don't explain to Sarah because I would have to involve her with like sort of drama that is irrelevant to her. But it's like I have my audience, and I have my audience to please, and a lot of my audience doesn't necessarily love Rachel. and I got to deal with that a little bit. And and plus being new and being I can tell you right now, they're memeing me at 400 subs. So
nice, you made it. Let's
I know.
Go.
I mean, I thought like I had to get to 2,000 subs in order to start being memed, but I mean, I must. I mean, I don't know when you're hitting between 70
Christmas
and
came
90,
early for V-Taper.
I don't know. I'll say this: it's really weird for 400 subs to be floating between 70 and 90 live viewers at a time, and I don't know what tomorrow's going to be like.
What time is your stream tomorrow?
I'll do 11, but I'll probably just wait for Rachel's Ghost to end entirely. Look, I want to mention this because last week was really weird because the end of Rachel's Ghost, I may have mentioned this to you, Christian, but at the end of Rachel's Ghost, they were like delaying, they were trying to delay the end of they're stretching the end of their show. And I think they wanted me to start my stream first, and then they just keep going. And I was like, no, I'm going to wait for them to finish, and then I'm going to start my stream. And it was cool because the cool feeling I wanted to explain to you guys is when I hit go live, and LFA, I know when you in the corner, it has the view count. And I hit go live, and it went from like 0 to like 60 in like the snap of a finger. And it was like, wow.
So, good timing.
Yeah. No, and it's like, part of that thumbnail last week was a total meme. So it's like, and people are blaming me like, oh, all you do is just do a clickbait meme. I'm like, hey, if that's a skill, number one, that's a skill to do an actual meme for your thumbnail. But then two, to fill in the content and keep people there, that's a whole different game.
I mean, aren't thumbnails supposed to be clickbait?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
But some people on the video. But I mean, people are always looking to be critical towards you for anything, whatever thumbnail, whatever type of content you're making. And I'm getting a whole lot of criticism right now for not showing a whole lot of records, but also like legitimately over like the last 4 to 6 weeks, I'm barely finding anything in my city. So it's like there's not much to show anyway. So I would like to, I don't know, I do think I'm being very entertaining for making VC content while I'm not finding records at the same time.
Hey Taper, I have an idea for you.
What's up?
Feel free to ignore this, but I was thinking, since you aren't showing records a lot, when you go into a rant, right? Maybe write like 2 or 3 records into your rant, where you just like randomly pop them out and just, you make your point about what you're talking about. You're like, just like the time I got this record at this, that, and the third, and you just like put it down.
No, I've done that.
I think that'd be really funny.
No, I have done that. And no, there's been a couple live streams where like I found a record and I used this to talk about like one, I was talking about hit pieces. I sort of did that in a way on somebody's Discogs account a couple months ago. And I used a CD that I found that we both had, and hey, I found the CD, but this asshole has it too, kind of thing. But it's got to get creative, man.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get more into sketches myself when I'm doing my content.
Yeah, well, and part of having you on, Neo, is I wanted to test the waters with like maybe having different genres. Like in the vinyl community, that's one thing that I was criticized for, is like inviting like Sarah or I was also accused of being a Manosphere pickup artist just because I'm from the LFA show, and I
fucking own it, dude.
Well, what I had to tell him, I was like, well, number one, I don't make content, but it's like, I mean, I told the guy, I thought it was a funny joke. I thought it was very humorous, how you saw me. I told him, I mean, part of it is like I wanted to salt that humor on because some of you guys do watch me, and I want to make it interesting for you guys too. But part of it is like, some of these vinyl collectors, they are sort of like, narrow-minded people, and then they could see a person like me and be like, oh, this asshole. I mean, you guys know me. They're
curious though.
Oh no, yeah, I know.
I think your crossover is fresh content for them. And
it totally is. It totally is. But the thing, the trouble I'm having is with Sarah anyway, and people sort of say, "Oh, I complain or bitch about this or whatever." But like when Sarah entered, like okay, before Sarah entered, some of the chat were kind of being like a little like, trash talking me or whatever. I can handle that. Then when Sarah entered, the whole chat, like all of a sudden, so many people wanted to see her put me in the friend zone. I'm like, I don't really care. Yeah, no, it was just like I don't really care. I was like,
troopers.
Well, I was trying to play with one of them, and there's a guy. His name is like CJ Jazz Noob, and I was just fucking around with him, and I was like, oh, you like I don't know, and then he started thinking like I was taking it too seriously, but then I called him CJ Jazz Boob the other day. And I mean, I'm just fucking with people. I mean, as long as they're fucking with me, I'm gonna fuck with them back. I mean, I don't know.
Boobs are fucking dope.
Nah,
I thought it was
working,
a funny.
man. It's working.
I think it's such a good name. I think the guy should own it. But the other thing is like I think the guy should show up on Rachel's or on Sarah's stream on Thursday and just jump on the show and have a speed date with Sarah or whatever, or chat with the ladies. And that's sort of what the whole thing was about. Was if anybody who loves Sarah can come over to her stream and interact. So we're starting.
Yeah,
we're just getting it warmed up.
It's working. I think you're doing everything just fine.
Well, and I think Sarah's stream on Thursdays is pretty awesome type variety show. Just a whole wild mix of people, and we can do all different kinds, all sorts of things on her show. Anyways.
Yep.
All right, guys, I gotta hop on.
We'll see where it goes.
Got a couple of things to do.
Yeah.
Shout outs to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the panel. You guys are all awesome.
Yep.
Thanks for
Shout
having
out
me on board.
to ownership and responsibility in the house tonight.
Yeah, word.
Yep.
Y'all stay
Elevate's
awesome.
ownership, and I'm responsible.
Yeah, have a good one, brother. Be safe, fam.
Dude,
See
wait.
you, Neil.
Hold on. See ya.
Peace.
Hope this video was somewhat informative.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
It's that time of the stream where LFA gets the snacks out.
Oh,
Well, it's like past my bedtime. Honestly, I don't really have to. Like tomorrow, I could wake up at any time. It's not that big of a deal.
I like the early start.
Yeah,
It's like while it's 5 hours into it, it's still only like 9:30.
yeah. That's the thing. I can run it a little bit longer on when I go early. I don't know. I'm the type of person, I like to wake up early. I like waking up before the sun comes up. I get up like.
Same here. I'm usually 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Start drinking my coffee.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat. I'm the weirdo that wakes up mad early. Like it'll be Saturday and I'll already be up at 5 a.m. Like,
yeah. And I know CL Settlements probably has bright lights in his face right now. But for most of you guys, you're probably just chilling on a phone or you're, whatever. I have these bright ass lights, and it takes me like, after I shut this off, it takes me like a good 2 or 3 hours to get ready to fall asleep.
Mm.
I mean, the lights, just all these electronics just kind of fucks everything up.
you ever fuck with melatonin at all?
Dude, the reason why I got up a little, like an hour and a half ago, I've already taken 20 milligrams of it.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And I took ZMA, so I've got 20 milligrams of melatonin and that ZMA shit.
What's ZMA?
Yeah.
Zinc, magnesium, and vitamin B6.
What does it do?
Magnesium helps you fall asleep.
It's a whole lot of Mimi's power.
What
packed
do
up
the other
in
things
a
do?
Bundle.
Zinc, I don't know. Like it's
Makes
not
you shoot
sure.
bigger ropes if you have a lot of zinc. That's the pro tip.
Yeah.
It's like a muscle.
It does.
Something to do with. Here, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, but it promotes better sleep. Like you'll notice yourself when you take it having like more vivid dreams and stuff. It puts you into like a deeper sleep.
Never heard of
Because
it.
I took what? I have
Magnesium
20
is it's a joint thing. My acupuncturist is like, you should take more magnesium and take it at night because it also kind of knocks your ass out. I'm like, okay, cool. Zinc, I don't know. With what Jeff was saying, I remember the urban legend or the whole like, yeah, you're gonna fucking pop some big old loads, and then I forget the third thing that LFA said, but yeah, the
I
biggest
swear to
thing
God,
is
you do. If you stack up on zinc, I swear to God, prove me wrong. If you motherfuckers stack some zinc for a little bit on top of your normal diet, the next time you hoorah, oh man, you're gonna be painting the walls with that motherfucker. But hey, don't take my word for it. Try it. Try it.
It's in my
when in
cart.
doubt, supplements or vitamins and minerals, the worst you're going to do is spend like a nickel or a dime on each and then just piss out what you don't need. But if you need a little bit, then you got it, so don't feel bad about taking something to kind of bridge the gaps, especially if you're like me, a single guy who does a lot of cooking at home, and you're not, completely 100% getting every single mineral or vitamin that you need from your regular diet. Just bridge the gaps is the way I look at it.
I'm not really that big on supplements. I like the ZMA because it helps me sleep, and I'll take like some pre-workout or something before I hit the gym, but that's really about it. But the pre-workout I've been taking has this stuff in it called yohimbe bark extract, or some people, or there's a different version of it called yohimbine HCl. And it's a stimulant, but it's also used as an aphrodisiac and like a Viagra alternative, which a lot of people don't know. But for those people that don't know much about Viagra or like Cialis or something, pro athletes take it before games. It's not like a boner pill. It just improves circulation and gives you more energy. But if you are going to have sex, it promotes that too, right? But yohimbe bark extract or yohimbine HCl does like the same exact thing. I didn't know anything about it, and I started taking this pre-workout, and I'm like, I mean, I'm telling you, man, you take this shit, you better watch what fucking shorts you wear at the gym, my guy. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. But look into yohimbe bark extract.
You better
It's
stock
super
up while
cheap.
you can, son. FDA gonna knock that shit out soon. If you make a man feel that good, they were gonna want to control it.
No,
So
it's
stock
illegal
up right now.
It's illegal in several countries, but they still sell it here.
That's what I'm saying for now. So better grab that shit by the pallet, son.
It's illegal in some countries? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you know it's good
when
shit.
a man is just walking with sheer confidence with a raging hate boner, just mogging everything in sight. They don't want that.
Add to cart.
Just keep hitting the plus button. I need to see bigger numbers. How high this motherfucker go?
It basically multiplies your retention days by 3 by just taking the sum.
Probably reduces your retention days.
Well, it gives you the aura and the glow.
Oh, the effect. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what was
Fair
going
enough.
on, but it also caused a little bit of insomnia for me. Because like
couldn't sleep with that massive rod.
No, I mean it's like I'm sensitive to stimulants. So like anything like I can tolerate caffeine because caffeine's like the most simple stimulant there is.
Stimulation.
Yeah. So anyways, I was noticing these effects, and I also felt like it was like this weird energy, and like I felt like aggressive, but in a good way. Like it was like a high testosterone aggressive feeling. And I was like, what, like something's off about this pre-workout. Like I've never had pre-workout that's this hardcore. And then I went and did some research on YouTube, and I'm watching like Mark Lobliner and like all the old school bodybuilders and what they have to say about it. And they're all talking about it. Like they're all like, fuck yeah, this shit's legit. Like, yep.
Is it the same thing as horny goat weed? Stephen
No,
Gilbert's
it's
asking that.
way stronger than horny goat weed.
Oh, damn.
What's the stuff you're taking for brand wise? I'm sorry, maybe you said it. I'm just
on the Amazon right now.
I told you I'm gonna get the pallets. I got a forklift at the house. Bring it over.
Hold on,
dude. Send out the Amazon referral link.
Yeah, drop the Amazon referral link.
Hold on, real quick.
Put it in the store.
Oh, okay.
What's up, everyone? Mark Lobliner, TigerFitness.com. Then we're talking about a supplement that helps you spot reduce fat. I'm not making that claim, but it does help you spot reduce fat when used in conjunction with a
Wow, this guy's psyched.
You're taking in less calories than you're burning, so it helps liberate that.
This is a jacked carry. This is carry, but jacked.
Studies
and he didn't have to go to the gym for this physique.
Sure. Well, meaning that they didn't get boners and then they were able to get boners in layman's terms. Let's talk about Yohimbine HCl. I have been a fan of this since the early 2000s, and I have not changed. I have not changed. We have it in stock at TigerFitness.com. This is my brand, which means you can trust it's exactly what's on the label. One issue with Yohimbine is the dosing is very small. It's 2.5 milligrams.
You know what? I'll give this guy credit because I feel like he's the kind of motherfucker that'll snake some illegal shit in it before the FDA patches it. So that's probably a solid to buy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Yohimbine first. I'm going to talk
That's probably a solid from
I'm going
this
to tell you how
cat.
it works. Okay, I'm going to tell you the receptors. I'm going to too sciencey with it. Not reduce, but if you're going to lose fat, it's more likely you get a significant increase in fat breakdown directly from an area that's working up to 0.2 milligrams per kilogram of body weight per day. That means that a 220-pound bodybuilder, you divide by 2.2 to get kilograms, so that's 100 kilograms, would work up to a dose of 20 sweet potatoes? No. So basically, it works.
Sweet potatoes? No.
Okay, while you're training, finish your training, hit the cardio, that way it's in your system. And if you're training without timing and fat loss, I have read more studies on Yohimbine than I care to talk about. I have a list of probably 50, 60 studies that I could post at any time. And I might even post them down below if you want them. Hey, message me on Instagram. I'll gladly send them to you. So there's a study on over 80 veterans, I believe, and they had erectile dysfunction. So with oral Yohimbine HCl daily, 14% of the patients experienced restoration or full sustained erections. 20% reported a partial response to the therapy, and 65% reported no improvement. 3 patients reported a positive placebo effect. So what we're noticing is that for many people, this is with complete erectile dysfunction. I'm talking about Carrie Underwood in her prime, standing in front of you, nipple tassels and edible panties, and you can't get a boner. That's a terrible thing. Terrible thing. So I look at this. You had 3 from the placebo group. Okay, I think it's working. I got a boner. Or maybe their wife put on some sexy lingerie that night. I don't know. So anyway, so you're looking at 14% of patients. They had restoration, complete, full erections, not partials. 20% had a partial response. That means that it was working a little bit, right? Like instead of no sex, they're at least able to hit it some of the time. And then we've all had that, maybe you drank too much or had too much caffeine, or maybe you're just tired and you just don't perform. It might have, I'm not going to admit to that happening to me. Maybe once or twice. But anyway, so think about it. If you're healthy and you have healthy erections, it's shown that it does something to actually revive a bad boner. This will only enhance a decent boner. Makes a decent boner good and a good boner great. That's what I look at it as. So
decent boner.
What does it do to a great boner? It's like super boner.
It takes about 2 to 3.
Anyways, yeah, I guess we can
Call
just
the
leave that there. So yeah, no, it's it's legitimate. I had no idea what it even was. It just happened to be one of the ingredients that was in this supplement, and I didn't even pay attention to it when I took it. But afterwards, I was like, "Holy fuck, yeah, that stuff's pretty strong." Also, leans you out. Like you start to like pinch your skin, you start to feel like quite a bit tighter. It's good stuff.
Conducting experiments on veteran boners. I'm sold.
Yeah. For sure.
Never heard of this stuff. Yohimbine HCl.
Yeah, good stuff.
The LFA show, it's a great educational resource.
Somewhat
Health and
informative.
wellness.
It's
Body,
somewhat
mind, and
informative,
soul.
yes.
Yeah, we cover a lot of stuff. You know, never quite know.
We've talked about everything about probably a dozen times on this channel.
Yeah. Honestly, when it comes to the live streaming, I get burnt out pretty quick. Like, there's only so much I can do to where it's like, I don't even really feel like doing this anymore. But when we have panels on and we're just talking and, you know, shit just comes up, makes it pretty easy.
Yeah, I can't even watch my content back anymore. I don't know why. I used to be able to, my Monday show I'll watch for quality control, but I usually watch it like the first half and then the last half like later that day.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's hard to watch myself back anymore. I think I just go on live streams too much, and I can never watch myself back on Sarah. Like when I with Mazzy, I was like wanting to watch our first encounter with Mazzy on Sarah's channel, and I just kept putting it off. And then it was like time. Then it was like, now I have to watch it because now I have to write my material for Monday. But it was just like, it's just so hard for me to go back because like I feel like going back and watching something that I already know about or I've relived is just like a waste of time in a way. And
well, it's weird going back and rewatching your experience from third person perspective.
Yeah. Or like even watching back when I went on Rachel's Ghost on Saturday, watching it back felt way different than experiencing it.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of like it even makes me think like, is the experience watching it live different than like if I were to watch this tomorrow, like this stream, for instance?
Definitely, because the chat is alive.
Yeah. Something special, something magical about live content. You never know what's going to happen next. Nobody's seen it before. It's super fresh.
Yeah.
But watching back live content,
boring.
You know, it's just, it's not fresh anymore. It's
don't hit the same.
Yeah. That's the thing as a YouTuber, if you have to pick a strategy. And if you want to be a live streamer, you damn well better set up a format where people are sending super chats. And you can, this isn't something that I like to do, but a lot of content creators will only read super chats or they'll only take calls if the person sent a donation or some shit like that. I don't like doing that because I just think that's just not who I am. But if you want to be a live streamer, that's how you make your money because there's no rewatch value to a live stream.
Not really.
Yeah.
Maybe in 20 years.
Well, yeah.
You go back and watch these streams for nostalgic reasons or historical. They look a lot different.
Well, the trouble though is when you have like a
not until then.
Like when I watch Rachel's Ghost, sometimes when I watch that back, sometimes I want to go back and like I do remember someone said something, but then you go back and try and find it, and it's impossible. So, I mean, it's kind of like I know like when this show started, we were like running with themes and suggesting ideas and topics at first, and I mean I kind of think that's a good way to go. That's kind of what I do on my show.
Yeah, the thing is though, I'm a one man show. So like to come up with different themes like multiple times a week, plus making my regular content on my other channel, I just don't have enough. I mean, yeah, I think I work. I'm already pretty busy as it is, but I'm a workaholic. So like a lot of times from like sun up till sundown, I'll be working. It's either at work, at the gym, on YouTube, something like that. So it's just all work. And I run out of creative ideas pretty quick.
Do you have any new bumpers?
Any new
Or
bumpers?
commercials, yeah. Like
I
edits.
haven't even been making those because I made all like the most nostalgic ones from my childhood, and like I don't know of any others.
Well, you always make the little shorts, content for the breaks and stuff with the old commercials and
Yeah.
edits.
Well, yeah. So I would go back and find like old nostalgic videos and stuff that I could clip into that, but it's like I've run out of nostalgic stuff.
But previously you made it wasn't nostalgic stuff. It was just bumpers that you could throw in the middle of the live stream. You had the weird kind of, I don't know if it was stock footage or whatever with the girls. And it was always really odd.
Are you talking about like this?
Yes, that stuff.
Yeah.
We need some more of that.
Yeah. I mean, but I don't know. 2020
Original LFA edits.
Yeah. I suppose.
Yeah, well, I like that stuff. I think everyone here does. Breaks it up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, back then though, I used to take one caller at a time. And that made it for a very easy and smooth show, by the way, because we could have in-depth conversations, like a 15-minute conversation with one person, and I would have like 10 people on deck. So, 10 minutes each, that's like an hour and a half gone by.
So are you going to go live on your main channel for your 100,000?
I should. Maybe.
Don't do it.
I think have you thought about doing this maybe is go live on your main channel and then upload it to your live channel like the next day or something.
The thing about that is my live streams on my main channel, I don't know what it is with like the YouTube sharing. Like if I make a community post on my main channel, it gets like 5 likes. Like if I write a community post like, hey guys, we're going to be live on the LFA live channel tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. 5 likes and 2 comments with 100,000 subscribers. If I put a community post on the LFA live channel that has 3,000 subscribers, it gets like 50 likes. So I'm like, are people even seeing that? Like, is YouTube even showing it to people? And live streams are the same. So my live streams on my 100,000 subscriber channel get the same amount of views as my live streams on a 3,000 subscriber channel. So I'm like, are they just not seeing it? Like, what's going on?
That's weird because Alex can go live, and I don't know. I mean, he's got a bunch of subs, and I don't know what his formula is. What's up with him?
Yeah, but I think he faces it too. So when you look at his views, when he started doing live streams, he used to get like 50,000 views per video, but now most of his videos get like 3,000 views. Then he'll have like the occasional video that gets like 100,000. But I don't know. The algo is kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm no idea.
And I see other content creators like Bulldog Mindset who went from like 100,000 views per video to now he gets like 1,500 to a point where he like quit his channel.
Yeah, no, I've seen it happen to a lot of in my realm. Seen it happen to a lot of people. I mean, it happens, and plus, it's like it is hard to keep it fresh and original for people. And sometimes people like, I mean, I could be that guy right now that people enjoy right now, and then they just get sick of here, before too long.
Yeah,
it's hard to keep the flame going sometimes. But
well, since sometimes you want to put it out. Like, to be honest with you, like, I mean, the money is cool when you're getting a lot of views. That's always cool. But like when you become the hero for the wrong reasons, it's just a pain in the ass. And you're like, well, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, no, I even felt that way a few weeks ago when that guy Mazzy, I just felt like everybody was expecting me to make a Mazzy video or a Mazzy impression. And when I didn't do it, I lost subs. And I mean, like, wow, just and Mazzy was coming at me being nice and everything. And I think Mazzy may have been a little afraid, like he didn't want me to do an impression. Funny thing is like, I mean, you see Mazzy with the hooded sweatshirt sometimes in the San Francisco Giants cap. Like when you saw me the other day on the show, it's like I can flip my hat backwards, and I can be the Mazzy or the waxed all in one. So that joke that you made about, you know, which one's my uncle, the waxed or Mazzy? They're both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
I think it is a funny comparison. I don't know. I'm a little bit afraid. I don't understand this whole. There's like a whole lot of hatred. Like I see, we hate this person, but we like this people, and there's this so much mixture of it in the vinyl community that I don't even really know where to fit myself into. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're older. They're kind of more slow paced, and
yeah,
I don't think they're really driven by drama. And
they are. Oh, geez.
I'm a different type. It's more of like a.
No, it exists. I couldn't make this material if the drama wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some, but is it them that's inflicting it, or is it other people coming after them and they're just dealing with it?
Okay, here's what it does get kind of boil down to the point I made about having 6 people on camera, and something that I've said now a few times. I said this on Sarah's channel the other night. Like, as far as music collectors, we go from pedestalizing musicians to pedestalizing ourselves and thinking highly of ourselves based on just like the things that we own. So, I think that's kind of where this drama comes. Egos clash, people hate on this person, and then people will make a parody video on this person that they hate. And there is a lot of video warfare going on in the vinyl community, which is strange because I never witnessed anything like that here in the manosphere. Or, I remember there was that Idaho shipbuilder guy who did that little put like your head on some dolls or something. And that stuff to me is just like big deal stuff. But like, I've never seen like video warfare in the manosphere.
I forgot about that guy. I wonder if his channel's.
I couldn't find it, and I actually tried to send him a message. He's actually not a nice person. I think he's kind of like more like one of those like black pill kind of guys. But I said, hey, do you have any of those old parodies? And he just would tell me there's a bigger enemy to fight or something. And
I found his channel, but I mean, he's just building those boats.
Yeah.
I thought his disses on me were kind of funny.
I thought they were all, they were when you're just putting heads on dolls and you're doing little impressions, that to me is funny.
Yeah.
What I did last week may be a little vicious, but I don't know. Well, I mean, I like the cute humor. I don't like when people piss me off and make me want to do something I don't want to do or shouldn't have to do anyway. But like, I have no problem with like, someone making my head say something funny or, that type of stuff doesn't bother me.
Yeah. He had that video. It was like me and Bulldog Mindset working out. Like we was little dolls with our heads on them.
Yeah. Or like yeah. Or,
like we're alpha males. Look at us. We're lifting weights.
See, I like that type of stuff more than like this is this video when he said this, and then this is the video when he said that, and he's a fucking hypocrite, and he should burn in hell. And
talking about that other guy that made the video about me like a few months ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, dude. I don't know, depending on who it is, it can be fun to do, but
if they're just angry and like spurging out, then yeah, it's like, what the fuck, bro? Get a life. But yeah, if it's actually funny, then it's different.
Yeah. No, I like Sarah's parodies are good. Or like I feel like my Blaine Williamson was harmless. But like, when people like are just like, I don't know, it's for me being in the vinyl community anyway, and then seeing people like, retired age men, like people just shitting on retired age men. I'm like, man, can you guys just chill?
Yeah.
Start feeling bad for old men now.
Yeah, for sure. Shit, guys, it's my bedtime. I gotta end this one.
I was just gonna say I'm getting exhausted.
I'm on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta go put my fucking chickens to bed, man. He started the stream too early. I didn't
Go
get to
put the-
close them up.
Damn, you
it could
bailed
be a
on-
it could be a fucking problem out there. So
You ain't got to bail on your chickens for my stream, man.
you know, they're not laying as good as they should. So fuck them, right?
Fuck them. Yeah. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys next time.
All right. See you.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Okay. Hope this video was somewhat informative, but that's about it for today, guys. Until next time, see ya.
See ya.